Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Tuesday, March 15th, 9:15 a.m. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Good morning, good morning, good morning. The early bird gets the worm. If you're up, you did it. Give yourself a pat on the back, ladies and gentlemen, because you're up and you made it here to before the opening bell. You're up and you're bopping. So good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First off, I want to start off by reading the description and the disclaimer. This is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight to it here before the opening bell. We got a bunch of news here. The market looked like it's tried to recover here from yesterday's losses. I'm seeing a strong gap up here on the spot here, but we've been having those gaps and craps here lately, so wouldn't get too excited here. But look better from yesterday as of right now. We're seeing some green. Yesterday was a lot of red, man. For real, you expected things to flush down the drain of where they were going, selling so much yesterday. It was ridiculous, man. It was, but it looks like they found some momentum back with some buyers here, and they let them get right. So with that being said, we're gonna get right here today, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We got a bunch of news coming out here. I still got my card ready. Is your card ready? Is your card ready out there, ladies and gentlemen? I still got mine ready, so we're ready for that. That's on Wednesday though, so we got some time. But my 5 things to know this week. We're still waiting on Powell's speech. Fed rate hike. That's our Wednesday. Excuse me. U.S. inflation data Thursday. Retail sales. I think that's Thursday as well. Yes. GME, FedEx, Lynn earnings Thursday. So Thursday's a huge day. Russia Ukraine crisis headlines. That's all day today. Just be on the lookout for that. So that's just what it is here. 3 things to really watch instead of, if you don't want to do 5, at least watch 3 things: Fed rate hike, Russia Ukraine jitters, commodity rallies. So it's continuing to see if that's going to rally the commodities. Um, that's really the headlines here. And then today we're looking at these numbers are out here. I think this was striving the gap up here, producer price inflation. Those numbers are out here today. And the Fed Manufacturing Index, those numbers are out here in pre-market, or they might be coming out at 10 a.m. I have to double check. We'll definitely get it here. We'll get that news to you guys before the day is over with. But we do know that's why we're seeing a little bit of green here right now with the producer price inflation. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see how the opening bell takes it. Here it is, 9:18. We got about 10, 12 minutes before the opening bell, so we got a lot of time here today. Wanted to get this thing started open here early today. Looking at some earnings, we do need to go over one play here now that I slept on it. Remember, I said I might be missing something in this. Something might. Yeah, I've slept on one, you guys. Cooper, Cooper Software, ladies and gentlemen. They got clapped. They got a correction here, 28% correction. You guys, they're down 25 here in the pre-market. Looks like they're going to open up that. They closed yesterday at 89. They opened yesterday at 100, so they sold off 10 yesterday. Then can just continue to sell off here in the earnings results after hours yesterday. They're down 25, you guys. They're at $64.85. So they got a new, definitely a correction here off of earnings. Coupa Software Incorporated. That's a technology service package software company. They got clapped, you guys. Like I said, earnings can hit. They can hit. They can hit or miss. So that's why I like to always talk about them regardless, even though sometimes I don't hit all of my earnings. It's not a gamble, ladies and gentlemen. It's still business. You can still hit here. Now, we're taking an educated guess as investors, but we're not gambling, ladies and gentlemen. So keep that in mind. I do my research. I take my time. I study my picks before I just pick it. I'm not just going to pick it randomly here. You know what I'm saying? And you should do the same as well. So everybody's different though. Everybody don't have to play earnings, but just know, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to always do this. This is the nature of the business. It's another section of the business to get paid here. Earnings are going to always move even when you don't think so. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, they got clapped $25. They're down here, so I want to keep an eye on that, see how that opens up. Not looking at anything here today. Maybe Dole here. Everybody know about Dole. They got some good juice, good pineapples, stuff like that. So it looks like they might be down here a little early in pre-market. I don't know. It's a little penny stock, kind of near penny stock anyway. So we'll check it out. Since we slept on Koopa, we'll check out Dole here. But Shift, I had a client of mine talking about Shift earlier. So we're gonna check on Shift 2 here. I don't really know what that is, but we're gonna look into it. It's really like a penny stock. I really don't like to buy penny stocks on earnings, but if I would definitely load the boat. So keep that in mind. But right now, nah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Earnings still look weak to me, but Cooper did surprise here. I just want to call them out. Shout out to Cooper Software. They surprised to the downside. But yeah, they're gonna have to pay for that for sure. FedEx and GameStop is really my main two here. I got my eyes on. I'm looking at Dollar General as well, but I really like FedEx and GameStop. I think it's time for a change out of one of them, whether it's up or down. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I just had a homie in the Discord and said I commit when I'm wrong, and today is a bull market. Yeah, but I wouldn't get too discouraged, bro, because it's a bull day, but that doesn't mean that it's gonna open like that. We got 9 minutes to find out, and I mean, at the end of the day, we got Fed minutes tomorrow, so this could be a tease, you guys. We don't really know what's about to happen here. The market's not open yet, so stay confident here. Stay confident, man. Stay confident. That's really the best thing you can do. Don't get discouraged, you guys. Do not get discouraged. It's not worth it, I'm telling you. Take yourself out of a place where you were in a good place and you really could have made something shake. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that to yourself. It's not fair. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that's just where we at though. So yeah, stay confident out there. Everybody, everybody should. I'm just talking to a homie in the Discord, but I'm really talking to everybody. Stay confident, man. Like I said, things ain't going your way. Still stay confident, man. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started here. Enough of my voice here. It's 9:22. We got about 8 minutes to the opening bell. We're gonna play some music, but let's get it, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
You know how we coming? It's DJ Goldu.
We off that lane. We rolling beams. I'm with the team. We gritty green. We on the scene. We making plays. Haters say screens. We serve the fiends. We after money. We after money. Why you think we lime green? We after money. Why you think we lime green? We after money. Why you think we lime green? I'm getting money like DJ Cream. Fuck chasing, we been lapped our dreams. What's up? Like scream. I ain't with that talking, I ain't tryna sing. It's either you're shopping or you're searching like Bing. I'm off that lane, I ain't tryna intervene. Tryna find a bad bitch, put dick in her spleen. Wondering should I take her on a trick or a treat? Haters mad cause they packs not potent. Drake said it best, guess it's the motion. Can't be mad at us cause we was chosen. My packs musty, man, them shits need deodorant. Pouring foes up, all in that soda. Pretty Gucci, ain't none of us folded. We just get money, yeah, that's the motive. We just get money, yeah, that's the motive. We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty green. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters say screens, we serve the fiends. We after money. We after money, why you think we lime green? We after money, why you think we lime green? We after money, why you think we lime green?
Pull a boat in the Henny. I'm with a bop on the 2x2. Talking about she wanna stay the night. Bitch, just a 3 live cool. Chain in my rings, bitch, glistening. Hoes looking from the side, yeah, they whispering. Like, who them niggas blowing on that threats with the pack? Girl, come over here, let me put you on your back. Bust her open to the game. All I do is hang.
DJ Goldu.
In the trap, in the trenches. Can't go to sleep, all I wanna count is milli.
We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team,
We gritty green, we on the scene, we making plays. Haters say screens, we serve the fiends. We after money, we after money. Why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. One right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I've been a G and me she trust. Money on my mind, I gotta get it just for us. Love on my mind, is it real or is it less? Time I never tell, just keep it real. I need your touch, don't tell no lies, don't want no fuss. Just you and me, laced up designer, then expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lines, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, record shit, it's time to slide. You should have been a honey, baby girlfriend. I thought you really what I wanted. Such a la la la, got me going circles crying on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'll make it right. Hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me in my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. One right. This busy chase a bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga, goddamn shot. Feel me? You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that, feel me? But it ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas to take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags, I'm gonna have to take it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to open here. Ding, 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 and we're open. We're off. So here we go. Good luck today if you're trading. Good luck if you're investing. Let's see. Here we go. We got some pops off to the rib here. Some things going up immediately here. Some things going up immediately here. SPY going up 420 here. Everything's just going up, starting out here. I don't think the VIX is open yet. They're always lagging. So everything's going up so far, so good. Looking good over here. Looking good. Everything looking good. So far, so good. I think that probably will be it. I don't want to be greedy today. We're going to go ahead and get up out of there. Just want to show you guys how things work here. So just exited this position right here. Just took my little 13% off of the vids here. Just quick in and out. Just looking for some quick scalpers. Not really looking for too much here. Do want to stay with the sidelines here because that's better to just really be in shit and just scratching your head about it. So when you see winners, book profit immediately, you guys. This is a prime example. I just got out of, still was a swing play anyway. Brought it last minute yesterday. The video is probably going to keep going. That was probably stupid what I just did, but at the end of the day, I like to book profits. I really don't care about all the other stuff. I need money. I got bills and shit like that. So it's real life situations out here. But like I said, just in and out here. Bought it at the end of the day yesterday and got out here. Where you see the first 2 minutes of the opening here, and you see they paid me. Like I said, it might come back down, but I was way above break even, so I didn't want to be greedy there. I had 2 of them. I could have just got sold one, but you know, to each his own. I'll take the little profit. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I say ain't nothing wrong with booking profits. Like I said, the video probably will keep going all day, so keep your eye on them. They really like 220, you guys. I like them at 220 as well, but I just, like I said, needed that quick little profit here today. Didn't want to risk losing it. Yeah, they're gonna keep going though. I know they probably will. Like I said, they like 220. So if anything, if they do keep going up, they're gonna try to magnify 220. So keep in mind that in the video, I probably might buy back if I see it keep going crazy like this. I do see a lot of green though, you guys. Do see a lot of green here today. But yeah, the company's doing fine. We do still have 2-day trades available, so don't be surprised if you see LCLD hop back in the mix here, because we definitely will if we need to. But I just got out on that first green candle at the video, so just letting you guys know I'm out of that position there. I need to hurry up. Get the hell out of that. So yeah, I just took that little quick profit. It was a quick little 500, ain't that? Oh, okay. So we'll leave them pulled up. Then let's see. Then I need to move the Dow. We're not gonna look at the Dow, so we're gonna change the charts. Right here, we can look at some stock names right here. So it looks like Amazon starting out 28.60 up 22. You guys, that's really good for Amazon there. It looks like they bounced back. Still got a stock split going on. Tesla bounced back too as well. They're back at 780 here, you guys, so they don't want to flush either. But at the same time, we're right now basically all stocks and indices are at their resistance level. So they got sold down to support here yesterday, and now we're right here. All of them are at resistance. So that's another reason why I got on the video too, because I don't want to be playing with that. I know they have resistance strongly at about 215, 217, somewhere in there. And it'll break. And once it does break, it'll go to 220, but it's going to be a strong battle here today. We got the Fed minutes tomorrow. So just a lot going on, you guys. So, I mean, you just got to really just stay cautious, book profits, no matter how much it is. Small wins are big or bigger than big wins sometimes, So just keep all that in mind, you guys. Just keep all that in mind. But like I said, once the video busts through this 215, I see they're fighting here right now at that resistance. They're going to break through. Once they do, it's all to the races to about 220. So just keep that in mind on the video. Now, when they get to 220, that's another level of resistance. They might try to break the 222. If they break to 222, then they're just going to go like to about 225, about 228. But that's later on down the road. They got to break this wall first to get to 220, so keep that in mind on the video, you guys. Tesla right here is 780. They need to break this wall if they want to see 800 again. People know that. If they don't get past that, it's not looking likely back to even 800. Really, investors bulls wanted at 9, about 930. I don't even know if they'll do that. So at the end of the day here, it looks like we do have a lot of green, though, at the end of the day. So just be cautious, you guys. Chipotle's up about 25. As I said, most stocks are at resistance right now. So they're going to fight here for a while. And then once they break out, you'll be fine. But if you swung calls, you should be fine anyway. The market gapped up. It's in your favor. You did the right thing. You brought in support. So that's just how the market works here. So just kind of be cautious about whatever you have. You know what I'm saying? If it looks like it's out the money, just kind of reshape your position. If you see right now, it's been 6 minutes. You see the volatility. It's not really even open yet, and then they're not really breaking through resistance here, you guys. No stock has done it yet. I'm not seeing one do it. Not saying that it's not going to happen, but just have some patience. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Don't be like me. I'm just like, I see my profit going. I don't really got time for that. But nah, y'all should have patience though. You guys, y'all should be fine, man. Y'all should be fine. But like I said, now keep in mind though, if we don't break this resistance level right here, where we're at right here, they'll probably try to retest the below of yesterday. That's a possibility, but right now it's too early to tell. I think we're gonna be fine right here where we are. They might consolidate where they opened it on the triple Qs and the SPY here. So keep all that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the market, yeah, it's all in the green. The Dow's up 40%. S&P 500 is up 52%. The NASDAQ futures are up 71% here. So, yeah, everybody is doing good here in the green today. The market is in the green here. The Dow gains about 200 points as oil prices fall for a second day in a row. Inflation report comes in lighter than expected. So inflation report came in lighter than expected. So that's why you see the market gapped up here. Oh, my bad, bro. That's why you see the market gapped up here. Shit. So, yeah, but I don't really, like I said, I'll take it with a grain of salt here. They can really dump it, you guys. Once they see that they're resistance, they'll start dumping, you guys. So keep that in mind. Well, right now, I think they're going to support this area for about another 10, 15 minutes before they break out here. We're not seeing no breakout yet. They did start out going up. It looked good, but they pulled it back here right at the opening spot here. That's where we are. So it can go either way again, you guys, and it's only been 8 minutes, so keep that in mind as well. We're going to take a quick break here with LCAOD, and we're going to check and see if we got some market briefings, you guys, and if we don't, we're just going to get back to the charts and numbers. So y'all be cautious out there, you guys. Be cautious out there. Stay humble, man. Stay humble, stay confident. We'll be right back.
All right. We busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot, nigga. Goddamn shot. You feel me? I know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that, feel me? But it ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog. It could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags, I'm gonna have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's my rap, home. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'm out here focused, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, I'm ready to spank them. Blank them, yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tub. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck, be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, ho. And I'm sliding by whatever, ho. Even if that shit fucked up, man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
Every time, I know the key numbers, could afford it, I think it will. Like, you gotta think, I got out, I went on the way, got out, so that was like the first wave, got out, so it's gonna be another wave. What we just sold, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna go up at least I feel like. Now, I don't know if they're gonna break resistance today. Now, they got resistance probably, I'm thinking, it looked like 217, between 217 and 216, maybe even 215. You see what I'm saying? Somewhere is resistance in here. I don't know why they're getting rejected, but yeah, I noticed that. That's why I got out. So that's why I'm looking at it like, damn, where's that rally to 220 that they always do? You know what I'm saying? It's coming, though. It's for sure coming. You just have to have some patience, but I don't know right now. Yeah, that'd be the best thing to do. Just reposition, bro. We can fuck around. So many other opportunities. We can play Amazon. We can play Tesla. Yeah, we can play Tesla for real, for real. We can get Amazon and bro. I play Tesla with you for real, for real. They down too. Look like they want to dump Tesla today. They dumping them right now, so we need to hurry up. If you're gonna wait, you're gonna do that. Hurry up. Figure it out. Figure it out. Don't let them stall you in another video like the Rob niggas.
Finesse. Finesse.
Mira, Acuity Man.
Finesse.
I already know where Tesla is. Shit.
Finesse.
Can't make it past 7. That niggas got to wait.
Finesse.
740 today for sure.
One right. Go busy. Finesse. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Finesse. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes. Ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way. Get the fuck up out my face. Get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the gate. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right. Yeah, I'm tryna hit your way. Then we headed to the bay. Talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options yet for days. I got options yet for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', check me. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no following, nigga. Ain't no following, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One rap. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. I'm finessing.
I'm done for 7.
Finessing. Finessing. Finessing.
That's what I was kind of looking for, like a little quick 3 to 5. I'll take that shit. They go like 2.
Yeah, I was really expecting like 220 in the one. I'm trying to get like 2 or 3 bands off.
I thought they gonna at least be like 219.
You feel me? Like, cause that's the number like they love so much. They be hoeing niggas. It's like it be hoeing niggas. Like it's like they know when you think they gonna do some shit, they ain't do it. But it's like the least expected, then they do it. Like damn, damn, they playing. The video the best at playing mind games. I'm gonna say that. Yeah, I feel like when you see a red candle trying to come back right here where my arrow is at, then you start. All right, I'm stopping this bitch. Fuck all that. But like you said, they ain't even thought about looking down there. So that mean you safe. You in the money. They buying off of this support right here. It can only figure it out for so much longer. So meaning like it's gonna realize like we can't go this high, so we just gonna bring this shit back down. Or they're gonna be like, all right, that's enough for support. Let's go ahead and take it up. We don't let them buy long enough. They can't get us down. You see what I'm saying? That's what they trying to figure out right now. What's up, man? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been 15 minutes. We're going to continue to take a break here. Oh, man, my kids just woke up, so let me feed them some breakfast real quick. I'll be right back, you guys.
One rack. Go spizzy. Boogie left for life.
Okay, so really good. No stop loss. 212.
Just chasing the dream.
212.55. They crossed that
green,
right.
Nigga. Go,
Harris,
nigga.
what you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurting for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, standing money. Make the money, make the standing. Just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me nothing. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one rack.
Yo. Y'all about to get your ass whooped. Shut up. What are you worrying for, bro? Let him brush that teeth. Leave him alone. That's his toothbrush. Where's yours? Your toothbrush right there. That's that. Give him his fucking toothbrush. that, the rest of the day, I'm whooping your ass and you going back to sleep. So keep that in mind. You're playing with me. There you go. There you go. You hear right? You good? Good job. Told you it's coming, bro. It's coming. I remember I said they realized we can't get it a certain level. Fuck it, let's bounce this bitch. If they realize, like I said, if they realize right here, like, damn, we can't get over that, they're gonna just keep consolidating. They might take it back down. But I think this is the real one right here. That's a big ass green candle. That's the biggest one today. You feel me? That's the one. That's gonna take it higher than the day. So I got that about right there. Yeah, they gonna top me. I already know they gonna get me. That's what I'm saying. I want you to at least hold because I know they gonna get me. You feel me? The market maker, you already know when the market maker's gonna get you. But if you got somebody else in some shit, just tell them to hold. You feel me? For real, for real. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 9:52 a.m. We are back. We are back here. The market is holding up here very well. No flush today. They had a little mini pullback here. Looked like it was about to flush. Looked like yesterday might have been repeated. But they said, nope. Bull stepped in here. They brought some dips. Market holding up pretty swell today. VIX is coming up here right now. They just look like they just started. Volatility just opened up. And like I said, it always be delayed on my chart. I don't know why. But yeah, VIX just opened up here at $32. That's pretty high. So stay cautious, you guys. VIX is up high here. Stay cautious. Stay cautious. SPY is going back up here to the middle. VWAP here. And how I got it set up on my chart now. I changed the color and pattern here. I got the white as being white flag here, being the middle, being neutral. Then I got the green here, like, you know, it's bullish if you can get over that upper band there. Then I got the red for the lower band. If it's below that, then you know it's bearish if it's below that. So right now we're right here in the white here in the middle. So it can really go either way here. If they cross the white line and get to that green line, we're looking bullish, you guys. So keep that in mind. NVIDIA's picking up here. Tesla is picking up here. They turned around at around 756. I thought that was a call when I saw it. But just want to be cautious, though. This could be a top. Just kind of waiting here. We're going to see. NVIDIA picking up, though. Stuff picking up. We do see a lot of green across the board. We do see a lot of green across the board. Let's see here. 216. NVIDIA is still picking up here, so they're buying. Buy. Like Kramer said, buy. The Dow Jones is up 62%. The S&P 500 is up 60%. The Nasdaq's up 63%. The Russell 2000 is up 70%. And the VIX is up 69%. So we got green all across the board. I don't know how much that's going to work out here, the VIX being green with everybody else. But as you can see, really, ladies and gentlemen, what I have been learning is volatility works in both ways. So you got to be mindful of that. But we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to see if we got some briefings, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. I'm trying to stay in my zone here, you guys.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Young nigga, what you on? For my mama, work the pain. Hit the block and made a name. Nigga 50 like he came. Lead the game the way I came. Money made, but what you gain? Had to get it through the rain. My nigga saying that I'll change. Copper beamer, keep the range. White tees, I keep it plain. Chase the money, not the fame. Ain't competing in my lane. Watch your brother, niggas lame. Vision clear, Gucci frames. Ain't for post, hit your brain. Talk that shit and you get flamed. It's what I bleed. Shit come with ease. I'm serving fiends. Roll the leaf, my eyes heavy, I'm in the V. Straight for this bag, now we touching the low. It's love for my brother, still watching my crew. Roll me this way, swinging shit like Carew. You shot, but you scared when I you up for two. Brackets stay open, so I'm on the move. Slide with my baby, cause she in that mood. I'm in the hood, they eat dope like it's full. Switching your set, now you playing it cool. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. Down on my ass, had to flip what I had. Down on my left, turn the 8 to a half. Get in your bag, they gon' head and be mad. If he cross in the middle, I'm taking a flag. Blood on my name, wipe it down with a rag. Throwing shade on my name, why you moving like that? Missed out on some chicken, we make it right back. The streets they been hot, but the nigga been cold. Watching these bitches cause they getting bold. Watching my brother, I heard that he told. Niggas gon' fold like clean clothes. Niggas feeling like Gino. In that pocket, you scary. Ho. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. For my brother, what you on? Said they got me in my zone. Ooh, oh, yeah, yo. I say, yeah, yo.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Slide over real quick. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break. It's 9:59, almost 10 a.m., you guys. And there you go, that pop I was telling you about. They're going to start to make space here a little bit. After it's been too long for consolidation, they know they can't just sit there all day and do that. So it looks like they're making space to the upside here right now. Not a lot here, though. Still in resistance, though. I'm noticing that. Still in resistance for real. Really just came back to the upper band here on the triple Qs and the SPY. So still trading in the channel here, you guys. But almost there, almost done with it here. They're almost about to break out of resistance here in the video 218. So looks like they're breaking out of their resistance here. It has become support, you guys. They're going up here now. Like I said, about 220 there. That I know for a fact they're going to do that. I knew that this morning, like I said, but I thought something different at the opening bell. So don't want to take any chances there. I expected this already to happen in the morning. What they're doing now, so is why I got out. But it's cool. Of course, they're going to follow through. Like I said, that I was a part of the first wave. Just swung and made it free. Really, this is a day trader's move right here. Should have known they were going to step in. But like I said, this is the second wave here. They're gonna try to fight at the 220, but this group probably will leave here once they see that it's really resistance right here, and then by the end of the day, definitely 220. I'm targeting the video at 220 by the end of the day, and we're just gonna leave it at that, like that at this point. But Tesla's right back here at the middle here, so they found their way back to the middle, you guys. Looks like Amazon is rolling here today. Stock split is in action here. They're up 50 today, you guys. So really, yeah, they're up 50. Yeah, they're up 50, you guys. They're up 50. They are 50 strong here. I'm trying to think though. Hold on, let's see. Yesterday they were at 29 though, right? Yeah, they were at 2,900 yesterday. So they did a lot of selling just to go right back where they were yesterday. It's kind of what everybody's doing right now. But Amazon is rolling, you guys. They're buying over there. Let's see here, though. I do want to keep an eye out on Tesla, though, because it looks like the best play here for today. Overall, I like when they're chill here. So Tesla looks like they might be getting shorted here. Not seeing a lot of talks or buying pressure. Going back to the upside here with Tesla, like I said, they really kind of was like on some shit like if we couldn't get back to 900, they were done with it. And now they're below 800. So I think they're done with Tesla right now, short term. Until Elon can shut his trap and start to buy back, people not fooling with that Tesla shit right now. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, market is green. Market looking very, very bullish here. Very, very bullish here. You got the Dow up 55%. The S&P 500 is up 66%. NASDAQ up 83%. Looks like they're going to lead the way here, almost at 1%. Russell 2000 up 17%. You guys, the VIX is up 79. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, keep that in mind. Market is going up. Didn't find any briefing. Let me see. I can double check it here. Let me double check here. Still not seeing anything. Really not seeing anything, you guys. Hold on. Oh, we do got something. Supply chains, lunch, freight, logistics, optimization works.
The issue of rare. That's a significant.
It started this 30 minutes, so let's tune in.
Compared to moving the rail year to year from 2021 as opposed to 2020, it's a very concerning in terms of the low number. We're like around 21% of rail use in the St. Peter Bay complex on the average. Specific to Long Beach, the container I just referenced, Long Beach Container Terminal. Last week we had a conversation, John, as you may be aware, people big order conversation. That terminal had 6,000 rail containers just sitting there waiting for rail cars. Now, here we are today, that number has increased to 12,000. Just one container terminal, rail cars or rail containers ready, waiting for rail cars. Now, if you add another terminal, TCI, just on Long Beach alone, we have more containers sitting there idling, waiting for rail cars than if you have Seattle, Tacoma, and Oakland put together. Add to LA's number, I mean, that's really an acceptable number. So Liz has been made to come in for the stakeholder meeting to address that specific issue. So that's, again, an issue that I'm very excited that we're going to tackle. And now, the developments are happening right now in Mason. We all know factories are starting to close in the Shenzhen area. So they have ports like Shenzhen, Qingdao, and Yantian, major ports of origin to this complex. Now, you know what's going to happen next. Port there closes. Here we go with the domino effect, and we're going to start all over again. So that's very concerning. And again, in the interest of time, I'll end my commentary. But the bottom line, in terms of what we've been able to do at the St. Peter Bay complex to address the significant capacity constraints we had going back to October, I think it's fair to say we've made a lot of improvement. Again, mission's not accomplished yet. We're still going to roll our sleeves and keep moving the needle here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mark. Gene, love the perspective from you, and in addition to where things stand, also how you think about the data bolting in here. I remember you've been from our first conversation saying 24/7 and but data. So give us your sort of mark to market and what you're prioritizing right now.
Sure. I think all of the things that Mario just covered are very important to repeat Secretary Buttigieg. We've got latent capacity still at these ports. So it's a match of probably 12 handoffs across the supply chain that have to get more in sync. Some of that is done through great work efforts, relationships that we've developed over decades, but also the flow of data and the importance of those handoffs. A couple of examples. While we've cut imports on our docks in half
remember fundamentals now.
since
Like
that October
the market
14th
green. I'm not even
and
trying to
we've
call it
cut
top.
long Asian
That's dumb because then they
by
gonna keep going all day. You
70%.
feel me? Then you gonna
We
be
still
down.
have more
Like
than half
really the
of
best
our
time to short,
truck
bro. You
gauge
gotta
that
short
go unused every
resistance. So like by
single
the end of
day.
the day, yeah,
That means we
swing
could
the point.
theoretically
You
double
feel
our
me?
truck
That's
business
what
tomorrow
it is. And
if
then
we use
it's like
every
yesterday.
gate.
You
Now there
feel
are
me?
nuances
The
within
market
that.
was down, obviously.
Do you have all the right
Swing hard.
assets in place at the
Add
proper
support.
time?
When
Is
the market's
everybody
down,
on deck?
add
Is
support.
there
When the
space at
market's
the
up,
warehouse,
sell
et
their
cetera, et
position.
cetera? All of that
Just
needs
so
to continue
it
in
just is
our
what it is.
clear
But like
focus.
we know that,
Keep
but
that
amateurs
on.
just jumping in, they
Another
don't know
area
that. So
that's
like
of
you're
great
right, they trying to
importance, many
short
of
it.
us talk about
When
nationwide,
they
we're
chill
short
it up.
80,000
Fuck, why did I
truckers.
do that?
The
I was trying to
American
short it.
Trucking
Thought that
Association
was the
has
top. They
said.
gonna keep going.
In Southern California, we don't have a shortage of truckers,
It's easy right there to
shortage
kind
of
of
good
break
jobs.
down. I think today really
More
is
than
only you're gonna be able to catch on
660,000
calls
commercial
to
driver's
today.
licenses have been issued in the state of California. And yet, of the 9,000 truckers that
Push is
call on a
gonna be
weekly
worth it to the
basis
end of the day.
at our port complex, we could probably use about 3,000 to 5,000 more. So how do we attract, recruit, and retain drivers in this port drayage space, which are typically some of the lower level jobs? They're secondary or tertiary markets for the asset of the truck cab itself. These are folks that get paid on a per run basis, and others who have had prices driven down over the past 2 decades in procurement processes that are now a little bit archaic in age. On the warehousing side, do we have enough space? We got great talent in this room today to talk about how it's important to capture that flow much farther upstream, to understand cycle times and movement of cargo through those facilities. Because of all of the thrust of this import volume based on how much the American consumer is buying, we commingle fulfillment with cross-dock, with distribution, and with pure warehousing in Southern California. Yet we still boast 2 billion square feet under roof, the largest complex of any in the world today. As you can see from just a couple of these areas where progress has been made, it's been done with rolling up your sleeves, elbow grease, spreadsheets, and phone calls, not necessarily using the data that's been out there for so long, and in many cases in a silo fashion. So how do we break down some of those silos? How do we give people confidence that the data won't be weaponized, whether it be in the private sector, the public, or in the labor workforce? That's a key hurdle to get over for all of us. And in our views of data sharing, we don't want to use anything proprietary. Generic data in combination with that of CBP and the U.S. Automated Manifest Systems data that gives you a real clean look at cargo that's been loaded to vessels early on in Asia, so we can plan that staffing need as well as the equipment. And really, in summation, this all comes down to the competitiveness of the American economy and the American company. 90% of trade moves on water today. There's no getting away from this. There will be shifts in markets. There will be needs that change. There will be things that we have to pivot to on a dime, like we've been doing for the past 2 years. Unforeseen changes, but we need to be able to start seeing around corners. How can we anticipate these changes, and how do we flex better? In China, after having worked there for a number of years, even if a terminal shuts down in South China, there's the ability to go right across the Pearl River Delta to Chihuahua, to Nansha, to Dongguan. Cargo movement is not going to be just a stoppage. Qingdao is in the far northern reaches of Bohai Bay. There's opportunities between Qingdao and Shanghai. If Ningbo has a problem, you can truck 3 hours away to the Shanghai Deep Sea Port at Yangshan. So there are always ways we can move cargo, but every day in the supply chain there's something that gives us a headwind. And we just have to find a way in the American supply chain to be more resilient. Part of that is the data play. Having an opportunity for a nationwide view of the American export to see where those opportunity maps may lie. How do you match up containers with truck and rail service? Combine those with shipping schedules in order to effect a smoother look at getting the American farmer and manufacture back in the international game is really what the bill is all about. Reducing those barriers, which will reduce costs, which will give opportunity to the American company who exports, is key to this entire conversation. So I think this network of folks that we have assembled here today exemplifies what that effort has been like over the last 2 years, and more importantly, since the federal government started back in February last year, when the president was inaugurated, we started with the EO and supply chain and the designation of the Disruption Task Force, bringing on the port envoy to have these meetings off of your meeting, Secretary, on the 15th of July, which captured the essence of what the private sector supply chain and its public entities were seeing, what we needed to get across, how we needed to move forward and get over some of these hurdles. The federal government's role in this, in my opinion, is absolutely key because you have the great convening power. And you've got minds in this room like Samira Fazli and Liz Reynolds and so many others, Brendan Duke, who have brought ideas to the table from different books, different concepts that have allowed us to really push the envelope forward. So that engagement has to stay. And whether it be through FACA committees, roundtables like this, ongoing conversations that we have daily with representatives from agencies across the deck here in the administration would be very important. And America's competitiveness counts on it. The American consumer got us through the most difficult time moving outside of the COVID domain. We were really nervous about what was going on. 5.7% annualized growth last year, the best retail season ever, and the best retail year ever. But there's so much more room for a lot. And it's these building blocks within the supply chain that have been connected by data that takes us to.
I just need to know if
Right,
they
it was one of the.
They don't look like they are right now. You see what I'm saying? They still inside the channel, so it looks like they only went out of side of the channel just for that little bit of period of time and jumped right back in it. So that's consolidation. That's a credit spread. I want to wait and see if they can stay. If they was gonna stay out of it, they would have did like this. Yeah, they just kept going. But they jumped right back into the channel. It's like it can go either way. So be cautious a little bit before you just jump in. Too early. Tomorrow the big day for sure. Oh, so that's done. Okay, that's done, you guys. Looks like that's done. I didn't even know that was going on, so let's see if they got something else going on. That might be it for right now. Excuse me, it's 10:13 a.m. though. The market is holding well in the green.
Why doesn't every home in the U.S.
Said something about a meeting today. I don't know if this guy's right. I think he's wrong. I think he's talking about tomorrow. Yeah, he's talking about tomorrow's meeting, but nothing going on there yet. Russia-Ukraine conflict. Yeah, so no briefings, you guys. Nothing going on right now. Market is still in the overall green, though. You see a lot of green beans. We got green peas here today up here. The Dow's up 40%. SP 500 is up 60. NASDAQ's up 85. Russell 2000 is up 40. The VIX is up 76, you guys. So even the VIX is up. Like I said, volatility can work both ways, you guys. This is where we at right now. Looks like NVIDIA top right at 219.78. Oh, son of a tricks here. Son of a trickster's there. So, yeah, they got it. They got us. As I said, though, you guys, I knew it was coming. I thought maybe by the end of the day, but you see they got straight to it here this morning. Still not 220, but very, very close. Very, very close. But like I said, I exited this morning around here at 216 area. They took it down, shot it right back up to 220. So that's just part of the business. They're part of the nature of the business, you guys. Now, who's to say if I don't sell, you see what I'm saying? They do all it is. If I didn't sell, they probably was going to hold it down here. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of how I think about it. I like to do the opposite of what the market is thinking here. Like they like to do the opposite of you, so keep that in mind. Amazon's up here, you guys. They're at 2,900, so they a huge reversal here. We're back at the 2,900 level. They made it. That's really huge. That's really huge. I wasn't going to play them today, but looking at that, I got to keep an eye on them now, though. That's a huge reversal right there. They're up 2%. Back to the 2,900 level. They sold all that off yesterday. They literally sold their whole level off yesterday just to come back to it here. So this is stock split action for you. 2907, they're running right now. 2909, they're running right now. The blink of an eye, numbers are just going up here. This is stock split action, you guys. This is what you want to see during the stock split. Everybody's getting their amount of worth of the shares. So, yeah, this is what it is, man. This is what it is. Let's check with commodity gas. Selling off here still. So gas is still pulling back here. I wish that happened at the pump. I wish the prices come down at the pump, but I don't like that's correlating yet. But nah, it is coming down in the stock market though. Gas is coming down here. Let's keep an eye on that. Looks like big tech. Microsoft is doing pretty well here, holding up, consolidating here today. Everybody's doing good, man. Everybody's doing good. A lot of green here today, you guys. So it's 10-17 squad. We're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Yeah.
need you chicks like water. I need you chicks like water. I need you chicks like water. I need you chicks like water. She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and say she perfect. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and say she perfect. I need you chicks like water. Baby girl came over, I took her panties off. She asked you going wrong, I said hell no. Pulled the Magnum out and beat her till I'm soft. She said she want a child, I told her I'm not raw. I do be getting a lot of paper. You can't take it, that means you a hater. Line up the line, my flow is sharper than a razor. On the scale she a 10, shawty slay with no makeup. I fuck her, she can't even wake up. Her pussy good, it need a flavor. She a boss, she don't need no favors. She been OT, she a slaver. Floated her wallet, sailor. Sorry, you call her later. Cause when I'm in the box, I'm swinging the jab, and it's going down like Frazier. Chicks need me, and I knew it for all that good pleasure. If she Pisces, then she water, you might wanna save her. Hell, when she moved to Houston, you know I had to replace her. Now I got massive chicks moving slowly like glaciers. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and say she perfect. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and say she perfect. I need you chicks like water.
It's fucking DJ Goldie.
Figure it out. Go ahead and get to the top Drop that shit for these.
We from the Bay. We from the Bay. It's very scary. Niggas dying very scary. Hey, we from the Bay. If you come here, very scary. Keep that pistol on you, baby. Hey, this nigga off you very scary.
Get out.
I'm from the Barrett, nigga, came up in the streets. I remember days when niggas try to move down. Think they gon' set it pack up in my town. You better check a nigga for you to touchdown. Let me know what you doing for you set up. Cause I had them young niggas, they'll come and wet you up. Probably come up in your shit, probably get all your shit. Ain't no problem, nigga, I need that shit, we serving it. Now you work for me and shit. You want some, now come check with me. And I know where the plug be.
I know where the plug be. Shut your mouth, bitch, cause I might be the plug, bitch. You don't even know. Stop asking questions and hug me. You don't even know. Get on your knees and make it ugly. Bitch, I make it glow in the night cause I be muddy. Pull up on that phone, and I don't give a fuck, I'm in the phone. Yeah, if you try me, you already know that's how it goes. I ain't gotta tell you now, I'm not telling you no more. Cause niggas say I'm snitching, but they is lying. Niggas ain't on shit, but my time. Really, they just walk the pack, and you know I keep it coming. Gotta keep it running. Yeah, I keep it running, and I know these niggas plotting. If they fucking plotting, I know they pocket watching. I just double up my pockets and keep that fucking rocket. And you already know I'm plugged, they fuck a socket. And you already know I'm from the fold. Stop it, you don't want nothing, hoe. If you wanna fuck my homies, then you can do it, girl. I just fuck your girlfriends. Yeah, that's real shit. From the bay. Yeah, well, it gets scary. Yeah, it ain't no telling. Unsolved murders. Yeah, this is the Barry.
And kids will be kids. They get themselves into things, and we can say, well, parents should do better, and we all should do better. But they get themselves into this gang-affiliated stuff, not knowing what it entails.
Leonard P. D. Pluto. LCLD. Sign all this war. All we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war. All we want is peace. Tired of all this war. All we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. Well, the only thing I can tell you is my team eat. My whole family eat. That's what we gon' do. You gotta eat to survive. I know somebody told you. If you don't know my crew, long green flags we reppin'. Ain't no gang, we a brothers and we steppin'. When anybody tryna put us up, then we test them. And we don't give a fuck, yeah, we shovel them. Dig them. They did. They didn't. If they ain't getting no money or no riches, and that's just some real shit. I count up my riches and thank the Lord that I get it. Tired of all this war, yeah, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us high, they wanna like grace. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us hot and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash cowing on repeat.
Yeah, I got it out the mud. Got it out the streets, and then I jump back in the streets. I say the streets is in me. I just love the taste of money. and how it make me feel. I wanna wake up, nigga, and count 100 mil. And I've been really being patient. My niggas really getting it, then give up, keep caking. What's all we know is make it. No failures around me, my niggas wanna make it. We kings, let us king. Niggas hating, just to be hating. Why you mad? Cause I'm shining now. Riding in a Rari now. Probably wish a bitch the other day, she probably sucked me now. She probably let my mans hit, we probably laughed about it. I probably got on cam, but I ain't never show nobody.
Tired of this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us high and boiling like grease. If you hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash, counting on repeat. We been getting money, cash, counting on repeat. If you hating, that's dead, that's deceased. They wanna leave us high and boiling like grease. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. Tired of all this war, all we want is peace. They wanna leave us high and boiling like grease. If you're hating, that's dead, that's deceased. We been getting money, cash, counting on repeat. We been getting money, cash, counting on repeat. Yeah, we been getting money, cash, counting on repeat.
Through their grief and at times anger, tonight the Salisbury community still has its questions after the officer-involved shooting Thursday that left 22-year-old Ferguson Lorenz dead.
Would a person just let somebody come in their house, kick their door down without saying who they are, knowing that they have the right to defend themselves under law?
They bought 5,000 contracts.
DJ Goldie.
I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. Got them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I'm looking good, I'm smelling good. Your girl want me, my money talk for me. The bitch, yeah, she want me. I'm trapping in the trenches with my little homies. They shoulda packed every day, little homies. Gon' ride for the game, with my little homies. This the limes, that's he gave, with the little homies. And I got the gritty with me, they'll slide on you. If you talking about my name, they gon' slide on you. Hey, I'll let you hang with us if you want to. But soon as you try me, you know your ass is dog food. And I ain't gotta say nothing else, your ass is dog food. And this the game, nigga, better grab a food right now. I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood.
I went to one more time, chopped out the hood. I'm back in Berry, was good. You already know, you can't stop me. So the violence just stop it. Get your money together, add it up and feel better. You better have your cheese mozzarella. I said you better have your motherfucking cheddar. This shit is real. Niggas getting popped down. Damn, you don't wanna be in that field. Shit so scary, and I ain't even scared for real. I'm just trying to be humble with my niggas and tell they people and tell them tell the city.
I done made it out the hood, in them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. I done made it out the hood, got them apartments, in the trenches in the hood, with my partners. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood, yeah. I done made it out the hood. Made it out the hood, in the apartments, in the streets looking good with my partners. I remember that hood, yo. I remember that hood, yo. I remember that hood, yo. I remember that hood. I remember that hood. I remember that hood, yo. I remember that hood, yo. I remember that hood, yo.
Might have to drop a dime on them niggas. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro.
That's nice.
I don't like that shit.
That's nice to get in. They get money like me.
DJ Golden.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Yes, your baby mama smash a cool, you in love with her, let her eat the dick. Mom count hundreds, let Lenny P trap out your shit, let you pay the rent. Trap, that's all I know, it's time to cut this bitch. Soon as the pack come in, I gotta go and serve the shit. Serving quick, I'm swerving quick with a yellow ball, show some other shit. Tryna suck me up with some foreign shit, tryna fuck me up with this foreign shit. Yeah, Keisha hit my line talking shit, say who you riding that bone with. I said, bitch, get off my line, bitch, you on some stalking shit, I had to leave it quick, yo.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking thrax with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking thrax with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Flavy, baby girl, yeah, your time is up. If you ain't sucking dick, you fucking get about this foreign. I ain't like these other niggas, she said them niggas boring. She said I'm tryna roll with you, you got the loudest roaring. Then I got some neck, her throat game is amazing. Then she keeps sucking like this, then I gotta roll up daily. She swallow all my kids, the doctors thought they saw babies. She swallow all my kids, she my babysitter crazy. Girl, you ain't got a lot of me, you not my lady. Blind well make me earthquake, I ain't talking Haiti. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Like bitch, get off my line. Get off my line. Smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just let me nigga waste my time.
But don't mean they can't stay on that one tandem and come back down just a little bit more. And that's what we're saying right now. They're getting short just come right back down.
We did not get your message, either because you were not speaking or because of a bad connection. To disconnect, press 1. To record your message, press 2.
You know how we coming? It's DJ Golden.
We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty green. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters set screens, we slur the fiends. We after money, we after money. Why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? I'm getting money like DJ Cream. Fuck chasing, we been laughed our dreams. What's up? Like scream. I ain't with that talking, I ain't tryna sing. It's either you're shopping or you're searching like Bing. I'm off that lane, I ain't tryna intervene. Tryna find a bad bitch, put dick in her spleen. Wondering should I take her on a trick or a treat? Haters mad cause they packs not potent. Drake said it best, guess it's the motion. Can't be mad at us cause we was chosen. My packs musty, man, them shits need deodorant. Pouring foes up, all in that soda. Pretty Gucci, ain't none of us folded. We just get money, yeah, that's the motive. We just get money, yeah, that's the motive. We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team. We gritty green. We on the scene. We making plays. Haters and screens. We serve the fiends. We after money. We after money. Why you think we love green? We after money. Why you think we love green? We after money. Why you think we love green? Pull a boat in the Henny. I'm with a bop on the 2x2. Bop beach. Talking about she wanna stay the night. Bitch, just the 3 live cool. Chain in my rings, bitch, glistening. Hoes looking from the side, yeah, they whispering. Like, who them niggas blowing on that threats with the pack? Girl, come over here, let me put you on your back, ho. Bust her open to the game. All I do is hang.
DJ Goldie.
In the trap, in the churches. Can't go to sleep, all I wanna count is million. We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty green. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters and screens, we serve the fiends. We after money. We after money, why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? Sorry for the delay. Damn, man, I ain't think this shit was gonna happen, man. This shit crazy, bro. It's all good, I'm out. Hey, everybody let the scream and say free, bro. Right. You really mean that shit? Right. Hey, started off my day, back to it. I ain't take a shower at first, I was ruined. But I'ma keep it real to these niggas that I do not hit women. I said I do not hit bitches. I just have sex, dick in her kidneys. That is all it is. I don't want no kids, but if I bustin' up, I do want that bitch. So that means something. Why would you call the cops? They not gonna help me or you. Nah. So now we taking 2 L's. Yeah, you claim you 2 L's. But is you fucking real? I don't feel them, man, they fucking still. Holding up my music, man, push that shit, cause I'm a real fucking nigga. I ain't telling no lies, I'm the realest nigga. I was in there with the guys, yeah, free my nigga Trap, free my nigga Chalk, free E-double-O, free the fucking West. Yeah, man, fuck that beef, we need to get together and blow up like Atlanta. Straight like that. If you don't feel what I'm saying, nigga, you whack. Straight like that. I shouldn't have fought with no dub. But I did, so now I got a dub. From all these fucking pigeons.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are still here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Market going up right now, you guys, so be cautious here. Looks like it's slowly going up here as it slowly went down. So this is the first time I've seen it go up this slow in a while. Usually the bulls take it up pretty fast here, but they're actually kind of like taking it up pretty slow here today. So we really don't know what's going on. It really can still go either way, you guys. I wouldn't buy into the hype right here, right now. You really want to wait till all the information come out tomorrow. It's the best thing you can do right now is wait, you guys. If you buy right now, basically you're buying into a tornado that looks good. You know what I'm saying? It looks very good right now, but trust and believe, if you didn't buy yesterday on that swing or at that bottom this morning, wouldn't be worth trying to get the top here right now. Buying at the top, you guys, is just not worth it. Now, they can keep going, but that's what you don't know. That's the risk you're taking when you make that position there. Right now, we'll be looking really to think about both sides here. Things will reverse here. Obviously, this is a lot of green to the market. People are taking advantage of it, but keep in mind there's a lot going on too here tomorrow. So if they're going to go up this high, just think about investors maybe profit taking like I did. Hello. So yeah, you're gonna have to think about all that tomorrow. A lot of people don't like to play news, especially Powell. You know what I'm saying? Who want to go up against this? Who wants to go up against this, you guys? So you better have your cards ready and be ready tomorrow. Tomorrow's the real payday. Right now, Bulls are getting a little bit of gains back, though, and that's good for them, though, because they did get clapped. But it looks like what they're telling us is, you guys, that might have been the bottom yesterday. So keep that in mind, too. They already been down here like at least 2 or 3 times, and they keep jumping up right back above 420 here every time they get that low. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, just stay cautious. Stay cautious. Like I said, we are up right now. We're out of the upper band here on the SPY, triple Qs, and really all the stocks. So, but at the same time, stay cautious. They're not up out of the upper band by a lot. They can easily channel back in, you guys. Like I said, just stay cautious. It's been no briefings yet either, so we don't really even know what's really driving this bullish action here. You see what I'm saying? So you kind of want to wait for all of that to make it make sense, you guys. But the video did tag that 220, like I said. They're at 224 now, you guys. So 225, as I said, next if they break 222, they broke it. Looks like it's a follow the leader pattern today, and the video looking really good here. Like I said, it was set off by that first wave. We wasn't greedy here and gave it back to the open market, and people brought in. But as you can see, though, if we were about to be greedy, they were about to take us down this morning. So just look at how they show things here with the needle. Trust me, you don't just be tripping when you feel like, damn, they watching me. They are literally, they can see what you do when you swipe up. They can see everybody in the world, what they do. So if they see the rotation was already, everybody was taking profits right there early, they cleared the way so people can continue to buy, obviously. That's just how the market works. Buy and sell. It's a buy-sell trade market, ladies and gentlemen. This is business. At the end of the day, it has nothing to do with your emotions. It's all about dollar bills, y'all. Dollar bills. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we're going to take a quick break here at LCLD. No briefings right now. As I said, all the indices are in the green. The Dow's up 1%. The S&P 500 is up 1.23%. The NASDAQ is leading the way, 1.80, you guys. Russell 2000 up 70 here. So the VIX did change colors. They did turn red here. So now the Bulls are really, that's why they took over. The VIX flipped red, you guys. So the volatility is chilling out so the Bulls can run. That makes sense too now. The VIX is down about 2.23%. So yeah, the Bulls are having a little rally here. The start of one anyway. This is the start of a rally here, you guys, now at this point. So we'll be right back after the break, ladies and gentlemen.
Lights, camera, finesse, over. Ayy, LCAOD. Over, OD. Stick to the truth. I cannot lie, can't lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold up, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. Ay, stick to the truth. I cannot lie. The day that I lie is the day I'm gon' die. Wait, hold up, we gon' die. I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God. I believe in God, he got my back, I got his front. Yeah, so I know when niggas front. Quit playing with me, this ain't what you want. Ayy, little in the dirt, this ain't what you want. If you lie to me, I'm gon' lie to you. I'm a prophet, I can see the future too. That's why I be higher than the full moon. And I've been hotter than April, May, and June. I fucked your bitch all the way till noon. Then send her back with you, she in the moves. When she with me, I'm Stella giving her groove. Call me Leonard Yin Yang, I made the bedroom boom. Damn, can you tell that shit? Hey, little nigga, can you go sell that shit? I don't bleed. That you got bills and shit. You in here talking big, but you in here telling shit. Shut the fuck up. You better listen, nigga. I'm a OG. We the realest. We ain't playing. I ain't really with. I ain't do that. I ain't never snitch. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what they fucking say. Niggas ain't approach me. No fucking name. So I keep it low key. My fucking way. I keep it low key in my fucking way. Hey, she just want the money. I want that too, but we gotta get it 50-50, honey. 50-50. Feel like this, I'm drinking a Coke 45. In Bombay, that's on the side. Yeah, London. We turned up. I'm turned up. What's up, bruh? Hey, what's up? These niggas lame. Let's don't fucking play. If I ain't telling, Hey, who? I don't know. You? Who is that? Fuck is you? I'ma lose. Screaming that jungle and out. And in the swamps in the gator's mouth. Yeah, so I don't give a fuck now. Nah, no. I say I don't give a fuck now. Nah, no way. I do better just fucking bleed to a fucking cheese. Bleed to succeed. Bleed, she gon' get on her knees. Bleed, she wanna suck. Hey, bleed, she know what's up. Hey, bleed. OD, I.
Rally. Oh yeah, that vaccine shit came back down. I heard China has some shit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the base. 10:48 a.m. Market picking up here, holding up anyway. Some stocks starting to float here. They're just letting them buy here today, you guys. They're letting them buy here right before FOMC. Keep that in mind. It's tomorrow. So they're trying to. It looks like they're letting them try to figure out where they want to top this thing at here today. It's very early, so keep in mind they can keep going until 4 p.m. So you don't want to get into calling the tops. You don't want to get into calling bottoms here. You just want to really wait towards the end of the day. That's just what it is. You want to see where they're going to end up by the end of the day at this point if you're not buying the trend here on whatever you are buying at this point. Amazon is still floating, you guys. Up 96 today. Wow. Stock split action taking off here. Wow. So they're still going crazy over there at Amazon. It's like every time they get shorted, they replace it every time, you guys. Like just give it right back. They got tens of billions of dollars though. $1 trillion company, 21 stock split at Amazon. So that's what it is. It looks like there's a rumor they're close to completing acquisition of the MGM deal, you guys. So that's news. That's news plus the stock split at Amazon. So that's market chatter here. Wall Street's definitely taking advantage of that. I know for a fact that's a huge deal, that MGM deal. Yeah, they're running. They're gonna keep running, you guys. I would be looking out, try to peep. They probably can tag about 29,000-83,000 today. So I'm just trying to still wait here. It is kind of early, but we're getting towards the second quarter here of the day. We got Euro close here approaching shortly at about 11:30 a.m. It's 10:50 a.m. right now. No market briefings. We're just watching charts and numbers, as you guys are. Hope you're earning something. Hope you're learning something, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Looks like crypto's doing a little cool today. A little cool here. A little cool. Only down 500 today. Bitcoin's at 39,000. Still trying to break 40,000. Doge is down here. Dogecoin is down there. A little Doge. Might be because of Elon. He's saying some stuff about him. Saying he'll never sell. He's going to hold forever. Ethereum is down about $28 at $25.60 here. So cool right there with Ethereum, man. Cool right there with everything. I do want to check with that earnings play, you guys. Oh, Coop Software. It looks like they popped right back at the opening. So it looks like they might have did give that sell-off of earnings up. But if you didn't get out first thing in this morning, they jumped right back up here. They're only down 15 now. So that's Coop Software there. Cooper Software is still down about 16% though. But man, you'd have to be quick with that one, you guys. That's how earnings work there. So yeah, Microsoft over 280. Looks like Big Tech is doing fine here. Looks like Nvidia tapped out. They got weak at 225. Now that is a real new level of resistance. They broke through, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. They broke 4 levels of resistance, you guys, at Nvidia. So they're on that 5th wall there, knocking there. They can break that 5th wall if they want to now. Don't get it twisted. But I think that'll be a kind of hard here today. Just being honest here, they gave you a low of 213, and it just literally ran to 225. So I don't know if they're going to continue that here by the end of the day. But if they do, I would say they're probably going to try to take it to about 228, 230, topping out here at close. I don't see no more, no less than that now. If it is more than that, just know the market is rallying, and at that point, LCAOD is buying. So just keep in mind on the video, they are breaking levels of resistance, though. It looks like they might retest this 5th wall here at 225. They probably more than likely definitely will. There it go, 225. So they're going to retest this wall right here, and just keep in mind the next level is about 228 to 230 there. You break that, they're heading right in the zone where a lot of people really want them. They want them at about 235, 240 for real. Honestly, about 260, 300. People really want that, but that's the long game. Right now, the midterm game is about 235, 240 though for real. Short term definitely was always 220 and 225 right now where we're at. So we're going to try to figure out what they got going on. This could be their top, ladies and gentlemen, or this could be a good dip opportunity in the middle here, and they're going to take it a little bit higher. So keep in mind what is going on here. Keep your eye on the charts and numbers. Like I said, we're going to take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Turn up. Hey, yo. Turn up. Get live, get hype, 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 get live, get hype. Get live, get hype, 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 get live, get live. Fuck your bitch, I made her reach her climb out. So my dick, she needs some Carmel. And yeah, I got my car from CarMax. Yeah, and I know karma is a bitch, so I don't fuck with it or advise you not to kiss. I just stay on my grind, level up, nigga. You can't see that, don't waste my time fucking with me. Straight like that, I'm a honey. Straight like that, you a buddy. Nigga, you fucking soft. You stole my flow, devil. And nigga, I hear it, but I ain't trippin', switch it up, be something. Niggas on some other shit anyway, I can't fuck with them. I'ma get J5 or hype. I'ma get DT, self-made of flight. I'ma get Princess on a chairs of mic. And I swear we gon' get live, get hype, 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 Hey, rest in peace to Shaw. I ain't know you, but you protected my cousin. And that's some real shit. Feel the radar buzzing, like Kendrick. I'm humble. Hold up, but I can get live and hype. Try me though, and it can be on site. Travis Scott, I can start a riot. I don't give a fuck, I'm high like a pilot. Pilot is feeling like Prince, but the only difference is I do got my license, bitch. I'm finna do this for some asses. Some of y'all do it for the minuses, so that's why I treat a baker like a virus. And I'm at risk with the wrist, watch my bitch, watch my bitch. Yeah, she watch my dick, and she watch my dick, and she give me a kiss. Woo. This bitch nasty, this bitch sick. Ooh, free. This shit made me get live, get hype, 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 get live, get hype.
I do think he will be more hawkish than not. Topping out. And I think that's the real kicker is, what if we win? Danny on the track, boys. That's something I don't think that's something. I'm saying the short side.
I smell the pad like a bird, I'm so fly. So much happy times, I call it happiness in the sky. You little bitch, talking like you roll with sticks. What is this? I smoke gas and make music, ain't talking cash irrelevant. You a snitch, telling on your mans when you getting jams. Talking Draco in your vids, but giving info to the pigs. What is this world coming to? They call us jigaboos. I salute the real ones that's moving pack, no talking fool. Get that bread. If you got a 9 to 5, go in that bitch. Spend that check. If you getting 20,000 for the show, trap that shit. If you're selling packs of gas for the low, don't worry, bitch. This chickens everywhere. They always at the stove. Nigga shit, rapping, trapping, moving dope. We Thriller, Michael Jackson, ho. Yeah, that bitch a little pop. She always tryna dig dope. Yeah, I'm swaggin' supreme, babe. Some up the street clothes. Yeah, no telling. That's the #1 G code. Ayy, we be yelling out bros over hoes. Niggas talking big, but soon to be exposed. Every time we sliding hoes wanna pose. Ayy, we be yelling out bros over hoes. Niggas talking big, but soon to be exposed. Every time we sliding hoes wanna pose. We be yelling out bros over hoes. Hey, yelling out bros over hoes. I can spot a wolf in sheep clothing. Told him we after money, gritty Gucci, it ain't no folding. Shot the video to that, now it's out and it's over. Some things don't need to be said afterwards, no closure. And some things you need to end with your closure. It's tatted on me, faith and forward symbol, cause I'm focused. Roger Gold, Santoro, Will Smith, focus. And the shit I'm smoking on is potent like a lotus. Yeah, bros over hoes, that's the G code. And I know if you told, I ain't never switching on. My day one homies, I'ma get this money and just stack it like a building. We be yelling out bros over hoes. Niggas talking big but soon to be exposed. Every time we sliding hoes on the post. We be yelling out bros over hoes. I do me until it's no me. Yeah, I'm long range sniper game like Ginobili. Yeah, I'm fourth quarter clutch, bitch, call me Kobe. And yeah, I smoke the loud, pack the holder all on me. On my clothes. Bow, bow. I'm on the track now. I'm about to put it down. He didn't stop the beat, so I'm about to get wild. Yeah, you know you better not stop this or you will get put down. Bow, bow. Some funny shit for your ass. I go in the grass like in the grass. I don't know. I'm on your ass, bitch. Like that toilet paper in the trash shit. Face emoji looking ass nigga. Fuck that girl. She say no, you did it. So please somebody tell me which one is it. Matter of fact, forget it. I split it. I hit it. I pass it. Call it switch or assistant or switcher. Matter of fact, let me go and hit this switcher. Matter of fact, let me go and hit these switches. Dropping in that foreign, this is not a rental. We be yelling out bros over hoes. Niggas talking big but soon to be exposed. Every time we slide hoes wanna pose. We be yelling out bros over hoes.
You know what I mean? Who's he to say that's real volume? That's good with you in the market.
Hey, it was good, Blake. It's good, nigga.
Real volume to me is gonna continue all day. Like, that's real volume. It's right here.
Yeah, we need to make it rough and shit.
All that shit just happened. The first hour is gone.
I mean, if we do, you know what I'm saying?
All that the first hour is gone.
They still gonna goddamn look up to this. Fuck them niggas.
I make rhymes for my past times that got me fucked up. But my past rhymes and my bad times made me strong, that's why I looked up. Diamond shine, optic nerve stuck, niggas all about a buck. We making moves very smooth like David Blaine, very elusive. Fuck. Yeah, niggas hate, I just choose to embrace it. We just in a different space like this alien spaceship. And every time they fucking talking, all I hear is the hatred. But these niggas still ain't shit, always gonna be cake. Eyes on me like I'm black, my name is Mason. She said she worship me like a Freemason. She ride my details, she cannot take it. She bless me cause I said my amazing grace. Me and flight take off, we alien invading. If I'm wrong, then I'm right, just replace me. Nigga, stop worrying about me, I don't want retaliation. Unless you keep pressing, you can eat your makeup. Fuck it.
Decision is not the end of the world. If I make the wrong decision, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I say, I get high like it's Friday. Fuck a Friday, every day is my day. Yeah, it's my day, or hit the highest way. But I put God first, haters in their face. Oh, now they mad at me, wait.
Hold up, flight, eat 'em, gone, take. Niggas talking down, don't know I just might be famous. And anytime you want a problem, God could ain't my donuts. All I'm tryna do is party till bitches get naked. Fuck them bitches to the left, they got too many facelifts. But they ass is fat, I just might go ahead and take it. When that money coming fast, them bitches flocking crazy. The paper crazy, the flow make them have my babies. But never that, I can't have the fucking complications.
Better roll up to bro. Yeah, we better roll up to bro. This one's still going though. We still smoking on this one. There's only one blunt. God damn. I'm hard as a giraffe ass. Oh, I wish I could smell this shit. Smell it. Smell it. It smell good. OG. Gas. Big skank, bitch. Next wave of free money will be deployed.
You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. Yeah, it's bye-bye to the hating. Hating is way too close to Satan. And I don't do no motherfucking faking. Haters ain't for me. Haters R.I.P. Haters get t-shirts or the gray, rest in peace. Haters ain't for me. Haters R.I.P. Haters getting t-shirts and rest in peace. Ain't no way these niggas killing me. Only thing is taking me is God. And when he called, then I know that it is his time. And I'm on his, so I ain't tripping. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating.
Niggas out here hating on other niggas that ain't official. Y'all know it's rules to this game, and this artificial. I had a heart, but I wanted diamond, just chose crystal. She matter, space ain't hit king, but I'm a joker and I'm so vicious. I'm got it till the end like a ballistic missile. These niggas hating, ain't even got no pistols. Calling me like I'm the gunman with the fucking mission. Nigga, I am that nigga, I'm working with. You would try me, nigga, I'm in here. And I don't give a fuck, nigga, you're not taking me to the end. I am going to the end. When God call, when he call, I am gone. Cause you can't play my cards.
You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space.
I think that was an earnest play we did. We just didn't spend no time on it quick. That's crazy. I did not know that, bro. 143. They're on the high now. That sounded real. I thought they was already at 180 still.
So here are the sanctions. President Joe
Uh-oh,
Biden,
226.
Lloyd Austin, Assistant to the President Jake Sullivan, CIA Director William Burns, Chairman of Joint Chiefs Mark Miley,
Another 3 bands from you, man.
son of the U.S. President Hunter Biden.
It's all good.
Hold on, why did they get it? Wait, I thought we can't even say
Dang.
the word.
Oh, I was just
I
saying,
thought
like,
we were
damn.
allowed to say it.
It's all good.
That's good. Wait, they threw Hunter in there? Oh my God. That's crazy.
That's fine. I love this shit. You know, the fact to know you can do this every day, I love this shit.
Wait, hold on.
I'm in the bracket now where I say, damn, I just missed 3 bands.
Isn't there Adamayo on the
And I'm also in the bracket too. Damn, I just made 6 in 2 days.
He plays something. President, Chairman of the Board of Directors.
So is that greedy or is that humble? You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't trip. That's why I don't trip. I don't trip. There's no answer to that. I just don't trip.
It's the same way.
Because it can be greedy and greed can be good. They can't be humble and then humble and can be better. So I don't answer to that.
I'm like, bro, you got skill. I said, why is
Just wait for the next play.
power
It's like a train, man. It's like this. I'm always remind you. It's like scary movie.
No, come
Fuck, I'll get the next one. Bro sitting there playing, locking the door, locking. You say 3. They said 2. Man, fuck it. No. Oh, damn, I'll get the next one, bro. Fuck all that shit. I ain't about to keep dealing with that.
They're like, you've never been to Russia.
Take that. They gone though, now though. They gone for sure. And another reason I brought that play too, I had seen somebody put $3 million on the 220 call. I just followed the smart money and all that on that shit. But like I said, my break even was like 215. So I was like, it was at 217. First number I saw this morning, it was already above that. I'm not gonna sit here and try to do the greed thing today. I'm out.
I want to see if we hold this up or not.
I needed that too, though. Like I said, I'm about to take that out.
She's a great lady. Great lady. Super great lady. Come on.
Getting these spring clothes for these kids.
Yo, tinfoil just got wild. I don't know. Tinfoil just got wild. I got a tinfoil. Brought to you by Chad, Casey. Oh, man. Oh, man. Are you ready for this one? I don't know. This one's going to open up Pandora's box. I don't want to do it. But I'm like, what? Is that what? Hold on. I need to fact check this real quick. Oh, my God. It is her. Hold on. This just got crazy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We are live still right now. It's 11:13 a.m. I got the homie in the background. He talking. He just basically typing what's going on his stream right now. But he know, like I know, Euro close is approaching. And we are awaiting that right now. The market is rallying here, having a little relief rally right now. The Bulls is anyway. Spots at 422. We can get about 425, 427, 428. I think these stocks they pick up a little bit higher here today. Amazon's up 100 now, up to 2,940. They're playing with 2,937 and 40 right now. That's what I was looking at. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, market's green here, you guys. NVIDIA is at that 225 level. Looks like that is about to get broken as well. This is the 5th wall here. They break this 5th wall. They're going to let them skip to about 227, 228. They're going to run right through 226 and 7 and 8 there. Probably will see resistance at 228, maybe 230. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to run another quick $5 basically if they break this wall. But yeah, they're running there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see here. That looks like one of your leaders here today, NVIDIA. I'm seeing Booking holding is up 91. I'm seeing Amazon up 102. So these are your leaders I'm calling out here today to the upside. The SPY is holding up very well. VIX is still down at $30.99. So the volatility is still to the downside, chilling out at the low end. Still pretty high. Don't get it twisted, but can be lower if the Bulls want to take more control than this. Tesla's Alps 28, you guys. Tesla's up at 793. So good thing you want to wait to short them, ladies and gentlemen, because they, like I said, these stocks can run here, you guys. They can run, and they only get higher when the SPY and the triple Qs allow them to be. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But we got about 15 minutes till the European market closes. It's 11:15 a.m. There is no briefings right now, so I'm playing a lot of music. We're just chilling here, though, watching charts and numbers here. This is the Stock Market Live for LCAOD. We're going to get back to some music here. We'll be right back after the break.
Maserati go crazy. Yeah, Slim P. In here with the motherfucking president.
Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about the V and fuck around and Dini a bitch? Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about the V and fuck around and Dini a bitch?
Yeah, Dini a bitch. You heard that shit. She gone. She in the wind. She was all. Goddamn. Yeah, I got in the mall. Goddamn. That she feel happy. What the fuck? That ain't shit, little bitch. Ain't nothing. I done did dumb shit. You thought you was winning when you had me tricked. But guess what? Tricks are for kids. I talked to the president, he made sense. He said I was locked down with that nigga. She was up there bringing the baby to visit. Damn, that's some fucking real shit. I said, damn, I appreciate the realness. I just had to get the DNA. Got a little bitch me underlay. Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about the V and fuck around and Houdini a bitch? Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about the V and fuck around and Houdini a bitch? Okay, I hit. So what you tripping for? Girl, I hit. Bitch, ain't this what you want? Girl, I hit. So why you still tripping? I hit. And I hit another bitch. So don't trip. I'm Houdini. I'm Houdini. They can't see me. And my penis like John Cena. Fuck niggas wanna be me. But nah, I ain't never gon' cover. You love her. That's you. I use the rubber. But I think it did pop. Too many Zans in my systems, I can't think. Shit. But then, let me take a sip for the devils. Cause you trippin', acting like that I need you. And I don't never need you, bitch, you greedy and I'm greedy.
Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about the V and fuck around and Dini a bitch? Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about the V and fuck around and Dini a bitch?
That's already go crazy. That's already go crazy.
I got red and short. I ain't tripping about the short side. I short. Whenever they, when I see it short. You feel me? But you, everybody don't got red to go long. That's what you want. That's how you stay in the game.
Yeah. Turn up. Hey, yo. Leonard. Turn up. Get live. Get hype. 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 Get live. Get live. Get live. Fuck your bitch. I made her reach her climb out. So my dick, she needs some Carmel. And yeah, I got my car from CarMax. Yeah, and I know Karma is a bitch, so I don't fuck with it or advise you not to kiss. I just stay on my grind, level up, nigga. You can't see that, don't waste my time fucking with me. Straight like that, I'm a honey. Straight like that, you a buddy. Nigga, you fucking soft. You stole my flow, devil. And nigga, I hear it, but I ain't trippin', switch it up, be something. Niggas on some other shit anyway, I can't fuck with them. I'ma get J5 or hype. I'ma get DT, self-made of light. I'ma get Princess on a chance of mic. And I swear we gon' get live, get hype, 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 get live, get hype. Hey, rest in peace to Shaw. I ain't know you, but you protected my cousin. And that's some real shit. Feel the radar buzzing like Kendrick. I'm humble. Hold up, but I can get live and hype. Try me though, and it can be your side. Travis Scott, I can start a riot. I don't give a fuck, I'm high like a pilot. Pilot is feeling like Chris, but the only difference is I do got my license, bitch. I'm finna do this for some asses. Some of y'all do it for the minuses, so that's why I treat a faker like a virus. And I'm at risk with the wrist, watch my bitch, watch my bitch. Yeah, she watch my dick, yeah, she watch my dick, yeah, she give me a kiss. Woo. This bitch nasty, this bitch sick. Free. This shit made me get live, get hype, 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 get live, get hype.
Danny on the track, boys. I smell the pack like a bird, I'm so fly. So much happy times, I call it happiness in the sky. You little bitch, talking like you roll with sticks. What is this? I smoke gas and make music, ain't talking cash irrelevant. You a snitch, telling on your mans when you getting jams. Talking Draco in your vids, but giving info to the pigs. What is this world coming to? They call us jigaboos. I salute the real ones that's moving pack, no talking fool. Get that bread. If you got a 9 to 5, go in that bitch. Spend that check. If you getting 20,000 for the show, trap that shit. If you're selling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting interesting here. The Bulls are making it very interesting here, and the Euro close is approaching. They're making it interesting too. It is really getting intense. You can feel it in the air, in the atmosphere. The Bulls want to take off right here, you guys. If they can do it, trust they will. And basically what you see now with double here, SPY will probably go to about 427. That's if this Euro close is good. And depending on how the United States want to take it, they're either going to hold on to that baton and run it on in. What you see now will continue, or they might accidentally drop it here, trip over, fall. We don't know. We're still about to find out here. It's getting close here. We got 3 minutes to Euro close. So it's about to be like kind of a whole new market here. Expect to move in about the next 30 minutes. They're actually getting to it here pretty precise on time here today, actually. I'm noticing with the timing here. They were moving a little fast, but I seen what they did the last hour here. They kind of slowed it back and got back into the time range that it needed to be from the morning. So, yeah, they were moving really fast this morning, ladies and gentlemen. But this is starting to be accurate here. What you see is what you get. So, yeah, what you about to see is what you about to get. So, gear it up here, ladies and gentlemen. The market is either going to consolidate up here in the air today at this point, or this is the top, man, and it'll probably come down from here. Or this is a dip, and they might take this thing higher at this point. So it's one of those three, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to find out here shortly. We do still got a lot of news going on today. Keep that in mind, and tomorrow. Indices right now in the green. Indices in the green here. The NASDAQ's up 2%. The S&P 500 is up about 1.40%. The Dow is up 1%. The Russell 2000 is up 73%. The VIX is still down about 3.4%, so the VIX still cooling out. SPY on the way up here to the high of the day right now. On the SPY, 422.98. Triple Q's high today right now. So, yeah, this is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we're at. NVIDIA's on the high here, 226. So they broke that 225 there. We're going to skip to my loo. See ya. 228 next, 230 maybe. For sure. They laddered it on up, ladies and gentlemen. They did. Everybody got some profit out of these guys today, for sure. But yeah, man, yeah, that's just how it works. Tesla creeping up here on the 800. Here we go. So you want to let them keep topping on out. Probably just oversold. Bears didn't take advantage of that 750 mark yesterday, I noticed. Might not be ready to do it yet. That's what they're telling us here too, consolidating. So, yeah, bounced it back up here. Not saying that 750 level is not going to happen. We still don't know. It's just not today. Going the other way here. About to hit 800 there. Tesla is $32 up there, up 4%. So Tesla is on the high. The Dow's on the high. Everything's going up here. Ladies and gentlemen, Amazon is rolling here now, you guys. They're rolling back to the upside here. About to retest 29.40. So that was a dip. That was a dip. So far as 11:30 Euro close, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what's going to happen here. AMD's on the high here. They're up 108. Boeing's on the high. Yes, sir. FedEx is on the high. A lot of green here. A lot of green here today. They're actually buying for once here. For once this week. It's the first time. So we have one red day, one green day so far, ladies and gentlemen. This is still early. It's 11:30 a.m. It still can flip red here or mixed by the end of the day. Don't get it twisted here. The market is going to be open until 4 p.m. We do not know what's going to happen here. That's why we are all investing. That's why we are investors. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. Check and see if we got some briefings really quick here. I don't think there's nothing moving the market right now. Let's see. I think we do have something. So yeah, we got the. Okay, looks like the Ukraine president. He's live right now. We can tune into that, or it looks like we have a live briefing here from the U.S. Central Command and Africa Command Generals. So we'll tune into both of these. We're going to click on this president one first. We do want to hear what he has to say. He might be causing the market to go up if he feels that things in Ukraine are chilling out and the war's about over. Think about that. Spot dish tag 423.
Can you imagine when you call your friends, your friendly nation, and you ask, please close the sky, close the airspace from our cities until you make this happen. And they immediately express their deep concerns about the situation. When we talked with our partners, they said, please hold on a little longer.
А хто шукає причини? Головне, кажуть про ескалацію. Хоча туди вже більше. Кажуть, що Україна зараз до НАТО, хоча двері відкриті, але для кого ці двері? І коли вони ведуть, якщо нам відповідають, що нас не візьмуть, війна завжди проявляє усе, на що здатні люди. Хто сильний, хто слабкий, хто мудрий, а хто не бачить очевидного, хто чесний, хто лицемір.
Obvious things. It's a dire straits, but it also allowed us to see who our real friends are over the last 20 days. And as well, 8 previous years. I am sure that you've been able to see clearly what's going on. And I'm addressing all of you. Canada has always been steadfast in their support. It's a reliable partner to Ukraine and Ukrainians, and I'm sure this will continue.
Нам допомогу одразу, коли ми цього попросили, ви надаєте нам зброю, іншу підтримку, якою ми потребуємо зараз. Ви ввели санкції проти Росії дійсно правильні, дійсно серйозні. Проте ми бачимо з вами, що війна, на жаль, продовжується, що російські війська не виходять з нашої землі. Ви бачите, що наші міста, і Харків, Маріуполь, і багато інших не захищені так само, як і ваш Едмонтон. Що Київ зазнає ракетних ударів, як Чернігів, Житомир, Івано-Франківськ, ще десятки наших українських міст. Ще вчора дуже мирних, спокійних міст.
It used to be very peaceful cities, but now they're being constantly bombarded. Basically, what I'm trying to say that we all need to do to stop Russia, to protect Ukraine, and by doing that, to protect Europe from Russian threat. They're destroying everything, memorial complexes, schools, hospitals, housing complexes. They already killed 97 Ukrainian children. We're not asking for much. We're asking for justice, for institute, which will help us prevail to defend to
Канада
save
вже
life, to
проявляє
save
необхідне
life all
лідерство,
over the
що
world.
робить першим те,
Canada
до
is
чого
leading in
згодом
these
приходять
efforts,
інші країни, але ми
and I'm hoping
потребуємо
that other countries will
більше
follow the
вашого
same.
лідерства і
So
просимо вас
we're asking for more of your
більше
leadership,
участі
and please
саме
take
від
more,
вас.
greater
Джастіне,
part
усі
in
друзі,
these efforts. Justin
усі
and all
друзі
of our
нашої
friends
країни,
of
України,
Ukraine,
усі друзі правди.
all
Ви розумієте,
friends of
наскільки
the
важливо
truth.
для нас захистити наше
Please
небо від
understand
цих
how
ракет
important it is
і
for
від
us to
російських
close
літаків.
our
Ви
airspace
можете
from
на це
Russian missiles
вплинути.
and
Мені
Russian
так здається.
aircrafts. I hope
Ви
you can
здатні змусити
understand.
ще більшу
I hope you
кампанію
can
піти геть російського
increase your
ринку,
efforts.
щоб там не
You
було
can
жодного
increase
долара на
sanctions
війну.
so
Якщо вони
they
залишаються
will not
російську
have a single
війну, то вони
dollar
не
to
мають
fund their
права
war effort.
працювати в Канаді. Хай буде так. І це
Commercial
дасть нам
entities
мир.
should not be working in Russia.
Ви знаєте, мабуть, краще, ніж багато хто у
You know
світі,
better
що
than
цей
many
напад
in any
Росії – це
other
намагання
countries that this
знищити
attack on
нас,
Ukraine
знищити
it's their
український народ.
attempt to
І
annihilate
ніщо
Ukrainian
інше.
people, and there is
Це
nothing else
головна
to it.
мета.
This is their main
Це війна проти
objective.
народу.
It's actually
Саме
the war
проти
against
нашого
Ukrainian
народу.
people.
Це війна, щоб зруйнувати усе, що робить українців
It's an
українцями,
attempt
проти
to
нашого
destroy
майбутнього,
everything that
проти
we as
нашого
Ukrainians do.
характеру, проти
It's an
нашої
attempt to
волі, всього
destroy our
того,
future,
що
to
воїни
destroy
надійці
our nation, our
дуже
character.
добре знаєте, дуже
You
добре
Canadians
відчуваєте,
know
тому
very well
я прошу вас, не зупиняйтесь.
all this.
Не
That's
зупиняйтесь
why
у
I'm asking you,
допомозі
please do not
Україні,
stop in
у
your efforts.
лідерстві та у
Please
намаганнях
expand
повернути
your
мир
efforts
на
to
нашу
bring back
мирну
peace
землю.
in
І я
our
вірю, я
peaceful
знаю, що
country.
вам це під
I
силу,
believe,
що з
and
Канадою
I know
наша
that you can do it.
антивоєнна коаліція, яку ми зміцнюємо,
We are
точно
we are
дасть
part of the
результат.
anti-war
Я хочу
coalition,
окремо
and
звернутися
jointly I'm sure
до
that we'll
нашої
achieve
української
results.
діаспори,
I would like
дуже
to also
великої,
ask our
до всіх
Ukrainian
українців
diaspora in Canada.
Канади. Саме в цей історичний
This is a
момент
historical
ми
moment,
потребуємо
and
вашої
we need your
дієвої
support,
допомоги.
your
А ви
practical
повинні
support.
своїми кроками
And we
довести,
hope that
що ви
with your
є
practical steps you
частиною
will
історії
show
України,
that you are part of the
живої історії
modern
України.
Ukrainian history.
Запам'ятайте, будь ласка, це живої,
Remember, this is
живої.
a
Бо
practical
ми хочемо жити
modern day
і
history of
прагнемо
Ukraine. We
миру.
want to live.
Я вдячний
We
вам за
want
підтримку.
to have peace.
Кожному з
I'm
присутніх
grateful
в цій
to
залі,
everyone in the
парламенту,
Parliament of
кожному
Canada who is
громадянину
present there,
Канади.
to every
Я
Canadian
вдячний
citizens.
тобі, Джастін.
I'm very grateful
Я
to
вдячний
you, Justin.
від імені усього українського народу.
I am
Я впевнений,
grateful to
ми разом,
Canadian people. And
але
I'm
тільки разом всіх
confident that
переможемо,
together we
всіх
will overcome
ворогів.
and will be
Слава
victorious.
Україні! Дякую, Канаді!
Glory to Ukraine. Thank you to Canada. Thank you, Mr. President. I now invite the Honorable George Fury, Speaker of the Senate, to say a few words.
President Zelensky, Prime Minister Trudeau, Chief Justice Wagner, Speaker Rota, fellow parliamentarians, distinguished guests, mesdames et messieurs. Monsieur le Président, c'est un grand honneur et un privilège pour moi de vous remercier pour vos paroles très puissantes et très inspirantes. On behalf of all senators, members of the House of Commons, and indeed, on behalf of all Canadians, it is my honor and privilege to thank you for your very powerful and inspiring words today.
The other one said the other shit still alive. Oh yeah, that's still alive.
So we've watched with the Ukraine situation, and we've been able to do sanctions against Russia,
and it's been live
which
for,
it sure seems like that could have
about 2 hours, you guys. I didn't even know this was going on, but this is the United States Central Command in Africa Command Generals. They're testifying in front of the Senate committee hearing, so it looks like they'll probably have to do another testify in front of the House. So this is really important here. This is really actually moving the market right now. So let's tune in and see what they're saying.
in China's case, pharmaceuticals, things like that. Do you think this is important to make your job easier if we're not dependent on other countries?
Senator, it makes my job a lot easier if we have a whole of government approach to the problems that we confront. You know, the Department of Treasury, all the economic power of the United States, all the diplomatic power of the United States is wielded in concert and preferably as a substitute for the military element of power. That's by far the most effective way to obtain our goals.
I can't say it better than that. Yeah. And do you think our military power should be the last thing we use?
I think the military, yes, as a general principle, we have far more effective tools to address these problems. The military element of power should be in support of all other elements of U.S. national power.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scott. At this point, I will adjourn the open hearing. The closed session will reconvene at 12 noon in SVC 217. Again, thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony, and we'll see you shortly.
You can just keep consolidating right here all day. I want to see motherfucking come back to this blue line for me. Come here. I get it. Really come back to the blue line. That'll be confirmation. Right here is still in the upper chain. Here, areas appear. Oh, that cut off.
He's not daddy.
Okay, put them where they need to go back there, you know. Coming down though, that definitely was. Would have been a nice top here. Nice bottom for us. But like I said, let's see what they do right here. The spot's still in the air, that's why I'm cautious. Let's see. Let's tune with the market makers. Let's see what they're talking about.
It's sunny, nuts. Whatever you're saying. Did you see Elon Musk calling out Putin? I did, and you know what? I congratulate Elon on doing that. You know, Elon, I don't see anyone else stepping up to the plate and calling a man-to-man war. I don't know if you guys seen this movie. I think it's called The King. Is it The King where where the guy from Dune, the actor from Dune, was in the movie King? If anyone can correct me. And in that movie, he just challenges the enemy prince to a man-to-man duel, and the enemy prince could not. Oh, and the enemy prince was actually Robert Pattinson. He could not even stand on his 2 feet in the full armor. So, I respect Elon Musk for doing that. Man-to-man combat any day. That's a real man right there. Be careful, Tesla is an uptrend, so be careful if you're short. 100%. Don't go against the trend without a doubt. What does Miss V always say? Let's hear it.
Trend is your friend, my friend.
Exactly. So you don't want to be going against that. You don't want to be fighting against the trend. Yeah, we got a nice short in front of 800. Yeah, we made money, but it could very easily break through that, because what did S&P 500 just do? S&P 500 just broke through the day's high. We're about to go into that resistance that Arun was talking about earlier at 42.65. Let's actually go check this 42.65 level and understand where Arun gets this number from. So actually, I see exactly where it gets this number from, and I have a box drawn there. That box is drawn from 4,300 to 42.65. So I think if I actually remember now, Arun mentioned this box not too long ago on the way down as support, which turned into resistance. So 4,300 to 42.65, but obviously 42.65 is the level we're looking at on the way up first. We're only 30 points. I guess I shouldn't say only before I throw the slipper at me. We're 30 points away, which is still quite a bit of a move to the upside for the S&P 500, which is now up 1.5% or more. AED is Arab Emirates.
And here we go, another super chat from Issa
Nice.
Muhammad. Issa, you're so sweet. Thank you so much for putting a smile on my face daily, and this is just so pleasant, especially for me, Sweet. Love you, Issa. Sending love, especially for you.
Oh, cuties over there. Get a room, you two.
Okay, I'm creating a YouTube room. Not like room, like chat.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Imagine I'll just make like a members only, and no, Issa only on the
Issa
chat.
Ban
I love-
everybody else.
Yeah, I love you all. Yeah, I would like ban one person, but it's okay.
Andy Bacon?
Oh, he's been long time ago. Long time ago.
All right. Facebook made a nasty move to the downside after that 190 break, failing on that 190 break follow through. We did go up to 190.90, so I guess I should not call it a fail. But oh wait, that's actually the high from opening drive instead. So I'm going to call that a fail. Fail break of 190 coming back through over here. Market still going up, and by market I'm still talking about the ES, but Nasdaq did curl back to the downside in front of 13,400, which is the perfect level that I was talking about earlier. Let me show you that level I was talking about. NQ 13,400, sorry, right here. Even though we're slightly, my line is 13,396. That's why I rounded it up to 13,400, which is where the high day for Nasdaq NQ/M22CM comes into 13,404. Now let's see if we clear that high and go a little bit higher, because S&P 500 does not want to slow down. The booster rockets are on tight and they are just taking off. They're on liftoff mode. Houston does not have a problem today for S&P 500. What do you mean? Nothing. IXL is up 205%. Who are you talking to? Bro, bet there's a sell-off into the close for FOMC tomorrow. That's a good logic for sure. Yeah, it's a possibility without a doubt. Let's see if it plays out that way. It's a very much a possibility. Just gotta wait. Patience is a virtue, right?
Did we talk about the firm yet today?
A firm?
Yeah.
No.
Let's
go into a firm. What? The stock is in the 20s, man. It just makes me laugh every time I look at it. If you remember, I was trading the crap out of a firm back when it was in the 100s, 150s or so. Well, like I used to trade Affirm every single day for so long, and it was now it's like unbelievable how it's just unbelievable. I mean, I guess it is believable. Buy now, pay never later, right? Bouncing off of yesterday's low exactly, which happens to be $26.02. So if you are looking for a long on Affirm, I wouldn't be. But if you are looking for a long on Affirm, that $26 barrier could probably help you out. Up 2% today. SSR day 2, so that means you cannot short the stock by taking out the liquidity on the bids. You have to get picked up on the offers, obviously. It's only following the market here. There is no reason for a firm to have a nice pop like a 2% pop. It's just following the market. And look at that sell-off in front of 28. Like the barrier of 26 comes in from yesterday's low, and the sell-off at 28 comes from what? Like yesterday's trading, I guess. We got to zoom out a little bit here. Let's go look at yesterday's trading and see what the 28 level looks like. Which happens to be this low, I guess, 27.70, 28 high. Overall, that's where the rejection is coming in again for Affirm. Another day, another struggle city, baby. At some point, should we be buying Affirm? I don't know, man. With that partnership on Amazon not working out, we already saw how Peloton happened. That was a complete shit show. So Peloton struggling over there, screwed up Affirm. They had a partnership with Amazon, which everyone thought. Well, I'm not gonna say everyone because it was me who thought it's the greatest deal ever for Affirm, and now we're at $23 instead of at 170, which is what that news took it to. So, do you think we should be buying Affirm? Do you think I don't know. I might just stay away from Affirm. There's way better companies to lose money on. I'd much rather lose money on Apple, AMD, and Microsoft than lose money on Affirm. I mean, I'd rather lose money on SoFi, which I already am, than go lose money on Affirm, right? So I think there's better stocks out there at this point.
I just wanted to bring Tesla real quick. So
Go for
guys,
it.
here we go. As I was saying that a short opportunity might come. But again, I maybe have like a little bit different strategy, but I was telling you that I would short if it breaks 790. As you can see, it stopped there, it didn't break that level. Or maybe like around 785. I want to see that it really goes down. Even maybe this 781 level, like previous resistance for Tesla. Anyways, let's see where we go. QQQ is still up more than 2%. And again, hopefully we'll keep the positivity. I would love to see Tesla breaking that 800, and would be so great if Tesla goes back to 1,000 eventually, where it was not that long time ago.
Can you find me something about IXHL, Miss V?
IXHL.
Yeah. So I don't know what's going on with this stock, but people keep wanting me to talk about it, and I really don't want to talk about it because I don't want any one of you to trade this. Yeah, it's up 200%, but are you kidding me? Like, look at this stock, man. Are you kidding me? IXHL on NASDAQ. Like, the spread itself is like $4. Now, obviously, now it's $1.50. How much? 400,000 volume on an $80 stock. Like the spread itself is $4 or $5 on this. The spread is nuts. The volume is low. Yeah, it's up 269%, but no, thank you. Someone mentioned GitLab. Hey, Brad, your GitLab stock had good earnings. Yeah, I know. I wish I bought it last night. Obviously, I spent my money on buying Apple shares for my latest purchase on my long-term account. So that didn't work out. I did try to go long on GitLab on the way down near 35. Got shaken out of my trade, which would have been a crazy long overall if I caught it at the right time, obviously. So that trade is gone. Market is actually pushing to the downside now. Crazy move coming into the downside over here. Pushing hard over here. So it looks like we tried to test, 42.45. 42.45 did not succeed. What's the high today? Yeah, 42.45.50. Yeah, big move. Is there a news for this? There's news for this. So Putin does not want to fight Elon Musk 1v1 combat. So Putin's scared of his combat over there. Putin, you P-word. Come on, go fight Elon Musk. I'm still looking at H22, man. Darn it. I'm still... Okay, no, I have M22 on this screen, but I have a habit of typing H22.
Ladies and gentlemen, so we are live. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. As you can see here, that's the homies over there at Market Movers there. Yeah, that's their streaming channel, their platform. They're top firm in the world. Keep that in mind there, man. That's the homies there, though. They got a lot going on over there. But yeah, as you can see, though, the spot is coming down here. So as I said here, at Euro Close, it was going to either continue or this was the top, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like it turned out to be right now that was the top, but still not answering my third question. We don't know if we want to consolidate here or maybe lower. That's still what I'm looking for a confirmation for. But it did come down here, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we got our answer though. Head and shoulders, top, boom. Downside here. They might consolidate here and bring it down lower, boom, boom. But we do have our confirmation: shoulder, head, shoulder, boom, boom, boom. So yeah, that's what Tesla is. They topped at 800 and now they're down here at 788. Still not at the middle yet, but almost there. Same for the SPY here. Really, the SPY just came back to the upper band here. Still back into the channel here. Still above VWAP. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But that was a big little drop there from Euro Close to the United States being in control here. So it looks like they dropped the baton here today, you guys. But let's see, like I said, how far, where they, you know what I'm saying, they pick it back up and run, finish the race, or he's going to keep stumbling to the finish line here. What's going on? That's what you want to pay attention to now, ladies and gentlemen. It's still early here, 11:57 a.m. The next thing we are approaching is Wall Street lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, and LCAOD lunch break. So that is the next thing to anticipate here. Pay attention to charts and numbers. We're still, like I said, in the channel above VWAP here, you guys. SPY still at 421. That's still kind of good for today, considering they were just at 413. Keep that in mind. So don't get it twisted here. I wouldn't be loading puts here right now. But they did just give you a hint at what possibly might be resistance by the end of the day. So keep that in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break right here, and we'll be right back.
Leonard P, I'm green attracted. Leonard P, I'm definitely going to secure the baggage. All the L strap like magnums. They think we acting well, it's lights, camera action. LCAOD. Take a look around the city, look up to us. Catch my drift, you wanna fly, I got the Fast and Furious. Oh, you don't get it? I've been butted, but hush. Wheels on the bus, go round and round, keep yellow school buses. Send these 100 rounds, transfer your soul to Russia. Issue the 100 yards with no O-line, that's called Russian. You ride with one, no safety, touchback, Javon Hargrave. Gotta stay strapped in North Carolina, check the discharge rate. Shit spooky and shots, various real killers in 8th grade. A lot of murders unsolved, police ain't got shit to say. Some things don't add up. The streets done changed, but lights, camera, action, overdue remains the same. We stack, change, stay sane. I-85 in our lane. We all detain one brain, smoking good different strains. What's understood, don't explain. Till I cut off your hands. Mass off, forget mass on like bangs. Leonard P, I'm green attracted. I'm definitely going to secure the baggage. All the L strap like magnums. They think we acting well, it's lights, camera action. OD. Leonard P, I'm green attracted to that money. I'm definitely going to secure the baggage. Definitely going to secure my bag. All the L strap like magnums. They think we acting well, it's lights, camera action.
Maserati go crazy.
Yeah, Slender P. I'm here with the motherfucking president.
Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about me and fuck around and Houdini a bitch? Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about me and fuck around and Houdini a bitch?
Yeah, Houdini a bitch. You heard that shit. She gone. She in the wind. She blew us all. Goddamn. Yeah, I got in the mall. Goddamn. That shit feel happy. What the fuck? That ain't shit, little bitch. Ain't nothing. I done did no shit. You thought you was winning when you had me tricked. But guess what? Tricks are for kids. I talked to the president, he made sense. He said I was locked down with that nigga. She was up there bringing the baby to visit. Damn, that's some fucking real shit. I said, damn, I appreciate the realness. I just had to get the DNA. Got a little bitch be on the way, underlay. Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about the V and fuck around and Houdini a bitch? Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about the V and fuck around and Houdini a bitch? Okay, I hit. So what you tripping for? I hit. Bitch, ain't this what you want? Girl, I hit. So why you still tripping? I hit. And I hit another bitch. So don't trip. I'm Houdini. I'm Houdini. They can't see me. And my penis like John Cena. Fuck niggas wanna be me. But nah, I ain't never gon' cuff her. You love her. That's you. I use the rubber. But I think it did pop. Too many Zans in my systems, I can't think. Shit. But that, let me take a sip for the devils. Cause you trippin', acting like that I need you. And I don't never need you, bitch, you greedy and I'm greedy.
Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about the V and fuck around and Houdini a bitch? Stop acting like I need you, lady. Once I hit second base, then I can't miss. But right now, just try to take it easy, baby. How about the V and fuck around and Houdini a bitch?
That's already go crazy. That's already go crazy. Turn up. Hey, yo. Leonard. Turn up. Get live. Yeah,
get live, get hype, 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 get live, get live, get live. Fuck your bitch, I made her reach her climb out. She my dick, she needs some CarMax. And yeah, I got my car from CarMax. Yeah, and I know Karma is a bitch, so I don't fuck with it or advise you not to kiss. I just stay on my grind, level up, nigga. You can't see that, don't waste my time fucking with me. Straight like that, I'm a honey. Straight like that, you a buddy. Nigga, you fucking soft. You stole my flow, dummy. And nigga, I hear it, but I ain't trippin', switch it up, be something. Niggas on some other shit anyway, I can't fuck with them. I'ma get J5 or hype. I'ma get DT, self-made of light. I'ma get Princess on a chance of mic. And I swear we gon' get live, get hype, 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 get live, get hype. Hey, rest in peace to Shaw. I ain't know you, but you protected my cousin. And that's some real shit. Feel the radar buzzing like Kendrick. I'm humble. Hold up, but I can get live and hype. Try me though, and it can be your side. Travis Scott, I can start a riot. I don't give a fuck, I'm high like a pilot. Pilot is feeling like Prince, but the only difference is I do got my license, bitch. I'm finna do this for some asses. Some of y'all do it for the minuses, so that's why I treat a faker like a virus. And I'm at risk with the wrist, watch my bitch, watch my bitch. Yeah, she watch my dick, and she watch my dick, and she give me a kiss. Woo. This bitch nasty, this bitch sick. Ooh, free. That shit made me get live, get hype, 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 get live, get hype.
Danny on the track, boys.
I smell the pet like a bird, I'm so fly. So much happy times, I call it happiness in the sky. You little bitch, talking like you roll with sticks. What is this? I smoke gas and make music, ain't talking cash irrelevant. You a snitch, telling on your mans when you getting jams. Talking Draco in your vids, but giving info to the pigs. What is this world coming to? They call us jigaboos. I salute the real ones that's moving, pack no talking fool. Get that bread. If you got a 9 to 5, go in that bitch. Spend that check. If you getting 20,000 for the show, trap that shit. If you're selling packs of gas for the low, don't wear it. with bitches, chickens everywhere. They always at the stove. Nigga shit, rapping, trapping, moving dope. We Thriller, Michael Jackson, ho. Yeah, that bitch a little pop. She always tryna deep dope. Yeah, I'm swaggin', supreme, babes. I'm up the street clothes. Yeah, no telling. That's the #1 G code. Ayy, we be yelling out bros over hoes. Niggas talking big, but soon to be exposed. Every time we sliding hoes wanna pose. Ayy, we be yelling out bros over hoes. Niggas talking big, but soon to be exposed. Every time we sliding hoes wanna pose. We be yelling out bros over hoes. Ayy, we be yelling out bros over hoes.
I can spot a wolf in sheep clothing. Told him we after money, gritty Gucci, it ain't no folding. Shot the video to that down south and it's over. Some things don't need to be said afterwards, no closure. And some things you need to end with your closure. It's tatted on me, faith and forward symbol, cause I'm focused. Roger Gold, Santoro, Will Smith, focus. And the shit I'm smoking on is potent like a lotus. Yeah, bros over hoes, that's the G code. And I know if you told, I ain't never switching on. My day one homies, I'ma get this money and just stack it like a building. Yeah.
We be yelling out bros over hoes. Niggas talking big, but soon to be exposed. Every time we sliding hoes on the pose. We be yelling out bros over hoes. I do me until it's no me. Yeah, I'm long range sniper game like Ginobili. Yeah, I'm fourth quarter clutch, bitch. Call me Kobe. And yeah, I smoke the loud, pack the odor all on me. On my clothes. Bow, bow. I'm on the track now. I'm about to put it down. He didn't stop the beat, so I'm about to get wild. Yeah, you know you better not stop this or you will get put down. Some funny shit for your ass. I go in the grass like in the grass. I don't know. I'm on your ass, bitch. Like that toilet paper in the trash
Shit, face emoji looking ass nigga, fuck that girl. She say no, you did it. So please somebody tell me which one is it. Matter of fact, forget it, I split it, I hit it, I pass it, call it switch or assistant or switcher. Matter of fact, let me go and hit this switcher. Matter of fact, let me go and hit these switches. Driving in that foreign, this is not a rental. We be yelling out bros over hoes. Niggas talking big, but soon to be exposed. Every time we slide, hoes wanna pose. We be yelling out bros over hoes.
One of the best ways to reduce inflation is reduce rates. If increase rates, would it be best if interest rates of the economy rise? Yes. But if it needs to, again, it slows down stuff. That's what people are worried about. But yes, and that's why usually people freak out about it the first time and then eventually everybody will get a little bit louder. That's why it's not right. Hey, what's good, Flake? Yeah. What's good, Nick? Why you niggas be hating on LCL to be so much, bro? Flames. Man, that we need to make the wrong decisions. Flames. I mean, if we do, you know what I'm saying? It ain't the end of it. They be tripping. Like, you still gonna goddamn look up to us. Fuck them niggas.
I make rhymes for my past times that got me fucked up. But my past rhymes and my bad times made me strong, that's why I lucked up. Diamond shine, optic nerve stuck, niggas all about a buck. We making moves very smooth like David Blaine, very elusive, fuck. Yeah, niggas hate, I just choose to embrace it. We just in a different space like this alien spaceship. And every time they fucking talking, all I hear is the hatred. But these niggas still ain't shit, always gonna be caping.
Eyes on me, black and black, my name is Mason.
She said she worship me like a Freemason. She ride my details, she cannot take it. She blessed me cause I said my amazing grace. Me and Flight take off, we alien invading. If I'm wrong, then I'm right, just replace me. Nigga, stop worrying about me, I don't want retaliation. Unless you keep pressing, you can eat your make Fuck it.
It's not the end of the world. If I make the wrong decision, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I said, I get high like it's Friday. Fuck a Friday, every day is my day. Yeah, it's my day, or hit the highway. But I put God first, haters in their face. Oh, now they mad at me, wait. Hold up, Flight, eat 'em, gone, take.
Niggas talking down, don't know I just might be famous. And anytime you want a problem, God could ain't my domus. All I'm trying to do is party till bitches get naked. Fuck them bitches to the left, they got too many facelifts. But they ass is fat, I just might go ahead and take it. When that money coming fast, them bitches flocking crazy. The paper crazy, the flow make them have my babies. But never that, I can't have the fucking complications.
Better roll up to bro. Yeah, we better roll up to bro. This was still going though. We still smoking though. This only one blunt. God damn. I'm hot as a giraffe ass. Oh, I wish I could smell this shit. Smell it. Smell it. It smell good. OG. Bass. Famous gang, bitch.
You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. Yeah, it's bye-bye to the hating. Hating is way too close to Satan. And I don't do no motherfucking faking. Haters ain't for me. Haters R.I.P. Haters get t-shirts or the gray, rest in peace. Haters ain't for me. Haters R.I.P. Haters getting t-shirts and rest in peace. Ain't no way these niggas killing me. Only thing is taking me is God. And when he called, then I know that it is his time. And I'm on his, so I ain't tripping. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You came to my cars, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating.
Niggas out here hating on other niggas that ain't official. Y'all know it's rules to this game and this artificial. I had a heart, but I wanted diamond, just chose crystal. She murder space, say he a king, but I'm a joker and I'm so vicious. I'm got it till the end like a ballistic missile. These niggas hating, ain't even got no pistols. Calling me like I'm the gunman with the fucking mission. Nigga, I am that nigga, I'm working with. You would try me, nigga, I'm in here. And I don't give a fuck, nigga, you're not taking me to the end. I am going to the end when God calls.
out, I'm gone. Cause you can't play my cards. Oh. You can't tell my cards, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You can't tell my cards, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You can't tell my cards, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You can't tell my cards, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You can't tell my cards, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You can't tell my cards, I'm like space. Bye-bye to the hating. You can't tell my cards, I'm like space.
Added range, old. Made at Pfizer to seek EUA second booster, 65 and up. Kroger on long term, they're looking good. I mean, Kroger, any grocery, that's what people are saying is that even with the food, depending on which grocery store, like that's why Kroger went up so much. Is like they are positioned very well to like benefit in this inflationary environment. The grocery store is making bank right now. I'm sure you guys are like, yeah, because I keep paying them. Euro, no, daylight savings, yeah. So 8 minutes, we'll get Euro closed. Again, we'll see how things shift here. China is the one that's really bad, honestly. This is what's scary, bro. I don't know how to describe this. Oh no, come on, let me get it, man. Oh, come on, let me get the Hang Seng. I don't like the Hang Seng. But dude, China is like diverging. Diverging is really bad.
What's good,
Where
buddy?
is it? Yeah, no, just look at the Shanghai composite. China got credit issues. They have everything going on. It's the credit, their retail, their real estate market, 22%. That's the entire like wealthy middle class. And then they also have the shutting of the ports. They're tied up in the whole thing going on here. And then energy prices going high is not good for them. That's the thing. China does really bad when energy prices go up. When energy is cheap, China can grow. But look at this. Bro, if this was any other time in history, I would low-key be freaking out. This is just the simple one. The Shanghai Composite. I'm going to give you a simple chart. But this is wild. Like, look at this. 3,400 to 3,000 in 2 days, 3 days, couple days. It's very not good. Very, very not good. Again, when's the last time it dropped like this? Like, let me go back. Damn, 2015 was longer than 5 years ago. I'm getting old. See, this was 2015. They were doing good. This was the flash crash was them coming down. But like you can see this on the chart. This is a bad sell-off. Very, very 2018 vibes. And again, we ignored it for a couple months in 2018 until they bottomed out. And then once China, we caught up with them eventually. But pretty much, if China keeps going down, we may catch up with them. How could China deter the Evergrande? Nothing could deter it. All it could do, they could get money or the government could stop it. And they could, again, they could do it without breaking their other commitments to financial security and then making sure that they control their financial system and all that. They could stop it. Other than that, Evergrande is always going to be a problem. It still is. But now you have bigger problems with energy costs for China, them having to get stuff, the Russia situation, and then now them locking down left and right. CEO of Mercedes sees some headwinds from rising commodities. China changes COVID playbook amid concerns of widening lockdown. Note to self, never put ever in company name, right? Evergrande, ever given. How much farmland you want, I can hook you up as much as I can get if it's a good price. That's it. It's like, I just need a good price. That's all. Like, even then, like, so Patrick, so you guys know how we, y'all don't feel me, man. God is good. You guys know how we listed that house, how I did that house flip the other day? Well, remember how we had Colt agents do the open house? Remember I was on stream and I was like, hey, who wants to hold the open house at a multi-million-dollar listing? And then you guys were like, yeah. Well, Patrick and Kira went out there, and Patrick door knocked, and literally he got a listing appointment with the house across the street for $4 million. I was like, wow. And I was talking to him though, because pretty much the house needs a lot of work, so it's a good lead. I could end up buying it. She wants a little bit more money, and we talked about it. And this is what I told him too. I said, hey, at a good enough price, I'll take it. But if not, I mean, God's plan. I'm not going to chase it, man. You go and run it, and you represent her. You're gonna make that's $150,000 commission. I don't think they feel me on that. But yeah, that was through door knocking. But like in that sense, so it's like if the price is right on real estate, I will take it, and I'm down to do it. But otherwise, yeah, I'm not really interested. So same thing with the farmland. You give me a good enough deal. Otherwise, you do you, and if you could profit off of it and benefit, do your thing. But I'm not gonna do it. 150K on what? The commission. If the lady sells the house for $4+ million, 2.5-3% commission on that is around 150 grand for a listing like that, and that's just representing them. How do you have unlimited credit to buy homes? I don't have unlimited credit, but I mean it's pretty easy to get access to capital here. And then again, with my standard of finding properties that are below market value, it becomes even easier. My first property, 9 acres. Oh my gosh, that's a lot. Good luck. Congrats. No confirmation on the Pfizer AZN news, really? Let's see what we got. I think we should have. Yeah, actually, I don't see it. It didn't come across the wire. It did, but then I did see it though. Reverse on. All I see is them doing the second booster. I did not cut the KO. Remember, I kept the KO small. I did $40 with it. So that plays down to like 12 cents, but I only grabbed one. They sell 1.8 acres in Palm Beach. Is it just land and there's nothing on it? I mean, email me. I'll take a look, but usually I'm not really a land guy in that sense, unless it comes with the house. You know, buy one get one free is how I like. Very good deal. MOS is going positive. Again, a lot of things flip so far. Headline number 17. Let's see. I don't see it still. There's too many. I think it's there. If you could confirm it, I think it's good. But I remember seeing it, but I can't. Like, I'm looking through all the headlines, and it's just giving me vertigo. So lands in town of Palm Beach means Palm Beach County. Well, send me it. I'll take a look. Oh, there it is. So here it is. Oh, I have to open it on the terminal, otherwise they make me pay. Scammers. But yeah, it exists. It's confirmed. Grow some wheat. Y'all remember when y'all thought wheat was weed? LVMH. I don't know I think it's LVMH July or something. I don't think they have options. It is an ADR too on top of that. And the Broward date is so hot, you should be able to cash out. Well, email me. I'll take a look, but usually I don't. Amazon purchase MGM gets green light in EU. And Mosaic's going up. Again, MGM's kind of moving a little bit off of that headline. Yeah, EU antitrust clear without conditions. Amazon's 8.5 billion buy of MGM. So that's looking good. Wheat futures are about to go up again. Oil just hit a little high and came down. Corn is coming back. Nice. Check soybean. I don't really. What's the ticker for the soybean futures? I could find it, but I'm sure somebody could give me it faster. Let's see. I think it's at the bottom. ZS. They're down. Soybeans have kind of clapped a little bit. They've gone up in the last couple of days here. Actually, that contract.
Let me get that see real quick.
Yo, that's moved up a lot, actually. Remember, soybeans were dead. Low key.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are still live. If you was wondering, yeah, we still here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. It's 12:32 p.m. So Wall Street lunch break is official here. It was 2 minutes ago. LCAOD. I'm about to take a quick lunch. Nothing going on right now. My way, that briefing I had pulled up, it just went off. So I don't know if it was done. That's why we've been sitting here chilling. But it looks like we do have Secretary Jen speaking at 1 p.m. So that's when Wall Street come back from lunch. So interesting. Should be a move there. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to take lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Enjoy your lunch.
Hey, attraction. Leonard P presented. Attraction. Leonard P. Shout out Bricks. You moving keys or you moving work? Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work? Driving a foreign car, that bitch gon' skirt. Like your bitch in angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. She want a purse or a perk, but I ain't getting it neither. I just poured up before, it won't fit in my leader. When I hit it, she think I play baseball, no Derek Jeter. But I fuck her so good that you might wanna treat her, that you might wanna beat her too. But I don't beat her physically, not like you. I'm not a woman beater, nah, can't lock me up for that. Niggas fool when I can't beat, she told the judge that. Fuck that hoe, I'm back on my shit, I gotta get this dough, I gotta get the money, gotta fuck a hoe, and she tryna fucking fuck me, fuck that hoe. Gas is all I fucking know, getting money is all I fucking coach, and I be boasting. And you niggas be roasting, y'all hot. Y'all ain't never toasting, y'all not. But me, I'm always toting them Glocks. Me, I got that 40, you can write. Or you moving work. Stay up on your job or on a shirt. Fuck around, you might get hurt. Niggas talking down can go to dirt. You moving keys or you moving work. Driving a foreign car, that bitch gon' skirt. Like your bitch in the angle, I'm talking Kurt. Fuck your bitch in pain, she want a perk. Get vaccine, get them gone.
That's money going round and round. Round and round. I just do it for the town. Y'all fuck niggas, y'all fucking clowns. I ain't never been fucking down, none of that fake shit. I've always been real. I always shoot to kill like Kill Bill. Nigga, I am a steal. Nigga, you can't take this. If you take this, you got to be on my playlist. Niggas talking that fuck shit, but nigga, I ain't even fucking with it. Hey, nigga, I ain't even fucking with you. Nigga, I'm doing my own thing. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. I'm the plug, you gotta call me man. Before you want it, you gotta call me man. You gotta call me man. Just call me first. If not, I'll put you in a hearse. If not, I'll put you in the dirt. You're moving, word. If you're moving, word. If you're moving, go word. Hey,
Cal in the trap.
I fit you, gang. I fit you, honey. I got 15, I got 15 in my pocket. 15, honey, won't pop it. 15, honey, won't pop it. I got 1500, just pop shit. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my pocket. I bet 15 he won't pop it. I bet 15 he won't pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my Robins. I got 1500 who want it. I got 1500 what you gonna do for this motherfucking money. I got 1500 for your mama. I got 1500. I got 1500 on my mama. I got 1500 on my mama. I got 1500 bricks. Bitch got 1500 bitches. Bitch got 1500 chickens. I got 1500 chickens. Got 1500 in the kitchen. 1500 is the chicken. 1500 is the chicken. 1500 is the slice. 1500 is the slice. Nigga, I shoot precise. Life I live's no lie. Ain't this life I live no lie. You niggas is selling on dice. Selling on dice. Oh, we got 1500. 1500. Got 1500. Got 1500. Got 1500. I got 1500. Got 15 mummies. Got 15 dummies. I got 1500 in my pocket. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 won't pop it. I got 1500 won't pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my pocket. I got 1500 won't pop it. I got 1500 won't pop it. I got 15 won't pop it. I got 1500 in my wallet. I got 1500 in my wallet. When I was 15, nigga, I was popping. When I was 16, nigga, I was popping. When I was 17, I was making profit. When I was 18, I was making dollars. When I was 19, ain't no way. I don't wanna talk about it. No. 20 just sound perfect. It sound perfect. 21, I was a birdie. Bye. Time out. T.O. Cause this bitch, she died. She cried. 1500. I got 1500. I got 1500. She got no money. it be you and me. Yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, alright. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me for I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot, this shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, go Spizzy. Finessing. Hey, I'm all up day. Finessing. I'm all about that K, I'm all about that K. Ain't worried about no snakes, ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way, get the fuck up out my face, get the fuck up out my space. Cause I'm headed to the K, yeah, I'm tryna get that right, yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay, talking about that Frito-Lay. I got options, yeah, for days, I got options, yeah, for days. I'm finessing. Never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna get your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that K. I'm all about that K. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. Can't worry about the J's. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', check me. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG, go ask your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no following, nigga. Ain't no following, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. We stepping over, nigga. One grand. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J. Can't worry about the J's. I'm finessing. Finessing.
Now you just start to realize, like, yeah.
Finessing. Finessing.
It's a job, it's a business, bro. It's real money out here. It's a real thing. Wouldn't be seeing if it wasn't. Straight up.
One rack. Go Spizzy. Boogie Lit for life. Just chasing the dream. Seeing green, nigga. Come on, go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurt for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got ashes, I got paid. I got ashes, I got paid. I got ashes, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got ashes, I got played. I got ashes, I got played. I got ashes, let's play. I got ashes, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, keep going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, standing money. Make the money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me money. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this check, this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one right.
I do see that opportunity to shorten it at the close. I wouldn't load it too crazy, maybe 2 or 3.
All right. This busy chasing bag on this, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit been really fucked up. Shot nigga, goddamn shot. You know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that feel. That ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money. And watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent. You gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real. You always show me phony. It's just reality now. My shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it. Your family gonna have to wait it. These bags, I'm gonna have to take it. So play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it. Then that's my rag, homie. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck was these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bro? Yeah.
Hold up on that lotto, but shit, I'm still fucking with it though. I think I'm gonna play into it on as far as tomorrow. But it's a lotto, so you really just, yeah, feel me? You can take it there. But shit, you wanna see it really big, man. I'm looking at a 290 break, and I'm seeing the reversal here. Sorry, I haven't been active. I'm swamped. Trying to step back and let my swings work. For sure.
Was Mike going crazy?
Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. I keep it cool and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap, then I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga, talking, listening that. I ain't even listening that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking this bitch. Fuck nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P. I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's a B, that's a fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water, yeah. But niggas always running back, get potty trained. Well, we don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah. We just living our life. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. Yeah, I know you told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, say this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. It's gonna be a motherfucking homie. So niggas always run their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gonna be the one to let you down. Didn't see that then, but I see that now. Some of all these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill, relax, it's enough to go around. Ain't chill, relax, the tree merry go around. Get how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you around. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pistol, I'ma run in their house.
Quality, quality. Number on the pint, 100, 20, or rack. We don't pour act, nah. They taxing on that, they taxing on that, ayy. They taxing on that, ayy. Qualities. Number on the pint, 100, 20, or rack. We don't pour act, nah. They taxing on that, they taxing on that, ayy. They taxing on that, ayy. You know, we just be tweaking and geeking, yes sir. And hopefully, they rewind the EP. I hope so. Quality. Rewind the EP. You know, this is my first EP. It is. If you want more, hit rewind till the next one drop. Yeah. Repeat coming soon. Yup. Repeat next. I'm coming at throats and necks. They say life is like chess, and I'm the king. So them dates gonna be on point. Yup. Check me. Ali. Qualities. Number on the pint, 100, 20, or rack. We don't pour act, nah. They taxing on that, ayy. They taxing on that, ayy. Qualities. Number on the pint, 100, 20, or rack. We don't pour act, nah. They taxing on that, ayy. They taxing on that. Hey, I got 20/20 vision when it come to scoping lean. Yeah, the plug ain't playing me. Nah, roll that blue dream in a beam. Hey, sip that fucking lean. Hey, pour that fucking perk, not green. Hey, 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 hey. We pouring up that perk. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We throwing up that green. Blah, blah. Yeah, I'm the realest and they know it. Yup, struggle, but my skin be glowing. These thotties ain't for me. My baby crazy for Ali. Yeah, yeah. I'm the illest. Shout out Illa and my killers who go gorilla for a G. I'm that G. Come and shop, but fuck the ops and fuck the cop. You thotties thoughts. Ooh, qualities, qualities, qualities. Politics. Number on the pipe. 120, a rack. We don't pour act. Nah, they taxing on that. They taxing on that. Hey, they taxing on that. Hey, qualities, qualities. This was that rewind. So rewind. Yeah, yeah. Rewind, 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 rewind. Ooh, ooh, rewind, 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 rewind. Ooh, ooh, rewind, rewind, rewind now, now, rewind now. Rewind now, fuck on these hoes like a boss, you hear me? Wake up and replay my day. Different ignorant little boy. She probably got a nigga. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, yeah. Replay my EP, hey. Replay my EP, ooh. Fucking on your toes like a boss, like a boss. I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss. Don't need next to cost, like a boss, like a boss. I just know the code, I'm the boss, I'm the boss. I do what I want, I say what I want. I be the one with the say, hey, I be imagining when I come. Seeing hoes like lunch, that's in the back, and fucking in front. Tell little bitch what's up, let's fuck. Bust my nut, I'm fucked up, so you know she a dime, but she ain't mine, nah. Cause I don't never cup, nah. Little bit wet, what? Nah, what? Hold up, what? I don't cup, fucking on these hoes like a boss, like a boss. I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss. Only next to call, like a boss, like a boss. I just know the code, I'm the boss, I'm the boss. How much is the private show? Shit, thanks, take me to the private rooms. Private show. How much is the private show? I ain't spending shit. Take me to the private room. Yeah, take me to the private room. You be sucking on my private soon. She said she wants you Benji. Well, let me see them titties, even if they itty bitty. I fucked the whole committee. If she suck it, we ain't kissing. We ain't kissing. Ooh, fucking on these hoes like a boss, like a boss. I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss. Only next to cost, like a boss, like a boss. I just know the code, I'm the boss, I'm the boss. I do what I want, yeah. I say what I want, yeah. When the fuck I want, yeah. When the fuck I want, wait, what, huh? Wait, what, huh? Replay, bitch. This that replay shit. I'm the boss, yeah, the bomb. I'm the boss, like a plunge. I'm that nigga, let's turn up. She gon' party, we gon' fuck. She a thotty, she gon' suck. I'm the boss, he a scrub. He a scrub. Yeah, he a scrub. Fucking on these hoes like a boss, like a boss. I buy what I want, like a boss, like a boss. Only next to cost, like a boss, like a boss. I just know the code, I'm the boss, I'm the boss.
Maserati go crazy.
Living my life, you gotta think twice. Cause the situation didn't turn out nice. I was wide out kitchen plays Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice.
I be in the streets daily, you try me, shit get crazy. I'm whipping up cake, chasing bags like the 80s. Born in the 90s, I gotta come out grimy. Niggas in the streets ain't playing, don't remind me, I just wanna be the best. Gotta stack it up, this money be the test. Gotta rack it up, chasing everything. I'm chasing every dream. 25-8, that's my fucking team out the gate. We all about the cream. We be fucking bitches, we be drinking lean. I be fucked up, steady smoking G's. Got the 2 for 3, or them 23s. Yeah, them choppers, nigga, still a OG. And I'm living life with my fucking team. With my fucking team. All about that fucking cream, nigga.
Living my life, gotta think twice. Cause the situation didn't turn out nice. I was wide out, kitchen plays Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Living my life, thank God twice. Don't lose a crime if you can't pay the price. Call me Lyndon Barker, damn the price is right. You're acting too suddenly, better think twice. Pussy nigga, put the guns down, let's fight. Pussy nigga scary, we can shoot all night. The situation highlighted, got me feeling bright. I put things on my case, they shine sunlight. Hoes fucking for a chick, nigga you ain't know this bitch fuck with me, set me up like the movie Blow. I was hustling to you when you messed up the flow. I can't be mad cause it's the mistake that I chose. Learned that everything that glitter ain't gold. I tried to give you cheese but you fumbled the low. I tried to give you the cheese but you fumbled the low. That shit hurt my soul. Living my life, gotta think twice. Situation didn't turn out nice. I was wide out kitchen plays Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice.
Oh yeah, this the one right here. Punch me in, drop.
Produced by Create.
Home in the city with killers and sticks. Country the block and we sleeping and shit. Throwing off foes, we lit as a bitch. They got by my side, we like Lilo and sticks. Come forward with the bros if you trying to get rich. We up in the mall, we ain't taking no pics. Hell nah, bitch. We ain't taking no pics. These niggas ain't aiming, they shooting their toes. Trapping all night, but you know it don't close. I just got the pack and it's already sold. When you get in that jump, boy, you know you gon' fold. He writing them statements, he know that he told. Just slid in my DM, I'm fucking that hoe. She talking crazy, she might get exposed. She might get exposed. Up in the trenches, I didn't have no pop. Fuck is a bitch, fell in love with the Glock. I'm stuck in the city, so punching the clock. 4 pockets full, I still never stop. I just bought a phone and I still got a yacht. I got the kids to this shit, now they call me Glock.
Like fuck it, we fucking it up. Pints of the lean and I double the cup. Drop a few dollars and sour it up. Gave up break, now she powering up. If he want to smoke, he know that it's up. I'm a big dog, that nigga up. Had to give me some bread, jump right in the street. That nigga can't rap, he can't hop on my beat. I'm with the bros, we playing for keep. My bitch go to sleep, then it's on the creek. Gotta come with some bread if you wanna feed. If she wanna fuck, then I'm charging the fee. Bitch.
That's where the boys can just take advantage, but at the same time, not too much. Ain't gonna go too far. The eviction still high. Who was really want the that's when the rabbits begin. Till then, they cool.
Damn, bro. Oh, but they say he need a thing, you know, so he need to call, you know, pick up. Yeah, bro, you need to call Stunner, bro. Call this man, bro. Yeah, you with a female. In the concert, he might be in the booth. He's still in the trap with them niggas. Bro, call this man. They say they trying to turn up the night too, bro. Call Stunner, bro. We need this, bro.
Yeah. You tryna pull up in Lil Vegas? Call Stunner. Is you gritty Gucci takers? Call Stunner. Ran in the crib but ain't take shit. Call Stunner. Who run the rap game that is taking? Call Stunner. 223 might get your face split. Call Stunner. Just be cool and tryna face weed. Call Stunner. What you need, a O and a P? Call Stunner. G's in the trap, kicking Bruce Lee. Call Stunner.
You need to connect on them pounds. Call Stunner, fucking with lil' bro. Ran my bands up, now my pockets dumber. Y'all just keep think they ballin' like they Stunner. They let big dope, make me choke. I pulled up before, call Stunner, they on 4. Earn stripes like Adidas, but get you some more. Just left the plug, we eatin' for sure. Like KB, high search, tray, 5. Head in the bell, my niggas thuggin', serving straight. Pies, what my shoulders work. You would think I'm Jesus. My K ain't no way. Break hearts, I ain't easy. Breaking like Reese Peace. All the small talking, man, tell me what you need, bitch. We ain't playing little bro, got it if you need. Have them bark, kiss it like long. Call Stunner, turn up. Call Stunner, turn up.
Okay. I'm making up for my lack of toppers over the last couple of days today, but hopefully some of this information will be helpful to all of you. First, as you may have seen and many of you have reported, today we've outlined severe and immediate consequences that the United States will face if Congress fails to provide us with $22.5 billion in emergency funding to fight COVID-19. Those consequences are dire. Fewer monoclonal antibodies sent to states, an inability to purchase additional treatments, fewer tests available to Americans, less surveillance for future variants, and a risk of running short on vaccines. For months, we have been engaging Congress about our needs for additional COVID response funds. Just to give you a few examples, in January, we notified Congress that responding to the unprecedented surge in cases due to Omicron would exhaust our funds. Throughout February, we held briefings about the lack of funding and what the consequences would be if we didn't get additional funds. In the President's State of the Union address, the President called for additional COVID funding, and our National Preparedness Plan made clear that funding is needed. In total, senior administration officials have held more than 36 calls and meetings with Congress and at least 10 briefings to committees to communicate our needs so that we can do what Americans should expect from their government, protecting them from a once-in-a-generation pandemic. I'll finally say on this, with cases rising abroad, scientific and medical experts have been clear that in the next couple of months, there could be increasing cases of COVID-19 here in the United States as well. We talked about this a bit yesterday. Waiting to provide funding until we're in a worse spot with the virus will be too late. We need funding now, so we're prepared for whatever comes. Also some news some of you have been asking about. The President will travel to Brussels, Belgium later this month, where he will join an extraordinary NATO summit on March 24th to discuss ongoing deterrence and defense efforts in response to Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine, as well as to reaffirm our ironclad commitment to our NATO allies. He will also join a scheduled European Council summit to discuss our shared concerns about Ukraine, including transatlantic efforts to impose economic costs on Russia, provide humanitarian support to those affected by the violence, and address other challenges related to the conflict. I also wanted to note, because there has been so much information we've been putting out and so many sanctions we've put into place, some of the economic impacts that we're seeing in Russia, just to give you all an update on that. We've made President Putin's war of choice a strategic failure. The unprecedented costs we've imposed with allies and partners have reversed 30 years of economic progress, something President Putin himself pushed for, and that has happened in less than a month. Our actions have hit hard at the things President Putin cares about the most: degrading his military, access to cutting-edge technology, and ability to project power and influence. Central bank reserves, about half of Putin's war chest is immobilized. You heard the finance minister confirm this just yesterday or the day before. He can't use these rainy day funds to support his war in Ukraine. The ruble is less than a penny. It's the worst performing emerging market currency. The Russian stock market has been closed for nearly 3 weeks, longest in its history, as they try to prevent a market crash. Inflation in Russia is rampant. Some forecasters are predicting 20% inflation for Russia by the end of the year. And the Russian and trillions of dollars in businesses have been disrupted by sanctions, putting the Russian financial sector under severe stress. The economic outlook, if you look at the economic outlook for the country, forecasters around the world are projecting a collapse of the Russian economy. The Institute for International Finance projects a 15% downturn, down from a projected growth rate of 3% before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And the private sector, as many of you have reported on, is withdrawing. Many companies, major companies in the financial, energy, and other sectors are leaving. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Western Union, ExxonMobil, Shell, and more are pulling their operations out of the country. And as we continue to ratchet up pressure on Putin's oligarchs, wanted to also announce for you, or reiterate for you, for those of you who already know, that tomorrow Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen and Attorney General Garland will host the launch meeting of the Russian elite proxies and oligarchs multilateral task force. And the task force was first announced in a statement by leaders, including President Biden, on February 26th, as a way to go after corrupt gains from some of the individuals closest to Putin, no matter where they're held around the world. And the task force, comprised of finance ministry and justice or home ministry counterparts in Germany, Canada, Japan, France, Italy, Australia, the European Commission, and the United Kingdom, will use the respective authorities to collect and share information against Russian targets, including sanctions, asset freezing, and civil and criminal asset seizure. Let me give you just a couple of examples of assets that have already been seized. Alexei Mordashov's 213-foot yacht was impounded in Italy. Gennady Timchenko's 132-foot yacht was seized in Italy. Andrei Melnichenko's 469-foot, $578 million super yacht was seized in Italy. Sergei Chemezov's $140 million yacht was seized in Spain. Igor Sechen's 280-foot yacht was impounded in France, and Alisher Usmanov's $18 million resort was impounded in Sardinia. That is just the beginning. Last thing I just wanted to note, sorry, I have two quick things for you, then we'll get to the questions, is on Ukrainian security assistance. The president will talk about this when he speaks this afternoon, and he will talk about it more extensively tomorrow. As you know, there is $13.6 billion for Ukraine, humanitarian, security, and economic assistance in the omnibus bill that the president is going to sign this afternoon. He will outline in more detail, I expect tomorrow, the specifics, but he will, of course, talk about it when he signs it this afternoon. But just even up to date now, since taking office, the president has committed $1.2 billion in security assistance to Ukraine, including $550 million in just the last 2 weeks. He has approved 4 emergency security assistance packages to provide Ukraine the types of weapons they are using so effectively to defend their country, such as anti-armor and air defense weapons. We are working to get Ukraine the equipment as quickly as possible, and we still have the means to continue doing that. Over the past 2 weeks alone, we have delivered more than $300 million of security assistance to Ukraine, in addition to the transfers of U.S.-made equipment we are facilitating from our allies to Ukraine as well. So I would note that we're on day 19 here. In addition to their incredible courage and bravery, one of the reasons that they are able to hold back and push back against the Russian military is because of the significant amount of military assistance we have provided. Finally, I just wanted to note that today is Equal Pay Day, something we can all celebrate. President Biden and Vice President Harris have long championed equal pay as a cornerstone of their commitment to ensure all people have a fair and equal opportunity to get ahead. To mark Equal Pay Day, today the Biden-Harris administration announced a couple of new actions to promote women's empowerment and support women working families across the country. The Office of Personnel Management announced that they will anticipate issuing a proposed regulation that will address the use of prior salary history in the hiring and pay setting process for federal employees. The President will sign an executive order directing the Federal Acquisition Regulatory Council to consider limiting the use of salary information in employment decisions by federal contractors, and the Department of Labor will release a report analyzing the impact of occupational segregation on women's economic security. And the Vice President will host an event later today along with the Gender Policy Council. I also just wanted to note the news that we heard from the CEO of Fox this morning that cameraman Pierre Zakrzewski, I just want to pronounce his name the right way. Did I pronounce it the right way? Okay. Lost his life. He is someone who has served in many war zones over the course of time. He was a war zone photographer who covered nearly every international story for Fox News, from Iraq to Afghanistan to Syria during his long tenure working there. So our thoughts, our prayers are with his family, with the entire community. War zones over the course of time. He was a war zone photographer who covered nearly every international story for Fox News, from Iraq to Afghanistan to Syria during his long tenure working there. So our thoughts, our prayers are with his family, with the entire community as well. So let me stop there and let's kick it off, Chris.
Okay. So President Zelensky is going to be speaking to Congress tomorrow. He's been pushing for fighter jets, a no-fly zone. You're going to hear some of those same requests tomorrow as well. Has the administration shifted on that at all? And also, there is rising domestic pressure for the U.S. to do more. How does the president plan to continue being like a voice of restraint in these situations and holding back some of those requests?
Well, first, I don't think the president views himself as a voice of restraint. We have provided and he has approved and expedited the delivery of more assistance, military and security assistance to Ukraine than any year in history. And I did a bit of an outline for you at the beginning, $1.2 billion in assistance, that including $300 million that we've been able to get to Ukrainian fighters, helping them to hold back the Russian military over the past few weeks. It is also true, and there will be more that the president will be able to say over the next few days, given he is about to sign an omnibus bill that includes $13.6 billion in security assistance. So I expect he will share more of those details in the next 24 hours. It is also true that the president has to look at decisions that are made through the prism of what is in our national security interests and global security interests. And he continues to believe that a no-fly zone would be escalatory, could prompt a war with Russia. I don't believe there's a lot of advocates calling for that at this point in time from Capitol Hill, but we certainly understand and recognize that is still a call from President Zelensky.
And on COVID, given your push for more funding there, is this a sign the administration is worried that the U.S. could see a rise in numbers like we've seen in Europe? And is the administration considering advising Americans to get another booster shot?
Well, any decision or recommendation about a booster shot would be made by the CDC. But as we've said from the beginning, we always want to be prepared for any scenario that may come up, right? And we have also said that while we have made an enormous amount of progress in vaccinating Americans and getting Americans boosted and providing free masks and free tests to people across the country, that we are still continuing to fight the pandemic. And if we wait too long, we are not going to be able to continue a lot of the programs that are so effective. And just to give you some more specifics, we are going to run out of our supply of monoclonal antibodies by June. We'll be unable to maintain our testing capacity beyond June. We can't purchase additional courses of Evusheld, and our existing supply will likely run out. This is a treatment for the immunocompromised by the end of 2022. The fund that reimburses doctors and other medical providers for caring for uninsured individuals will be scaled back this month and end in early April. So those are just some of the examples of where the American people could be deeply impacted if we don't get funding from Congress. There is not a secret plan. There is not another option. We need money in order to continue to supply these programs.
And one last thing, sorry, just back on the Ukraine thing.
Yeah.
You said obviously no-fly zone is viewed as escalatory, but I noticed you did not say anything about the fighter jet requests. Is that something that the
Nothing has changed about the analysis that the Department of Defense provided last week, where they assessed that because of the challenges in delivery and the challenges and the impact that providing these would be greater risk than there would be benefit. And I would note that the way that the President and the Department of Defense and our experts here have been responding to this conflict is by providing the type of military and assistance and equipment that the Ukrainians have used to push back and to fight and effectively do that over the last 19 days. And that is what we will continue to provide with the additional funding in the omnibus. Go ahead.
One, I guess, a housekeeping matter on the remarks tomorrow from Zelensky. Does the president plan to watch, and will he have a response to his address?
I'm sure that to the degree the president can with his schedule, he'll certainly be watching, as we all will be. He gave a very powerful, President Zelensky gave a very powerful set of remarks today when he spoke in Canada, or to the Canadians, I should say, and we certainly expect that to be the case tomorrow.
And on the Ukrainian security assistance, there are concerns that Putin could possibly try to target or strike a delivery of American military supplies. How concerned are you about this, and how confident are you that this assistance will ultimately reach its intended destiny?
Well, I would say that obviously they've been in the middle of a war zone for the past few weeks, and we've still been able to deliver $300 million in security assistance just over the last 2 weeks, and we believe we will continue to have the means to do that.
And has the president been discussing with other NATO leaders how they would respond if Putin were to strike a delivery of American military supplies inside Poland? And just so I'm clear about what would happen in this instance, would a strike in Poland on supplies or anything really automatically be met with a forceful response, or simply a conversation amongst allies about how to respond?
Well, again, typically there is a conversation before you do a coordinated response, right? But I would say, without getting into a hypothetical, we have a range of conversations that happen through a lot of channels, including military and defense channels, including diplomatic channels, as we prepare for a range of contingencies. Go ahead.
American families are preparing for summer vacations right now, often require travel by car long distances. What kind of guidance does the White House have? I mean, should they expect or plan for $4 gasoline come summer? Is there I know you guys are concerned about the price, but is there a sense of urgency to get something done before those summer months, which are really critical for a number of reasons for drivers?
Sure. Look, I think the president and our national security team and our economic team are working overtime right now to evaluate and examine a range of domestic options that continue to be on the table, and also to engage with global suppliers about what can be done to ensure that the supply in the market meets the demand, thus bringing the price down. So there is certainly urgency. There is certainly a need to do everything we can to ensure we're mitigating the impact.
Sure. A bipartisan group of lawmakers have called on the White House to lift the ban of summer sales of gasoline with higher blends of ethanol. Mm-hmm. It's cheaper than traditional blends of gasoline. Is that something, you mentioned a menu of options, but is that something specifically that the White House is considering?
In the menu of options.
Any comment on Maryland moving towards a suspension of their state's gasoline tax? Is that something?
There are a number of other states who have taken that step. But again, there's a range of domestic options. I would note that from the federal standpoint, the gasoline tax is about 18 cents, right? Mm-hmm. So we're also looking at a range of options that might have different types of impacts.
You brought up 18 cents. Is that because, I mean, it wouldn't have much of an impact at 18 cents if you're given it at $4.50. Is that a fair read of how you guys assess that?
I'm not a mathematician, but given that the price of gas has gone up by 75 cents, $1, even more in some areas, we're continuing to look at a range of options, and obviously ensuring that there is, or taking steps to ensure there is more supply in the market, because the oil market is a global market, is a big priority and a focus for us. But we're looking at a range of domestic options, including all of the ones you mentioned. Just no decision has been made at this point in time. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Thanks, Jen. You confirmed President Biden is going to Brussels next week. He's going to attend the NATO summit in the European Council meeting. Is he also going to go to Poland, as has been reported?
We don't have anything more yet about his trip to announce.
Should we expect anything when it comes to the refugee crisis aspect of what's been going on?
We're still working through the final details of the trip and what it may look like, but I don't have any more details at this point in time.
And what is his goal going into this trip? And is there any chance that he sees President Zelensky while he's there?
His goal is to meet in person, face to face, with his European counterparts and talk about and assess where we are at this point in the conflict, in the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. We've been incredibly aligned to date. That doesn't happen by accident. The president's a big believer in face-to-face diplomacy, so it's an opportunity to do exactly that. In terms of a meeting with President Zelensky or an engagement with President Zelensky, we're still finalizing the trip at this point in time.
But that's an option?
Nothing on the table at this point in time, but the real focus right now is to meet with NATO partners in Brussels. If there are additional steps, we'll share all those details with all of you.
And on President Zelensky's address tomorrow, of course, he is expected to ask for more assistance, as my colleague noted. A lot of the U.S. positions on that haven't changed, as you just said, when it comes to the no-fly zone. But on the aircraft specifically, the Pentagon said last week that Secretary Austin said they do not support the transfer of additional fighter aircraft at this time. Is that still the United States' position?
That continues to be our position. I would note that they also said that that adding aircraft to the Ukrainian inventory is not likely to significantly change the effectiveness of the Ukrainian Air Force relative to Russian capabilities. And the assessment was that the transfer of these planes may be mistaken as escalatory, as we've said, and could result in a significant Russian reaction. But that is the risk assessment that was done. That risk assessment has not changed. I would note that certainly we expect, as he should, President Zelensky, to ask for more money. We are in touch with his team on a daily basis. We're not waiting to hear tomorrow what may be on his mind. We are very closely engaged with the Ukrainians, and that what hopefully will be of interest to him is the significant amount of security assistance that is in the omnibus that we'll be able to detail soon.
Just to clarify, has he told the White House what he plans to ask for tomorrow?
That's not what I'm suggesting, but the president had a nearly hour-long call with him on Friday, and we talk with his team every day.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ash.
You mentioned before that President Zelensky gave an extremely powerful set of remarks to Canada, and you expect something similar tomorrow to Congress. I was wondering if you could talk about how the administration plans to handle that sort of very emotional appeal where we expect him to be asking for certain things which President Biden has already made clear he's not willing to provide.
Well, I think that, one, what is encouraging in this moment of tragedy is that there is bipartisan support for the strength and the courage of Ukrainian leadership and President Zelensky and the fight that they have been waging for the last 19 days. I would say that without knowing what he's going to say tomorrow, we certainly are familiar with what the asks have been. We have provided our own assessment of what does make sense and doesn't make sense. And what I would note is that we do have a range of the president and our team has fought for additional assistance in the omnibus package the president is signing this afternoon, which hopefully we'll have more details on in the coming days. Go ahead.
Jen, to follow up on that, Zelensky and other Ukrainian officials have made so clear that what they believe they need the most is more warplanes and fighter jets. So why is the U.S. assessing something different? Why does the U.S. believe they know better what Ukraine needs than what Ukrainian officials are saying they need the most?
Well, we have one of the best militaries in the world. I would note just some factual details here. The Ukrainian Air Force has several squadrons of fully mission-capable aircraft. And although Russian air capabilities are significant, their effectiveness has been limited due to the Ukrainian strategic, operational, and tactical ground-based and air defense systems, which the United States has provided the vast majority of. So what we're talking about here is what is most effective in combating and fighting the type of war the Russians are fighting. We've talked a little bit about the attack on near the Polish border. That would not have been stopped by airplanes. That type of attack is stopped by exactly the type of assistance we've provided.
Okay, so it's a combination of impact as well as potential risks that the administration has decided no on the war.
Exactly. And the fact that the Air Force has several squadrons of fully mission-capable aircraft, the $1.2 billion in military assistance that we've provided has provided exactly the type of capabilities that have helped them fight back and push back effectively and courageously against the inbound attacks from the Russian military. And as you also noted, Vija, the risk associated is also something that our U.S. military would assess as part of their analysis.
Thanks. And then to follow up on Mary's question, how does the U.S. define a Russian incursion or invasion into NATO territory?
That's a conversation we have with our NATO partners and allies.
So as an example, there are reports that a Russian drone made its way into Polish airspace before going back to Ukraine and being shot down. Does a drone into Poland count as an invasion into Russia?
Again, Leisha, what happens here, it's not that NATO countries just respond on their own. If there is an attack or that is considered by NATO leadership and by NATO countries to be to meet that bar, then there's a discussion among NATO partners about how to respond. But it's not in anyone's interest to get into an escalatory war with Russia.
And one more on the sanctions that were imposed today by Russia against yourself, President Biden, other top U.S. officials. Do you have a response to that? And how will it impact any of you, if at all?
Sure. I would first note that President Biden is a junior. So they may have sanctioned his dad. May he rest in peace. The second piece I would say is that won't surprise any of you that none of us are planning tourist trips to Russia. None of us have bank accounts that we won't be able to access. So we will forge ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Following up on the drone question from Ouija, the Soviet-era drone that flew over 3 NATO member states on Friday and then crashed into Croatia, has it been determined whether that was a Russian drone or a Ukrainian drone? And how do you measure, similar to what she was asking, how do you measure, what elicits a response?
Well, for the second part of your question, Jackie, good question. It is a conversation that happens between NATO allies and partners, not a decision that's made by one country. In terms of the first part, I don't have any details that I can outline for you from here.
And what do you make of China today warning that Taiwan belongs to China and saying that it will not stop normal trade relations with Russia? What qualifies as helping Russia evade sanctions when it comes to China?
Well, let me note that one of the during the lengthy conversation that our national security advisor had with his counterpart, he also reiterated our One China policy based on the Taiwan Relations Act, 3 communiques and 6 assurances, and underscored concerns about Beijing's coercive and provocative actions across the Taiwan Strait, which is, of course, our position publicly, but is also something that he took the time to reiterate during this conversation. There are a range of sanctions we obviously have in place, and we watch, of course, if there's a violation of those, and we also watch if there is support provided for the military invasion of another country. I don't have any assessment of that to provide to you today.
It sounds like secondary sanctions are on the table if China is found to be helping Russia either militarily or economically in this war. So why not be specific about the kinds of sanctions that we're considering, given that this administration's position is the mere threat of sanctions should be a deterrent?
Well, we're going to have those conversations directly with China and Chinese leadership, not through the media at this point in time. I would note that when our national security advisor was having his meeting yesterday, he was very direct about the consequences. He made clear we're going to be watching closely, made clear that it's not just us. The decisions that China makes are going to be watched by the world. So that is how they focus the meeting, but in terms of any potential impacts or consequences, we'll leave those through private diplomatic channels at this point.
One last one on Zelensky tomorrow. It sounds like, we're pretty dug in on our position when it comes to the no-fly zone, when it comes to the MiGs, despite this growing bipartisan call in Congress to shift a little bit. So, to put it bluntly, is Zelensky wasting his time tomorrow asking for these things?
Well, I would say because of the passion and the courage and the bravery of President Zelensky, there has been support for expediting the delivery of a historic amount of military and security assistance and weapons that have helped him and his military fight back against the Russians. And I would say that yes, we recognize there are a range of bipartisan calls, but what we have the responsibility to do here is to assess what the impact is on the United States and our own national security. A no-fly zone is escalatory and could prompt a war with Russia, a major nuclear power. providing the planes, our military did an assessment that's based not just on the risk, but whether it would have a huge benefit to them. They assessed it would not, because they have their own squadron of planes, and because the type of military assistance that is working to fight this war effectively is the type of assistance we're already providing.
Estonia, though, calling for a no-fly zone. They're a NATO member. They share a border with Russia. How do we view their calls for a no-fly zone?
We disagree with the argument that that would be an effective step, because a no-fly zone, which often people shorthand, essentially means us shooting down Russian planes and them potentially shooting back at us. And I would note that the way that the Ukrainians, again, have effectively pushed back over the last 19 days is by using exactly the type of military assistance we have provided. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thank you, Jen. A couple of questions. Are there discussions about the president meeting with refugees on his trip to Europe?
It's a good question, and obviously we have provided, and he'll talk about this afternoon, historic amounts of humanitarian assistance, a great deal of that focused on helping refugees. There's going to be more in this package, but we don't have additional details beyond what I just announced at the top of the briefing.
Okay, to follow up on Ouija's question quickly, Russia sanctioning various top officials here, I understand you're dismissing it. However, does the president see that as an escalation of any kind?
Again, I think we are confident that if we need to have continued, and we will need to have direct and indirect conversations with Russia, we will have the ability to do that. But it's related to, and I don't have anything official aside from the reports. I don't know how their sanctioning process works. I only know how our sanctioning process works. But it relates to the impact typically on bank accounts or travel that's not diplomatic.
I want to ask you again about the conversation about sending these MiGs. Former ambassador to Ukraine, Maria Ivanovich, has been quite outspoken recently, and she said we need to mitigate risk, but it's also true that not taking greater action comes with a risk as well, because Putin is a bully and he only understands strength. Is the president showing enough strength against Putin?
The president has rallied the global community to put in place a greater set of financial sanctions package than has ever been done for any economy in the world. It wouldn't have happened without his action. I just outlined for you at the top, which I think it's important to note, the crippling impact this has had on the economy. They are where they are at this point in time. I think we all have seen reports, and we have confirmed many of them, that they did not expect it to take this long. They did not expect their military to not make as much progress as they have made. The steps we are taking are making it more difficult for President Putin to build and augment his military, to get access to the technology that he needs and wants. It has taken steps to cripple the economy that there's no question, regardless of what Kremlin spokespeople say, it has had a dramatic impact on the economy. And we're doing all of that while providing a historic amount of military assistance to the Ukrainians, helping them effectively fight back.
If Putin were to use chemical weapons, would it change the president's thinking when it comes to these MiGs, taking the no-fly zone off the table, but at least on this issue?
I'm not going to get into a hypothetical. We, of course, there would be severe consequences from the global community, ones that we would discuss with our partners and allies. But I would note that the planes would not have stopped the attack we saw near the Polish border. They have a squadron of planes, and what has effectively helped them fight back is the types of military assistance that they have been utilizing.
And are you prepared? Can you give us any more details about what that threat means of severe consequences? The president obviously made the same threat last week. Is that purely economic consequences, or would there potentially be a military component?
We're just not going to outline in more detail from here. Go ahead.
I have a question about the Fed.
Sure.
Given Senator Manchin's opposition to Sarah Bloom Raskin, will the White House now support the Senate moving ahead to confirm the other Fed nominees? Why do they need to confirm all of these nominees at once?
Well, I would say first that Sarah Bloom Raskin is one of the most qualified individuals ever to be nominated to serve in this position. We remain in close touch with both her and with Chairman Brown about the next steps here, but we have continued to press, and we have been pressing for all five, not just to be able to be voted on in the banking committee where they have the votes to move forward, and that is where Republicans have not showed up to meet quorum. So at this point, I don't have an update beyond reiterating our strong support for her. Go ahead.
Will the president himself bring up the deaths and injuries of American journalists in Ukraine or killed in Ukraine?
with
will the president himself address the deaths of Americans American journalists who have been killed or injured in Ukraine? And does he have any plans to call their families?
I'm not going to outline private conversations from here at this point in time. Obviously, these families are in a moment of mourning right now, and so beyond that, I think we're just respecting their space and time. Go ahead.
If I could really briefly, just going back to COVID funding.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is something that White House officials stressed today. This is something the president addressed in his State of the Union address. But if this is so important for the president and the White House, will he meet with Republicans individually? Will he make his case to them personally?
I would note that there's a number of Republicans who won't even return our phone calls about the impact of the lack of COVID funding and how they will impact their constituents. So that's probably the best place to start. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple more questions on the path related to the COVID funding. How the heck are you going to get it through Congress? You have Republicans in the Senate who are making it very clear, leadership saying that there is no Republican support for moving any more money for COVID relief because they believe the White House hasn't made a strong enough case that funds can't just be moved around to fund these priorities.
Sure. Well, we have been making that case publicly and privately back to earlier this year. So those are the facts. We've also been, as I just noted, attempting to engage with and have these conversations with, of course, Democrats, but also Republicans. COVID doesn't discriminate just by party at all. I think what we're trying to do is really be very clear and direct about what the impacts will be. I mean, some of these programs, funding for treatments for immunocompromised, providing free tests and masks, providing free boosters and vaccines, those will impact millions of Americans potentially in this country, regardless of their partisan affiliation. So what we're doing, we're going to, of course, leave the process and the vehicle up to Congress. We are encouraging them and aggressively calling for them to move these resources immediately. And what we've tried to do is break down what the impacts are going to be on different states and also when specific programs will end so that it doesn't feel like just a number, but feels like a direct impact on programs and people's lives.
In terms of whether money can be moved around, I know you've said before that it can't be moved around. What we're hearing from the Hill is that they believe there's about $100 million that could be shifted. And certainly there was an agreement with the four leaders to shift funds that fell apart in part because governors balked. But is there money that could be moved? Do these dire consequences have to start next week, or could funds be shifted and then later allocated?
Well, the opposition, as you note, prevented that from being a portion of what moved forward, right? I don't know that opposition has changed at this point in time. But also, it's important to note that we believe that this should be provided on an emergency basis. Not something where it will require offsets. It shouldn't have to require taking money from states who are using it for different programs, whether it's funding cops or police officers or other programs. That was a part of the discussion and the negotiation, but not aware of any change in the support for that. Go ahead.
On domestic energy,
has the White House spoken to Senator Joe Manchin about his push to do more domestic oil and gas production? I know that Senator Manchin has been interested in the president using the DPA, the Defense Production Act, to complete that pipeline from West Virginia to Virginia, the Mountain Valley pipeline. Is the White House interested in that?
Well, we've engaged with a range of members, Democrats and Republicans, including Senator Manchin, about a range of ideas they have. That's why so many things are on the table. I would note that the use of the Defense Production Act, broadly speaking, would mean you're paying a company to do what they already have the capacity and the ability to do. We know there are 9,000 unused and approved oil leases right now that these oil companies could tap into and do more in. In terms of the building of a pipeline, that does not sound like it's an immediate solve for what we're seeing right now is an increase of cost at the gas pump. Go ahead.
Jen, if I could walk you back for a moment through the logic train that you were trying to lay out for us of the risk of sending, in that case, the Polish jets, but in general versus the rewards for it here. So if I understand it right, the president has determined that giving Ukrainian pilots these MiGs would more directly involve the United States in the conflict, and therefore that's what creates the high risk. Is that right?
Well, David, it's not the president's assessment, or certainly not my assessment. It was the assessment by the Department of Defense, and a big part of their assessment was related to where these planes would take off from and how would you get them into Ukraine. So that was something we were exploring and discussing with a range of partners. But their assessment was also was based specifically on the transfer of it to Ukraine, and that may be mistaken as escalatory.
The fact that they would take off from a Polish base, even a base in Germany under the Poland thing, makes that base a legitimate military target, and they don't want to take that risk.
Well, I wouldn't say legitimate, but that it could be perceived as escalatory. Yes.
So on the other side of this, we are transferring anti-aircraft equipment to that.
Yeah.
It's got to originate someplace in the West, right? Somehow it's got to get in place. What's the distinction?
We're able to move a lot of that equipment in a way that is not taking off from a NATO airbase without getting into specifics of how it's transferred.
But it's originating from the West in some way.
Correct, and that's known, yes.
And there are some other possibilities of things you could be providing them with. For example, you mentioned that the missile strike near the Polish border wouldn't have really been helped by the.
Yeah.
I think that we're all in agreement with that. You could imagine a series of shorter range anti-missile systems like what we give to the provide and they manufacture in Israel to ward off incoming short-range missile. Is there discussion of that kind of anti-missile system to prevent exactly what you just described?
Yeah, it's a good question, David. You probably know more about military equipment than anyone except for the Department of Defense. So here we are. But look, I would really, those discussions happen at the Department of Defense. They consider, and we've talked a lot about the risk assessment as it relates to the planes, but they make assessments about what to provide to be most effective as they provide any range of military equipment. Again, as you know, there's a big portion of the omnibus, which we'll be able to detail more soon, that will be security assistance, just like there's economic and humanitarian assistance, and I'm sure we'll have more details on what will be included in there.
And one last one, are you encouraging any of our other NATO allies, including Turkey, to do these kinds of transfers? Particularly of the anti-aircraft?
Well, I think, the second piece of military equipment you mentioned, look, there's a range of discussions, as you know, among military counterparts and defense counterparts about what equipment is needed, who has that equipment, how to provide it, but I don't have more to detail that on from here.
Turkey would solve a particular running problem that you've had since you were from the podium at the State Department. Is there any particular discussion underway with Turkey on this?
I just don't have more details on that for you. I'm happy to check if there's more. Go ahead, Karen.
Is there a plan for the president to talk to President Zelensky before he delivers those remarks tomorrow to Congress?
I'm happy to check. There's not a call currently on the schedule. He just spoke with him last Friday. But again, our national security advisor, a range of officials here are in touch with senior members of their national security team every day.
And I know you said the president's going to, of course, be talking about the $13.6 billion in aid to Ukraine when he gives remarks in a few minutes. You said earlier that the United States is working to get Ukraine equipment as quickly as possible. Can you walk us through the timeline on the 13.6? How quickly will that get out? Is it going out all at once? Are there stages? What's the plan for that?
I expect we'll have more on that in the next 24 to 48 hours. I understand the question. We're looking forward to detailing it for you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Yesterday, the president spoke again about his desire to see legislation passed aimed at lowering costs of prescription drugs and childcare. Can you provide an update on the White House's conversations with Senate Democrats about passing narrowly tailored legislation that would include those programs and others that the president again said would ease inflationary pressures?
I would just say that we found, and we made the determination after last fall, that keeping those conversations private is the best way to hopefully make progress. And so we're engaged on a daily basis with conversations with Senate Democrats, committee members, staff, about how to move this forward. As I think you know and others know who talk to members, there's a lot of excitement and enthusiasm for getting these things done, specifically lowering the cost of prescription drugs. What the president wants to do is have as much of the package included as there can be 50 votes for. But we're going to leave those conversations to happen through private channels, a lot of them happening member to member on the Hill.
Any sense of timing of when that can happen with the April recess coming up soon?
Again, I'm just not going to provide an update from here because we feel that these talks are best kept between members and kept between conversations we have with our staff in them.
Sure. And speaking of Senate Democrats, the Senate Judiciary Committee will hold its hearings next week on the president's Supreme Court nominee. How is the White House preparing for those hearings, and specifically, how is it preparing Judge Jackson for the scrutiny that she could come under from Republicans who sit on that committee?
Well, first, Judge Jackson, I think, as you've seen, has been working to meet with every member on the committee before her hearing, and made a great deal of progress on exactly that. I think I would note that you've heard senators come out who agree with us on very little, who've come out and conveyed that she's qualified and that they had good conversations with her. So that's part of it. As soon as she was nominated, she started practicing and studying and preparing, which I don't think surprises anyone who's looked at her impeccable credentials and record to date. And I expect that will continue until she starts the hearings early next week. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the refugee crisis from Ukraine, is there any conversation about the role the U.S. could play to alleviate some of the burden felt by Poland, for example, either something similar to what we set up coming out of Afghanistan, airlifting people, expediting processing, especially for those who have family members in the U.S.?
Sure. We are having ongoing internal discussions about how we can play the most effective role in supporting the large number of refugees who are coming out of Ukraine. To date, that has been, as you know, an enormous amount of humanitarian assistance that we're providing, not just to Ukraine, but to neighboring countries that are providing a haven for refugees as they're leaving Ukraine. In terms of other discussions, I just can't outline those at this point in time, but we are continuing to discuss what options there are.
Conversations about helping Ukrainians come to America as well?
We're discussing. The president would welcome Ukrainians coming here. Obviously, they could apply through the refugee process, but we're continuing to discuss what options may exist.
One more on Title 42. We saw over the weekend the CDC end Title 42 restrictions for unaccompanied minors, and a couple of the reasons they gave were the larger public health conditions, but also that appropriate mitigation measures had been put into place in the care facilities.
Yeah.
So is the administration asking DHS to put those same mitigation measures in place in other detention facilities so you can end Title 42 for everyone?
Well, any decision made by the CDC about ending Title 42 would once they make the decision, it would have to be implemented, to your point, Amna, by DHS and other components of the interagency that oversee these facilities and ensure that they're meeting the bars that would be required. But the first step would really be CDC making a decision about ending it for other populations. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two topics. First, the prime ministers of Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovenia went to Kyiv today. Does the White House have any comment on that? Would an American administration official make a similar trip? Or conversely, is there concern that that's a security risk where if something were to happen to them, then that could be an escalation with NATO members?
Well, we certainly hope that is not the outcome. We respect the role they're playing in diplomacy right now. And obviously going directly into the middle of a war zone shows their strong support for President Zelensky, for the Ukrainian military, for Ukrainians. And we certainly support that. And I'm certain we will engage with them following their trip as a follow-up, as we have been doing with other leaders who have engaged with the Ukrainians and the Russians. In terms of any step or trip by a member of the national security team or others, I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time, but we will continue to assess whether that would be constructive or help move things in a positive direction.
And then on another matter, there are a few more members of the House of Representatives who tested positive for COVID today, adding to some over the weekend who did the same, many of whom were Democrats at the retreat on Friday where they saw the president. Not many masks worn. Has the president been tested for COVID since? And are there any concerns about exposures he may have had?
He was tested on Sunday and he tested negative. All of the members to date prior to today, and I'm happy to double check this specific piece, were not deemed as close contacts. They are all vaccinated as well, so the CDC wouldn't recommend a change in behavior as a result. But he had received a negative test just a couple days ago. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. On oil suppliers, Canada has been looking at increasing its flow of crude oil. Can you confirm that conversation has been happening between the administration and the Kenyan government?
I know we've been closely engaged with Canada about a range of issues in terms of the specifics of a conversation about oil and crude. I'd have to check with our team on that.
Thank you. And there's been a report yesterday about the possibility that India could take up Russian offer of discounted crude oil. What would be your message to India or any other country tempted by such an offer?
Well, our message to any country continues to be that obviously abide by the sanctions, but that we have put in place and recommended. I don't believe this would be violating that, but also think about where you want to stand when the history books are written in this moment in time. And support for the Russian leadership is support for an invasion that obviously is having a devastating impact. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. There's reporting that Saudi Arabia is considering accepting the yen instead of the dollar for Chinese oil. Is the White House monitoring that possibility? And has the administration communicated that there would be any types of consequences if that happened?
Let me check with the Treasury Department on it. It's a good question. I hadn't seen the report. I'll check with them.
And then could you speak to the urgency for getting this additional COVID funding from Congress at a moment when it seems that a lot of the attention and focus has been on moving away from the pandemic?
Sure. Well, even as we have focused on conveying, we have that we're in a different stage, and we have a range of the tools in order to fight the pandemic. In order to continue our capacity of having those tools, we need money. And we've always planned, what we have done effectively is planned ahead, right? Ensuring that if we get to a point, we've seen obviously BA2, which we've talked about a bit in here, which I think as of yesterday was about 25% to a third of the cases here, very transmissible but treatable by all the means that we have. We need to have masks, tests, boosters, treatments for immunocompromised in order to continue to treat the pandemic or treat the American people during a pandemic. So it remains urgent. If we don't get this funding, we won't be able to ensure we can provide free access to the American people. Go ahead.
Just to confirm, the U.S. and our allies, we're publicly arming the Ukrainians, but we're deliberately avoiding shipping from NATO countries to Ukraine?
That's not what I said. What I said was planes taking off from a NATO base. Our Department of Defense assessed that would be a step that would be escalatory as they were making a risk assessment.
Avoiding doing it from NATO bases? Okay.
Of planes.
Via planes, but ground is another situation.
I'm not going to give you detail or confirm where our military equipment moves from for obvious reasons, because our objective is to provide that to the Ukrainians.
And on these tragic, deaths of journalists that you mentioned, is there any reason to conclude that the Russians are deliberately targeting them?
We have seen from the beginning that they have targeted hospitals, they've targeted journalists. In terms of these individual cases, I can't make an assessment of that from here, but certainly we've seen barbaric and horrific actions by the military on the ground, and this is consistent with that. Go ahead.
So, aside from the request for weapons, President Zelensky has also requested that the U.S. be more involved in negotiations toward a peaceful resolution to the war. What is the U.S. doing to push those negotiations forward?
Well, one of the steps we've taken, a significant one, is to be the largest provider of military and humanitarian and economic assistance in the world to put them in a greater position of strength as they go into these negotiations. We also engage and talk to the Ukrainians on a daily basis. And the president and this national security team has rallied the world in being unified in their opposition to the actions of President Putin. So those are the steps we're taking. We also engage oftentimes before and after any conversations that any of these global leaders are having with both Russians and Ukrainians, and encourage them to make sure they're engaging with Ukrainians directly.
So would Zelensky be empowered by the United States to reach an agreement with Russia and have U.S. sanctions released as a result?
Well, he's the leader of Ukraine, so he's empowered to have a negotiation with Russia, and we're here to support those efforts. Again, I'm not going to get ahead of a negotiation, but we are here to support those efforts. We discuss and have conversations with his team on a daily basis. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, let me ask you about Thursday's meeting between the president and the Irish Taoiseach.
Best day of the year.
Yeah. Does the White House view that as in any way a sign that we're getting back to normal after 2 years of canceled meetings, canceled parades, and last year of having to do it virtually?
Sure. Well, the president is very much looking forward to welcoming the Taoiseach here on Thursday to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. We have started to have some events where there are more people, where there is some food or beverage served, and certainly this will be a continuation of that. And while we are still taking steps and precautions here in the White House, including regular testing, this is certainly a step that we welcome, being able to invite our friends to celebrate on Thursday. Go ahead.
Yeah, so China.
I got to gather soon. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, quickly, going back to China. So right now you're saying that China and the Chinese companies are not breaking sanctions by doing normal economic relations.
I did not provide an update or an assessment of that from here, and nor do I have one to provide you.
Without talking about red lines, what would the U.S. need to see for that to be a breaking of the sanctions?
I understand your question. I'm just not going to outline it from here. We watch closely. The world is watching closely, and our national security advisor was clear there will be consequences should they violate our sanctions. Thank you, everyone, so much.
That's it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining. That was Secretary Jen. That's your secretary. I told you she has some news. She's a market mover. Looks like stocks are moving here. They were dumping at first, then they reversed here. Now they're back up near the upper band here, you guys. So stocks are back up here. They are back up here right now to the upper band. So, but still not breaking resistance though, you guys. Still not doing that at all. So still seeing inside the channels here. We're really starting to spread here towards the end of the day. It is 2:04 p.m. They said something about Biden coming up next, so I think we're just gonna wait for that. If that is true, I think she said it, and it is true here. We're about to begin that shortly. She says he's signing into law HR 2471, the Consolidated Appropriations Act. So this is a new bill here. He's about to sign into law in front of us, live from the White House, you guys. So we're going to tune into that when that pulls up. In the meantime, in between time, we're going to take a quick break here. As you can see, the indices below right here are in the green, according to CNBC, are in the green here. The Russell 2000 is up 35%. The NASDAQ is up 1.80%. The S&P 500 is up 1.29%. And the Dow Jones is up 1.27%. So still a little it's really high green for real, but the stock's not really breaking here. You're going to need to see about 2-3% here on the indices for the stocks to pick up here. I'm having a little pop here. I thought I had a little pop. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, yeah. Stuntin' hard, living lavish with my wife. Stuntin' hard, living lavish with my wife. Then I showed her my business life. She said, wow, you're full of life. Now she really knows we can ball all night. Swish. She hopped up in the car, said, let's go for a ride. Zoom, zoom. She said, park over there, she finna ride. I told her ride, said she motherfucking tired. She said she gon' ride till the pussy baptized. She wet. Now I'm in the pussy, slip and slide. I'm on top, we eye to eye. Finna switch positions, hit her from the side. Smack that ass, turn her on, kiss her in her thighs. I like that pussy sweet like flies. Fuck me good, baby girl get a prize. What you want? I'm a great listener, don't be surprised. Say your girlfriends, they ain't gotta cosign. You in good hands, rich life have no problems. Rich life, made it from the bottom. Rich life, but I took some losses. Rich life, you gotta have knowledge. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife.
DJ Goldie. Ocean.
Bitch, let her pay. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their phone. See them they had to take a pill, but fed when they was hungry. But niggas might feel good on them, can stand on their own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their phone. See them they had to take a pill, but fed when they was hungry. Niggas might feel good on them, can stand on their own. I ain't no little boy, I'm grown. You run your mouth, marathon. Talk too much, I'm standing. Stay off my lawn. That shit get ugly like the movie Spawn. I'm up, I'm on, I'm up on. You niggas sweet, sweeter than cinnamon. You hate it blocking, baby, bonbons. I'm selling goods like Amazon. They want my level, but I'm way beyond. Your every wish is only God's command. True. Nigga taking trips and stepping flying to Finland. You fly? Y'all thinking local, I'm thinking to expand. These girls might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing acting phony. See when they acting fake in public, they said it when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good when they can stand on their own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing acting phony. See them they acting fake in public, they said when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on our own. I'ma get money forever, stack it up and hide it like a treasure. My money long, you can't even measure. Your money short, getting this a lesson. They acting fake in public, those signs of error. Keep bad vibes away, don't be a hungry. Sneak this and hit your ass put on a stretch. Something smart, clever, cause it's a cold world, even with a sweater. People only hate cause they be jealous and want success for themselves, that's selfish. So don't say you kill when your actions so careless. The niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. The niggas might be suspicious if they changing acting phony. See them they acting fake in public, but they don't act hungry. Well, niggas my family good on that, we can stand on our own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing acting phony. See them they acting fake in public, but they when they was hungry. Well, niggas my family good on that, we can stand on our own.
DJ Goldie.
He's back.
Everything is mine. Yeah, whatever I want is gonna be mine. Cause I seen the grapevine. And these niggas still sink kind. Hating on me. I'm lit T. to the T. It ain't no turning down, not for me. I am going up, I'm living spiritually on the high route, the high route. I've been here, I was there, so I was here before. Don't tell me no, don't tell me that I'm wrong, don't tell me that I'm older. I just want the money. Niggas gonna hate, but they ain't getting money. And niggas gonna laugh, but I'm like, what the fuck is funny? These niggas don't rap, so why waste the time? Hey, why waste the time? She said, you was so smart. I got it in my zone, now she play her part. I said I got it in my zone, and now she play a part. Call it auto start. Push the fucking start. Gotta go, I'm late. Call me Leonard Tardy. Oh, kush me like it farted. I ain't got no charger. I don't know what that is. I ain't never been a starter. Ha, I'm lying. I always fucking started. Every time. I always played varsity. Dropping down when niggas hating. Being high. Hey, Leonard P. D. Pluto on the beat. DDP, let's go. My pack don't sell out. Serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. I knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. It'll knock you down like Pacquiao. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. $1 million jump shot. I just scraped it from the pot. Shooting a video with a lot of niggas don't think you really tough. 30 took by my lonely. I don't think you really know me. I don't hang with your homies. You was just a jabroni. You was talking to the vibes. Luke Cage with the chopper. Shout out to my amigos. I'm the guy of the sky. Fly shit when I go out. Fuck it up and I'ma show. I just turned down a little hole. You dripping right about me.
I had to boss my life up, change a few chase pieces. I used to knock niggas out before we would knock niggas out.
You don't really want pop, money made with the hands. I really take advance. I really take advance. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong, it'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. Serving 5 packs so strong, flicks knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 It ain't no more safe house. Watch your homie hit damn mouse. If they ain't help get trapped, then you get trapped. Stop smoking on that shit pack. Curtis Dookie, smell like crap. My pack so strong, you'll feel it in your skull cap. I got what you need. Come and get it ASAP. I'll be so high, I'm not coming back. I'll be so strapped like Rambo with a backpack. I made it out the hole just like a halfback. The eyes are in my favor to win like blackjack. Try to take if you want. Get your whole wig split. My niggas ain't playing that. Ain't none of us counterfeit. All of us successful, something that's what make us legit. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong, it'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong, it'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out.
DJ Goldie.
Damn, bro. Oh, but they say he need to bang, you know, say he need to call, you know, you pick up. Yeah, bro, you need to call Stunner, bro. Call this man, bro. You with a female. The concert.
DJ Goldie.
I'm chillin' on the two, smoking that gas. Yeah, we be coolin'. Who need that pack? You know what's scoop ya. Ain't no issue, ain't no issue. But if you come through acting woozy, then you get hit with that Uzi. Have to pull out all the toolies, acting rudely. Sorry, please don't excuse me. But you brought all your broskies. Now it's time for you to go, please. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. Now it's time for you to go, please. For you to go, please.
It's either school or you work. You pack a tool or say word. Wrong words, you get murdered. Damn crying, cause your body in a hearse. You in the soul, we smoking you from the earth. Your niggas walking around RP on their shirts. Parents lost you, call your ass no dirt. Close case, couldn't tell who it was from birth.
I'm chillin' on the two, smoking that gas. Yeah, we be coolin'. Who need that pack? You know what's scoop ya. Ain't no issue, ain't no issue. But if you come through acting woozy, then you get hit with that Uzi. Have to pull out all the toolies, acting rudely. Sorry, please don't excuse me. But you brought all your broskies. Now it's time for you to go, please. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. Now it's time for you to go, please. For you to go, please. We just riding around outside of town, getting that money. No, I know the plug, I'll hit them up to get you there loosely. Smoking that gas, counting this cash, cleaning my tube. Call my nigga Rags, get him off the pack so he can move rudely. Don't let him have a strap, but he'll be on that ass and clap that ass smoothly. With no issue, yeah, clap that ass smoothly. This mom on the twos, chillin' with my bros and getting money too. You know it's Dixie Mix, you can't try to diss like Young Ma, ooh. I'm chillin' on the two, smoking that gas. Yeah, we be coolin'. Who need that pack? You know what's scoop ya. Ain't no issue, ain't no issue. But if you come through acting woozy, then you get hit with that Uzi. Have to pull out all the toolies, acting rudely. Sorry, please don't excuse me. But you brought all your broskies. Now it's time for you to go, please. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. Now it's time for you to go, please.
It's time for you to go, please. Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I can tell you so fed up. Baby, let me make it all up. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you.
Can't lose, little shawty, keep it real as fuck. Been with me, I was down, now I'm building up. Too much shit on her mind, can tell she down. By go, y'all bad when she in the bag. She told me I was numb last night in the jack. It don't feel the same, but I cut the same. Got my mind fucked up, now I'm switching lanes. To the crib, boom, everybody shoot the brains. Cupid, my love like a fucking Uzi. I beat it up, put it in a gun. I'm dangerous, but I fucking need a love. I need it, yeah. Said I need a love. I cannot lose, I bought and I won. Bought me Jimmy Choos, I live like a dog. She promised me one, put it on the sun, yeah. She promised me one, bought me Jimmy Choos, I live like a dog. I cannot lose, I bought and I won. I bought and I won. Bitch.
Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I can tell you so fed up. Baby, let me make it all up. Cause I don't wanna lose you.
I cannot lose you.
I don't wanna lose you.
I cannot lose you. I cannot lose you. Little mama, Allie who the plays, that's why I fuck with her. And she hold me down. She got her head straight. When she get paid, I get paid. That's just to show that she loves me. Look, really be popping that bubbly. Really be popping that bubbly. She really just flooded my wrist. Chain on bliss. Water down her wrist. Bad bitch, yeah, she stuck on my hip. Riding through the hood, flipping the whips. You niggas playing, we chasing them chips. Your mama called me the other day. Told me pull up. I said, girl, that shit is a risk. Out of town, out of state. Little pack on the way. Just touchdown on the way. Plug call, say he on the way. We out of here, I'm chasing this cake, chasing this guava. No time for playing, you know I'm the top shot.
Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. He got them arrows. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I ain't trying to lose you, darling. I can tell you so fed up. Baby, let me make it all up. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. I can tell you.
Hey, back then I was doing whatever just to come up on some change. Back then I was fucking these hoes. All I wanted was some strange. Hey, back then. Say back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Back then I was doing whatever just to come up on some change. Back then I was fucking these hoes. All I wanted was some strange. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Say back then. Back then I was doing whatever just to come up on some change. Back then I was fucking these hoes. All I wanted was some strange. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then.
Hey, back then I just wanted all the money and all the honeys, but that shit caught up to me. That was back then, but it ain't shit switch since. But you fucking bitches, all y'all is a fucking trip. But look, me and my cousin here, be good. They cannot fuck with us, nigga, you know that. And your whole leg. She in my crib, nigga, flashy Kodak.
I say your whole leg, I didn't know that. Back then when I ain't want for nothing, yeah, nigga know that. Back then, man, I had it all. Back then, I was fucking these hoes. Young niggas just wanted the ball. Back then, running through the ends, I fuck it up, no matter the cost. Cut these bitches, said fuck them niggas. Now pull up, they look for clout. 18 in the fleet, 3 new back then, they wasn't fucking with me. Bunch of drug dealers, gangbangers, and some young hustlers fucking with me. Mama stretched out, raising holy hell back then, cause I thought with OGs. High school in the bathroom, hit my line flow. I got the pills in the tree. I got the pills in the tree. Back then, back then, I would do whatever just to come up on some change. Back then, I would fuck these hoes. All I wanted was some strange. Hey, back then, say back then, hey, back then, hey, back then.
I'm in the city though. Hold if I'm moving slow. Gucci don't smoke no joke. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. Hold if I'm moving slow. OG don't smoke no joke. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. Yeah, touch me, you getting touched, nigga. Know my guns gon' bust. They smell like mush. I ain't got no range, and I don't really trust none, yeah. Cause they show me they ain't care, and they show me they ain't with us. So I just kept it moving on them in that forest, nigga. Yeah, turning up on these bitch niggas, yeah. And for their hoes, they just pass me some of niggas. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah we greedy, yeah we Gucci, yeah we both. Don't you see the movie? Yeah, I gotta show or prove it. Yeah, happy y'all niggas losing. I'm in the city though. What if I'm moving slow? OG don't smoke no drugs. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city, yo. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. What if I'm moving slow? OG don't smoke no drugs. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city, yo. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. What if I'm moving slow? OG don't smoke no drugs. We Gucci don't need no coach. Fuck in the city, yo. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such.
I don't know nothing about nothing, nigga. I was out of town when they asked, got a new deal to take on the J. Fuck the nigga, shoot him in his head. Damn, ball, bitch. Got a new girl, new body, new world. Take her out, now she wanna fuck, she my new girl. Ayy, get the cake up, run into the bank, got a smile on my face. 24K, when I smile, bitches wanna run, it's a race. All the nigga, what the fuck you thought? Press the shit out. What the fuck you thought? I'm in the city, dilettante. New jag, whip it up, whip it. All white, black guts, got the red bone sitting in the front. All white, black guts, got the red bone sitting in the front. Yeah, ballin', ballin', ballin'. Say I'm in the city, bitch, and I just broke my wrist. I bought my girl some new shit, so she wanna suck my dick. In the city though, hold up for moving slow. OG don't smoke no drug. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fucking the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. Hold up for moving slow. OG don't smoke no drug. We Gucci don't need no coach. Fucking the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such.
Okay. Don't jump. Thank you. Please sit down. Well, thank you not only for being here, but what you did. I want to thank the Vice President Harris and the congressional leaders who are here today. You know, in a moment I'm going to sign this bipartisan government funding bill. But with this bill, we're going to send a message to the American people, and a strong message that Democrats and Republicans can actually come together and get something done, right, Nance? And to fulfill our most basic responsibilities. To keep the government open and running for the American people, serving the American people, investing in your communities, and investing in the American people and doing it in a fiscally responsible way. This bill also includes historic funding, $13.6 billion, to address Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the impact on surrounding countries. Putin's aggression against Ukraine has united people all across America, united our two parties in Congress, and united freedom-loving world. It's an act with urgency and resolve that we are doing right now that you provided me the ability to do. I want to thank the congressional leadership for working so quickly to make sure we have the resources we need, economic, humanitarian, and security, to continue our forceful response to this crisis. We've already committed more than $1.2 billion in security assistance to the people of Ukraine just over the past year. And I know all of you know that. It's preaching to the choir here. But we've been providing anti-armor, taking out tanks, anti-air capabilities directly to the Ukrainian forces. And we're also facilitating significant shipments of security assistance from our allied partners to Ukraine. With this new security funding and the drawdown authorities in this bill, we're moving urgently to further augment the support to the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their country. And I'll have much more to say about this tomorrow, about exactly what we're doing in Ukraine. We're also going to be better positioned to provide for the rapidly growing humanitarian needs of the Ukrainian people. This war has turned nearly 3 million Ukrainians into refugees, with numbers growing every single day. And that's on top of the 12 million people who require humanitarian assistance inside of Ukraine. The United States is helping to lead the global humanitarian response with our partners in Europe and well beyond Europe. In just the past few weeks, we provided nearly $293 million in humanitarian assistance to people in Ukraine and in neighboring countries. Our experts are on the ground in Poland and in neighboring countries where the Vice President just came back from to make real-time assessments of a rapidly evolving crisis, to get urgently needed humanitarian supplies to the people in need now. We're airlifting emergency relief supplies into staging positions in the region. Supplies like high thermal blankets, water treatment equipment, so that they can be shipped into Ukraine. We're providing essentials like soap and laundry detergent, simple sounding things to refugees who fled with literally nothing but the clothing on their backs. We're working with partners to supply access to safe drinking water and to food rations to the people affected by this conflict. With the U.S. support, the World Food Program has already purchased 20,000 metric tons of food to address the growing needs of individuals affected by this conflict. It's exceedingly difficult to get supplies into Ukraine while the Russian onslaught continues, but we're managing to get supplies into Ukraine regularly thanks to the bravery of so many frontline workers who are still at their posts. And we are supporting food assistance at refugee reception centers in frontline countries like Moldova. With billions more included in this bill for new humanitarian assistance, we're going to be able to quickly ramp up our response and help alleviate the suffering that Putin's war is causing the Ukrainian people and the region. This bill also provides necessary economic support for Ukraine and Ukraine's neighbors that are impacted by this war. Things like loan guarantees, direct financial support, including to address the needs like energy and cybersecurity. This bill is also going to help face our challenges here at home. It sends a clear message to the American people that we're investing in safety, health, and the future of Americans. Let me just mention a couple of highlights, starting with community safety. We know what works to make our community safer, and that's investing in prevention and community police officers so that they can walk the streets, know the neighborhoods, and who can help restore trust and safety in the communities. The answer is not to abandon our streets, or to choose between safety and equal justice. It's in this funding bill which we make sure we do both. This budget invests in funding for agencies like the FBI and U.S. Marshals, the Drug Enforcement Agency, but also includes funding for COPS programs to increase community policing and the ability of the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms to tackle gun crime, and it funds entirely new community violence intervention programs just at the Department of Justice. Community violence interruption programs are programs where trusted community members work directly with the people who are most likely to commit or become victims of gun crime. I had a chance to meet with those leaders in one of the programs in New York City not long ago. I saw the difference they were making every day. We know these programs can dramatically reduce violence, and we're going to fund a lot more of them. This bill also includes grants for state and local law enforcement and crime prevention programs. We're talking about drug treatment programs, school violence prevention programs, programs where people who might end up in prison instead get mandatory mental health care that they need. Part of the safety before any crime is committed. Part of the safety is the ability to feel safe from gender-based violence. I wrote a Violence Against Women Act with many in this room years ago, 28 years ago, to provide protection against domestic violence, stalking, sexual assault, and to support survivors and help them find a way out of those abusive situations they were locked into because they had no means to leave, with support for rape crisis centers as well as housing and legal assistance. The law has saved lives, and that's helped women rebuild their lives and make children a heck of a lot safer. Today, with this bill, we reauthorize and strengthen the Violence Against Women Act. For example, we're doing more to help survivors in rural areas and in underserved communities. Tribal courts will now be able to exercise jurisdiction over non-native perpetrators of sexual assault and sex trafficking. And we're providing more support for legal services and for law enforcement to get the training they need to help handle the trauma survivors are experiencing. I'll have more to say about the Violence Against Women Act tomorrow as well. We're going to be able to fund significant areas of common ground in this bill, especially in areas that I call in my State of the Union address a unity agenda. The things that we can accomplish together, Democrats and Republicans. Two elements of that agenda are, one, beat the opioid epidemic, and two, take on the challenges of mental health, which have been exacerbated because of the COVID problem. This bill supports opioid response grants that are funding that we provide to states to support opioid prevention, treatment, and recovery services. We also included funding for states and support mental health services, as well as additional funding for children's mental health services, which has increased exponentially. I've also called for increasing Pell Grants to make colleges more affordable. That is, anyone making less than $50,000 a year, they're eligible for a Pell Grant. This bill delivers increasing the maximum Pell Grant by $400, which will make a difference in a lot of lives. And I'd like to add a word about another investment this bill makes, one that I expect will pay dividends for hope, healing, and for our economy for generations to come. And it's called ARPA-H, Advanced Research Project Agencies of Health. This will be a new kind of entity, an engine for innovation, a place where we'll do the high-risk, high-reward research that can drive unprecedented progress in biomedicine. It's based on DARPA, the Defense Department's Advanced Research Project Agency, that has led to breakthroughs in technologies that protect our national security, like the internet, GPS, and so much more. ARPA-H will have a singular purpose: to drive breakthroughs to prevent, detect, and treat diseases including cancer, Alzheimer's and diabetes, and other diseases. And by the way, we're providing that we can, and we're proving that we can invest in the American people in a fiscally responsible way. Last year, the deficit dropped for the first time since 2015. It fell by $360 billion last year. And this year, it's on track to drop by more than $1 trillion. After 4 years in a row of increasing deficits before I took office, we're now on a track to see the largest ever decline in the deficit in American history. Let me close with this. Today, we're again showing the American people that as a country, we can come together as Democrats, Republicans, and Independents and do big things. That our democracy can deliver and outperform autocracies. And that there's nothing we can't do when we do it together as the United States of America. So I'd like to now invite up my Budget Director, Shalonda Young, and all the members of the Congress here today while we sign this bipartisan government funding bill. Thank you all very much.
I'm next to you, Shalonda.
Lady.
They got names. Yeah.
Speaker. There you go. No, I know we usually hand out pens to everyone who's done this, but you're all going to get a pen, but we didn't have 15 pens up here, so I'm going to make sure you get it when we finish. Well, it is.
How faint mine is and how dark his is.
Yeah, I know. I tell you what, Nancy. Anyway, I'm going to give it a shot here, okay? All right. Thank you.
Give the pen to Shalonda. Shalonda, you get it. Yeah.
There you go. Thanks.
Good job, Mr. President.
No, you guys did that. Good to see you, man. How you doing?
Respond to Mitch McConnell, who says you're showing weakness against Putin.
Mr. President, are you doing everything to increase U.S. energy production?
Mr. President, you have a message for President Zelensky tomorrow?
Mr. President, what do you have to say about the deaths of Americans in Ukraine?
Mr. President, what about the COVID funding?
You see that? So people asking all them questions because they're like, okay, you can meet to sign this bill, but you can't meet to discuss the COVID funding. That's crazy, right? Y'all see that, right? Notice that he's sitting there and shaking all Senate Mitch McConnell all their hands now, but they can't shake hands and agree with no COVID funding. That's crazy. That's crazy. So thank you for joining that, though, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2:45 p.m. It looks like Big Lots had a little short squeeze about an hour ago. Don't know what is the news driving this here. But yeah, they definitely popped there, $33 all the way to about $39. Big Lots, that is, ticker symbol BIG, doing it big over there. Just had a huge pop right there. Like I said, man, if you could have found that trade and caught it at the bottom, they had some $10 contracts. This went to about $200 there. So you do the math if you multiply. Really big move right there. That's what you call a short squeeze. But really nothing going on here besides the SPY and the triple Qs. They're holding up. The market is holding up green here. That's about it. We're not seeing those type of sell-off here. Biden just signed a funding bill that includes a $13.6 billion in Ukraine aid. $13.6 billion in Ukraine aid, guys. So that's what he just signed. That's what was just live. keep that in mind. Like I said, you saw the reporters at the action, like, what's up with the COVID though? What's up with the STEMIs though, Biden? You doing this for Ukraine, but we can't even get another stem. There's no child tax credit, nothing. What's going on? So I don't know how the market's going to really take this bill here. Going into FOMC tomorrow, you guys. It ain't looking really good. It looks like we have resistance right now. But that's just what it looks like to me. It is 2:47 p.m. though, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break right here. And we'll be right back right here during Power Hour. We're going to check right now and see if we got some more briefings. But as of right now, I think that's about it. We might have like the Pentagon guy or State Department guy. Oh, look right here. Talk them up. Looks like the State Department guys are already here ready for me. It looks like he's been live about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes he's only been live. We're going to tune into the State Department here. He's only been live for about 20 minutes, so we're going to tune in to see what he's saying. This can move the market, ladies and gentlemen, so let's tune in. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD.
We are prepared to do is continue to escalate the costs. And I should say that the economic sanctions, the other financial measures and economic measures that we have placed on the Russian Federation, that is one important measure to mount pressure on the Kremlin, on President Putin, on those around him. It is clearly putting the squeeze on their economy, on their financial system. At the same time, we will continue simultaneously to provide our Ukrainian partners with massive amounts of security assistance. In recent weeks alone, we've spoken of some $550 million worth of security assistance. Those deliveries are continuing just about every day. Anti-armor, anti-tank, anti-aircraft, small arms, munitions, precisely what our colleagues at the Department of Defense have determined that our Ukrainian partners most need to defend their country against this invasion. And we are very fortunate that given the passage of the spending legislation out of Congress, we now have $13.6 billion for the people of Ukraine in different realms. And a good chunk of that money, about half of it, will be made available in the form of additional security assistance. So we have provided more than $1.2 billion in security assistance to our Ukrainian partners over the course of the past year. We're going to be in a position to do much, much more, given the spending allocation that we recently have had from Congress. That is another avenue that is putting pressure on President Putin. And we have seen that pressure and the effectiveness of that security assistance, the effectiveness of the Ukrainian resistance, in that we are now on day 20 of this Russian invasion, of this Russian war. President Putin's certainly cannot be comfortable with what he has seen from his forces on the battlefield. I will leave it to others to offer the military analysis. But again, President Putin gravely miscalculated. If he thought that he could dispatch 100,000 forces into a sovereign country and not face and find the stiff resistance that he's found, with thousands of Russian service members losing their lives, with his forces stalled in key areas, President Putin has gravely miscalculated if he thought he could do all of this without facing opposition at home. And we've seen very prominent displays of that opposition, including in recent hours, in ways that would have been unexpected even a few weeks ago. 15,000 people arrested across Russia, across dozens of Russian cities, including in President Putin's hometown of St. Petersburg, for peacefully exercising the rights that are as universally available to them as to anyone else on the planet: the right to freedom of assembly, the right to freedom of expression. We continue to stand with them. And President Putin, going back to where we started, has gravely miscalculated if he thought that the United States, that our allies and partners were bluffing when we talked about the profound costs that we were prepared to impose on Russia's economy, on its financial system, on the Kremlin if he were to go forward. President Putin has now found that he made grave miscalculations in all three regards. John, follow up, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Paul asked about the more stronger steps, and you told about the military support to Ukraine. But one of those most stronger steps might be the transferring to Ukraine the old Soviet-era weapons. And so could you, including S-300, so could you comment on the CNN today's report that reportedly State Department is already involved in the talks with the European partners and creating such a list?
So we are in constant discussion with our Ukrainian partners in the first instance about their needs, their security needs. I can say that Secretary Blinken spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba again today. They discussed Ukraine's security needs once again, working very closely with our colleagues at the Department of Defense. We have put together packages of defensive security assistance that our Ukrainian partners most need. And as I said before, that includes anti-armor, that includes tanks, anti-tank, that includes small arms, that includes munitions, and it most certainly includes anti-aircraft and surface-to-air systems. So we are not detailing every element of those security packages that we are providing, but we are continuing to provide security assistance in all of those realms. We know that Russian missiles, Russian rockets, Russian artillery have wrought destruction across large parts of Ukraine, and we are prepared to, and we have provided our Ukrainian partners with the sort of surface-to-air systems, anti-aircraft systems that would help protect themselves against this onslaught, against these attacks. We are always looking at what's in our inventories, and also our allies around the world are looking at what's in their inventories. And Secretary Blinken has on several occasions now authorized our NATO allies to provide U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners. Our inclination has always been to be responsive to precisely what our Ukrainian partners need. We've been able to do that with the funding we've been granted from Congress, and now that we have $13.6 billion of additional funding to work with, about half of which will go in the direction of security assistance, we'll be able to do quite a bit more.
Tanks, and then you said anti-tank.
Anti-tank, anti-tank,
Tanks.
anti-tank, anti-tank, anti-armor. John.
Because things are always moving in the air. Since the start of Russia's invasion, has the United States yet engaged directly with Russia about off-ramps or ways to reduce violence? Directly, have you engaged directly with Russia about this?
John, a number of our partners are engaged directly with the Russian Federation at high levels. I think what is clear is that none of these engagements have yet resulted in the diminution of violence, in an end to the war, in a reduction of the loss of life that we've seen across Ukraine. If we determine that high-level U.S. engagement would be advantageous to help move forward with that overriding goal of putting an end to this violence, putting an end to this senseless war, we would absolutely be prepared to do so. What we have found, however, what our partners and allies have found, however, and what our Ukrainian partners, most importantly, have found, however, is that we have yet to find a Russian interlocutor that is either able or willing to negotiate in good faith, and certainly not in the context of de-escalation, given that Russian forces have continued to escalate, have continued to wreak violence across Ukraine. So we'll continue to look for diplomatic openings. In the meantime, we will continue to support our Ukrainian partners, as well as the diplomatic efforts that our allies around the world are taking part in.
And then can you just comment on the statements from Moscow about receiving written assurances related to the Iran deal?
So we've discussed this yesterday a bit. What I will say is that we have made significant progress over recent days when it comes to the possibility of mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. We continue to engage with Russia on a return to full implementation of the JCPOA. I think what you heard from Foreign Minister Lavrov, I will let him speak for himself, I will let the Russians speak for themselves, but it may well be a reflection of the fact that we, of course, would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of resuming full implementation of the JCPOA. We can't and we won't and we have not provided assurances beyond that to Russia. We will let Foreign Minister Lavrov speak for his country. But perhaps it is now clear to Moscow, perhaps a couple things are now clear. Number one, as we have said publicly, the new Russia-related sanctions are unrelated to a potential return to full compliance with the JCPOA, and they shouldn't have any impact on its implementation. And it may well be a reflection of what we've said all along, that an Iran that is unconstrained in its nuclear program, and that has no permanent, verifiable limits attached to that nuclear program. That is not in our interests. It is not in the interests of our European allies. It is not in the interests of the PRC, and it's certainly not in the interests of the Russian Federation. I will reiterate one additional point, that you've heard several references in recent days to external factors, and we have engaged with the Russian Federation on the possibility of a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. But as I said the other day, there were and are a small number of outstanding issues. Now that we are this close to the finish line, those outstanding issues tend to be the hardest issues. So we're not there yet. Nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. But we continue to assess that a mutual return to compliance would be the most effective, the best way to verifiably and permanently once again have those limits on Iran's nuclear program. Laura.
So to follow up, is it this building's understanding that the objections that Russia raised in the last few days have now been resolved?
It is what I'm relaying to you is that you will need to ask the Russians.
But you guys are in the negotiations with them. So is it this building's understanding that they are no longer objecting?
We have seen the statements from Foreign Minister Lavrov. We will leave it to the Russian Federation, to Foreign Minister Lavrov, to others to explain exactly what those statements mean. But it is logical. It has been logical to us. It should be logical to all parties that we would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of a full resumption of the JCPOA if, in fact, we are able to get there. We have not offered the Russians anything more. There has been nothing additional conveyed, but you'll have to refer to, you'll have to ask the foreign minister.
Well, let me ask it this way. Did you guys understand whatever it was that Lavrov was trying to say? Like, what was your understanding of what he was saying?
I'm not going to interpret the foreign minister's remarks. Again, you'll need to talk to them to ask their position, where they are on a potential mutual return to compliance. We know where the Russian Federation has been in the past. Of course, Russia was an original member of the P5+1, understanding since well before 2015 that a nuclear-armed Iran or an Iran on the verge of a nuclear weapon would not be in Moscow's interests, certainly not in our interests. We hope to be able to complete a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA in short order. We should be able to if negotiators, if the parties come together, negotiate in good faith, and close out these remaining outstanding issues.
Russian activity related to any return to the deal. The Ukraine-related sanctions well post-date the original JCPOA. I mean, they only date back to February, late February. If there is a Russian, and I realize this is a hypothetical, but you seem to be raising the hypothetical in the answer to your question, and maybe you're not the right person to ask because it gets into the weeds here. But if there is something that is allowed, an activity that is allowed under the JCPOA, but it involves transactions that are sanctioned by not just the United States, but also the EU under the, with a bank, with a financial institution, a Russian financial institution, how can you say that that's exempt?
Well, to be clear, Russia is not getting out of the sanctions and other financial measures that we have been that have been imposed for this war in Ukraine. What we are talking about here is the very basic point, something that should be quite clear that we would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of a full resumption of the JCPOA. These are separate realms. These are separate areas.
If they involve any kind of a monetary transaction that touches either the European or American financial systems, or SWIFT for that matter, then you have a problem. I don't see how you can exempt them. Because if I'm the Russians and I see that that's exempted, well then all of a sudden every foreign transaction that I do is going to be related to Iran's nuclear program, and therefore exempt under.
So Matt, I think two things can be true. One, the JCPOA is not going to be an escape hatch for the Russian Federation and the sanctions that have been imposed on it because of the war in Ukraine. But two, we are not going to sanction Russia for participating in nuclear projects that are part of the JCPOA. You're right, you're asking a very weedy question. It's probably better for...
Then let me add another one to it, maybe better for an expert. But then what about the idea of the secondary sanctions? Because any bank or financial institution that would be involved in a transaction, say Russia purchases heavy water from the Iranians or enriched uranium. This seems to open the Pandora's box that you keep talking about and other things. It just seems that the Russians will be able to disguise any number of non-Iranian nuclear deal transactions through that same channel of exemptions that you're offering.
Well, so what you're raising is a hypothetical wrapped in another hypothetical. The hypothetical that...
sorry, but you're talking about a deal that doesn't exist yet.
Well, that's my point. No,
my hypotheticals are related, based on your initial hypothetical.
That's exactly my point. So rather than get wrapped around the axle of hypotheticals,
can we get someone down here to go through this?
Any more Ukraine questions? Seems like there are a couple Ukraine questions.
Is Robert Malley going back to Vienna this week?
Rob Malley and his team, they are still based here. I understand that negotiators are still in capitals. If it is prudent, if it is appropriate for Rob and the team to go back to Vienna, they're prepared to do so.
And on Ukraine, how did the secretary receive the news of sanctioning him and the president and other U.S. officials by Russia?
I haven't discussed it with him yet today, but based on previous discussions, I don't think he'll be surprised.
He will be able to sleep.
I'm sorry?
He will be able to go to bed.
I think he will sleep just as soundly as he otherwise would, which, given that he is Secretary of State, probably isn't all that soundly.
And on Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia considers accepting the Chinese currency instead of dollars for Chinese oil sales. What's your reaction to that?
We don't have a specific reaction to that. What I would say is that we've said time and again that our relationship with the PRC is at its heart competitive. It will be collaborative when it can be, adversarial when it must be. Our allies and partners around the world are going to have their own relationships with the PRC. What we are not asking countries to do is to choose between the United States and China. When it comes to many of our partners, what we seek to do is to give them choices and to make partnership with the United States and all that we bring to the table, all that we could bring to a bilateral relationship, make sure that countries, partners around the world know just how appealing that is.
And one on UAE too. How do you view the UAE conflicting statements on increasing the oil production? Their ambassador in Washington said that they will increase the production, and their energy minister contradicted them.
I will leave it to our Emirati partners to speak to this question. We, of course, are not a member of OPEC. We're not a member of OPEC Plus. But as you know, we have engaged with companies, with countries around the world. We maintain an interest in a steady global energy supply, and our diplomatic outreach is a large element of that. Laura.
So we've talked in the past about the possibility of expediting Ukrainian refugees to the United States. I'm wondering if there's any update to that, if the position in this building is still that they must apply through UNHCR, which is a process that can take months. Over the weekend, we saw some people trying to come into the United States from the southern border. Is there any consideration given to temporary humanitarian parole for Ukrainians who might want to come to the United States, especially if they already have ties, family members in the United States? And then I have a second question for you on a unrelated Ukraine topic.
So a couple points. We discussed this a bit yesterday, but there are now nearly 3 million Ukrainians who have been forced to leave their homes because of this violence. We are deeply, deeply grateful to Ukraine's neighbors, to countries throughout Europe who have so generously opened their arms to welcome these Ukrainian refugees. We recognize the fact that many Ukrainians have family, have loved ones who are in Europe. We expect most Ukrainian refugees will seek to remain in Europe until and unless they can return to their homes. And of course, that is our ultimate objective, to see to it that Ukrainians who have been displaced by this violence, whether they're one of the 2 million internally displaced persons inside of Ukraine, or nearly one of the 3 million, one of nearly 3 million Ukrainian refugees who have been forced to flee their country. Our goal, of course, is to see to it that they can return to their homes once this violence ends. We are working with UNHCR, with resettlement partners, Overseas Post, to determine whether Ukrainians who have departed Ukraine require resettlement to a third country because they can't be protected in their current location. We, as we always do, assess protection needs, and that includes cases of particular vulnerability as a central tenet of our refugee admissions to address the urgent need for resettlement across all regions. We don't discriminate on the basis of any country of origin. As we discussed yesterday, our refugee ceiling has various regional categories attached to it. There's a category for those who would emanate from Ukraine. Any admissions of Ukrainian nationals through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program would be in accordance with that presidential determination on refugee admissions. What I can say right now is that we have been, we will continue to be a country that welcomes refugees from around the world. We know that as a nation of immigrants, as a nation that has always opened its arms to refugees, we are made stronger, that it is very much in our American DNA to continue doing just that. If there is a need to resettle Ukrainian refugees in the United States, we will look to do so. I am fully confident we will do so. If there are additional authorities or avenues that need to be investigated, I have full confidence we'll do that too.
But is the administration considering an expedited process for any people at this point? Do you know?
So again, I wouldn't want to get ahead of anything, but we do have processes that are in place, including through the U.S. refugee admissions process, where we have the ability to bring in Ukrainian refugees should the need arise.
Okay, and I also wanted to ask about the case of Brittany Griner. It's been almost a month since she's been detained in Russia. What is the State Department's understanding of how her conditions are in Russia right now as she's being held, and what is the State Department doing to try to get her released?
There's not much I can say, given the privacy considerations that are implicated in this case. This is a case that we have been working on since the time of her detention. Every time an American is detained overseas, our consular officers, including our consular officers in Moscow, are providing every form of support that we can. In this case, I'm just not able to go into the details, but we are doing everything we can to support Brittany Griner, to support her family, and to work with them, do everything we can to see that she is treated appropriately and to seek her release.
That's correct. You have not had consular access to it.
I could not speak to that at this point, given privacy considerations.
Well, hold on a second. This is a almost 30-year battle that I have had. How is she exactly supposed to sign a Privacy Act waiver if you guys can't get to her? Ask her to see if she wants to sign one. So Matt, I get that. So
Matt,
I understand you can't give details.
Well, Matt, there's a factual answer to your question if you'll listen for a moment. Lawyers do oftentimes, including in the case of Russia, Russian lawyers do have access to clients without speaking to any particular case, including this case. Russian lawyers have access to clients in Russia, and as appropriate, they can pass Privacy Act waivers. Yes.
You're now acknowledging her detention. So, I mean,
Yes.
clearly, I mean, there is a way you could go. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, or actually last week, you weren't even able to.
And what I can say is that I expect we'll be able to say more in the coming days.
Do you have any sense? Can you give us any sense of her condition? Is she being treated well?
Again, I'm just not in a position to offer updates right now. Yes, Connor.
Have U.S. officials been briefed on how those talks went? And in particular, Ukrainian officials expressed some optimism afterwards. Do you share that optimism? Everything you said earlier would indicate that you don't.
Well, our Ukrainian partners are the ones who are taking part in these conversations. The conversations over the past couple days have been virtual, but as I mentioned a moment ago, Secretary Blinken did have an opportunity earlier today to speak to Foreign Minister Kuleba. Virtually every time he's spoken to Foreign Minister Kuleba, the Foreign Minister has passed on updates regarding the diplomatic efforts. Rather than characterize whether we're optimistic or pessimistic, again, what we are going to be looking for are developments on the ground. And the developments we want to see are clear. We want to see de-escalation. We want to see a diminution of the violence. We ultimately want to see a withdrawal of Russian forces from inside Ukraine. We have not seen any of those things just yet.
President Zelensky today said that Ukrainians should be prepared that the country would not be allowed into NATO. Have you advised his administration at all in these talks whether or not that should be something that they commit to not joining the alliance?
Nope. To be very clear, we have consistently underscored, not only to our Ukrainian partners, but to countries around the world, that these are sovereign decisions that our Ukrainian partners will need to make for themselves. What we are here to do is to stand by our Ukrainian partners, to support our Ukrainian partners in any decisions that they would choose to make.
Can I ask just another couple?
We talk so much about sovereign decisions of other countries. What about the sovereignty of the United States in the sense of we obviously have a strong interest in reducing conflict, ending wars, and obviously the longer that this conflict continues, the greater the risk of escalation and other things like that. It just seems like you guys are so often shifting to the sovereignty of other powers. The United States has a real stake in this, and why be so reluctant about an outcome that might be in the U.S.'s interest?
We're not reluctant about that at all, John. We are doing everything we can to see a diminution of the violence, to see an end to this war. You're right that every day this war goes on, there's the chance of escalation. There's a chance of broader conflict. But to that end, we've done a couple things. Number one, we've been very clear about steps that we are not going to take. President Biden has made very clear that American pilots are not going to operate over Ukrainian airspace. American service members are not going to operate on Ukrainian soil. But number two, we have supported our Ukrainian partners in their efforts to achieve a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. We have supported and we've been in close coordination with our French partners, our German partners, our Israeli partners, our Turkish partners, and others who have engaged directly with Russia diplomatically to see that same outcome achieved. We share the same overriding objective with all of those allies, with all of those partners. So the idea that we are in any way hesitant to see this conflict come to an end as quickly as it can, that is just not something that rings true. And I think it's also fair that no country has done more to support our Ukrainian partners in an effort to bring this conflict to a close in terms of the diplomacy, in terms of the security assistance, in terms of putting pressure on the Kremlin, on President Putin, on those around him who are responsible for this conflict. And we see all of those lines of effort as complementary. Pressure on the battlefield, pressure on the Russian economy, pressure on the Russian financial system, pressure on oligarchs and senior Russian officials personally, and our efforts to support diplomacy, all of those things do support our overarching goal of seeking to find a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. Connor.
To follow up on your comments on our Fox colleagues, in addition to injuring Ben and killing Pierre, this attack also killed one of their Ukrainian producers. It's obviously also not the first attack that injured or killed journalists. Do you believe that journalists are being targeted at all in this war?
We know, of course, that civilians have been killed. We know, of course, that journalists have been killed. There was another American journalist who was killed just a couple days ago, Mr. Renault. We have seen these reports. What we are doing right now is through every piece of information available to us, we are documenting, we are trying to discern the facts. If we determine that there is any intentionality here, intentionality in terms of the intentional targeting of civilians or the intentional targeting of journalists or any other group that should be completely off limits under international humanitarian law, under the Geneva Conventions, under the law of armed conflict, that is something that we would take very seriously, and there would be a very serious response.
Just to follow up on that, so do you guys have like a formal review or an investigation where you're collecting everything, and is there like a U.S. government review whether you're looking into like war crimes?
There are a number of review mechanisms. We've spoken to the effort that's ongoing with the ICJ, with the UN Commission of Inquiry. The OSCE has its own process. The ICC has its own process. And yes, here within the State Department, we are documenting. We are compiling all of the information, all of the sources of information that we can to document and to form our own conclusion.
Right, but I mean, are you going to send them off to these different institutions, or are you going to come up with your own determination?
Both.
What will be the time frame for that?
We are supporting independent investigations. We're doing our own analysis into what has taken place. I wouldn't want to put a time frame on it, but of course we are, as with all things in this conflict, treating it as a matter of urgency.
Right, based on what you've seen so far, is the administration prepared to say that Russia is committing war crimes?
If we determine that Russia has committed war crimes, we are absolutely determined to make that public. Yes.
I have one on Vienna, Moscow, Ukraine.
I have one on Ukraine.
Yeah, go.
Okay. I am just wondering about this information, disinformation you guys have been really focused on in Russia. Can or should the U.S. government be providing sources of more accurate information to Russians at this time?
Well, what I will say is that we have undertaken a concerted effort through means that are available to us to do everything we can to get actual, factual, truthful information into what is a pretty closed Russian information ecosystem. We have done that through a number of tactics. As you know, a number of us have spoken on Russian TV, independent stations, including some cases independent stations like Doj, TV Rain, that have been shut down. Also through Russian state-backed outlets as well, those that will have on senior American officials. We use tools like Telegram to convey information as well. Every avenue that we can conceive of that would allow us to channel information into Russia to reach Russian audiences, knowing that the best antidote to disinformation is information. That has been our strategy in speaking to audiences here in the United States and around the world. And it's a challenge when it comes to Russia because President Putin and the Kremlin, they are doing everything they can to further constrict the information space throughout the country. And so we too are trying to get creative in terms of our efforts to channel information in.
What do you mean you're using Telegram exactly? And would the U.S. consider putting any satellite internet resources along the border, things like that?
Well, so let me make a point about internet access in Russia. We know that the Kremlin is engaged in a full assault, as I said before, on media freedom, access to information, and the truth within Russia. Of course, it wants its version of the facts to be the only version of the facts that is available to the Russian people. Moscow's efforts to mislead, they are intensifying. We condemn the Russian government's recent actions to prevent the people of Russia from accessing Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, numerous Russian and international news sites, and certain mobile applications as well. We also condemn the Russian government's passage of a new law that threatens prison sentences for accurately reporting on Putin's war of choice in Ukraine. The people of Russia, we've made this point repeatedly, did not choose this war. President Putin did. Those around him did. They have a right, the people of Russia have a right to know about the death, the suffering, the destruction that is being inflicted by their government in their name on the people of Ukraine. The people of Russia also have a right to know about the human costs of this senseless war, including the costs to Russian service members, to their sons, to their brothers, to their husbands. So for that reason, we support access to the internet by all people, including the people of Russia, even as we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. We believe that more information is going to be the answer. Putin believes that less information is what's in his interests. So of course, we want to do all we can to support that information flow into Russia, to see to it that the Russian people have avenues of communication, have a free and open internet available to them. And we call on President Putin and his government to honor Russia's international obligations and commitments, to withdraw Russia's troops from Ukraine's territory, and to respect the human rights and fundamental freedoms of Russia's citizens. And one of those fundamental freedoms is freedom of access to information.
Okay, maybe we can follow up on some more specifics later. But just one more quick question on the chemical weapons possibility. We haven't talked about that in a few days, I guess. Has the Biden administration determined what their response is going to be if Russia uses chemical weapons? Not that you have to detail it here, but do you guys have a response ready to go if Russia does use those weapons in Ukraine?
Kylie, the only thing I will say about that is to reiterate what the president said the other day. If Russia engages in the use of banned agents, including chemical weapons, there will be a severe response from the United States and the international community. Yes?
Just one more on the Vienna talks. As we were walking in, the Iranian foreign minister said that it was on the U.S. to provide the necessary response for a successful outcome. I mean, from that statement, it seems like they're waiting on the U.S. to say something either through the EU or anybody else to try to get back to Vienna.
What I would say is that over the course of the past few weeks, we have made significant progress. We are close. There are external factors involved in this now. There are a small number of outstanding issues. The United States, although not a direct party to the talks, we have worked in good faith. We have sought at every juncture to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA, knowing that in our assessment, it continues to be the most effective means by which to reimpose permanent, verifiable limits on Iran's nuclear program. There are a small number of outstanding issues. We do think that we would be in a position to close those gaps, to close that remaining distance, if there are decisions made in capitals, including in Tehran, including in Moscow.
One thing that, this morning, the top U.S. military general from the Middle East, and the CENTCOM chief, quote, said, quote, that Iran likely has decreasing tolerance for continued U.S. presence in Syria. And then he went on, accordingly, Iran and its proxies or affiliates are increasing their capabilities and planning to target U.S. and partner interests. And then he goes on about, more troubling increased proliferation of this advanced technology. It continues about all these threats and things that are concerning. So how do you justify striking a deal that doesn't address any of these that impact U.S. national security?
Well, what I would say is that we've been very clear that Iran poses a challenge, poses a threat to the United States, to our allies and partners across different realms. the most significant threat we would face would be a nuclear-armed Iran. There would be no greater challenge to the United States, to our allies, to our partners around the world. That is not to say that Iran's nuclear program is the only challenge we face. Iran supports regional proxies, it supports terrorist groups, it has cyber, it has engaged in malicious cyber activity, it has an active ballistic missile program. But what we know is that if Iran were in the possession of a nuclear weapon, or if it were on the verge of a possession of a nuclear weapon, it could act with far greater impunity. The first thing we want to do is to put Iran's nuclear program back in a box, to take that challenge off the table, so that, working with allies and partners, we can confront, we can take on the challenge that Iran poses in these other realms much more effectively. We actually see these goals as quite complementary. Knowing that a nuclear-armed Iran is an Iran that would have far greater impunity. And I'll make one other point. Our goal is to put the Iranian nuclear program back in a box. It was in a box until 2018. Prior to 2018, when the JCPOA was in full force, in full effect, we did not see the same kinds of provocations that we have seen even in recent days. So our goal is to put that challenge, take that challenge off the table, and to work with our allies and partners to address the fuller range of threats that we face from Tehran.
The last one, sorry, it's
Sure.
quick. Do you fear Russia could be trying to derail these talks in order to prevent, Iranian oil from coming back on the international market? If presumably that's what they're going to get into the deal.
Well, again, whether or not there is a JCPOA, our posture towards an Iranian oil ban would not change. We would not replace Russian oil with Iranian oil. That would not be on the table. Beyond that, you'll have to speak to Moscow. What I can say is what I've already said, that an Iran that is verifiably, permanently barred, prevented from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon, that is equally in our interest as it is in Russia's interest. Yes, Glass, quick question.
On the previous question on getting information into Russia, who runs the Telegram operation? And do you have an intergovernmental body that is working, coordinating to try to get in this kind of information into Russia? Second question, completely different. General McKenzie told Congress that the U.S. has agreed to U.S. plans to sell F-15s to Egypt. Has the State Department formally signed off on that?
We don't speak to potential arms transfers or arms sales until and unless they're notified to Congress, so I just wouldn't have anything to say on that score. In terms of conveying truthful, accurate messaging and information into Russia, that's something that we're very focused on as a government.
State Department?
It's something that the State Department is certainly very focused on. It's something that I know a number of our allies and partners are very focused on as well. And we're focused on it because Moscow has sought to be a purveyor of information that is false, that is misleading, that is disinformation.
I'm sorry, but who in the government is doing this? And is there an interdepartmental body that is coordinating this kind of activities?
These activities are coordinated across the government. Of course, we work closely with the National Security Council, but a lot of this activity does come out of the State Department in terms of speaking directly to Russian audiences. If you've been on our social media channels, if you have seen what we've done with Russian media, independent media, media that is closer to the Russian state, much of that is emanating from the State Department. Of course, our embassy in Moscow is very engaged in this as well, but I'll also make the point that our allies and partners around the world have been doing the same, because the disinformation that we have seen emanate from Moscow targets not only the United States and mischaracterizes not only what we have done, but also what our allies and partners around the world are doing. So it is a shared objective of the United States, of our allies and partners, to fight this disinformation, this misinformation with information, with facts, with truth, for people here in this country, for people around the world, including people in Russia. Thank you all very much. I do not have any travel updates at this time.
it then. Sure. Get it then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got about 30 more minutes left here today. The market is going up, you guys. Oh, man, it's going to be very interesting tomorrow. Whoa, what is going to happen, man? What is going to happen? It looks like we have more data here. White House Equal Pay Day Summit. Upcoming event here. Vice President Harris, she's hosting this. It's a little conversation with members of the United States Women's National Soccer Team. So looks like that's going to be live here shortly in any moment now. We're going to tune into that. Market's going up here right now, though. Amazon's picking up here, up 120. Oh, they're buying over there. The Amazonian Tesla's picking up too. Let that beast pick up. Let them all pick up. That's what I like. Go on up. Do your thing. Do your thing. Yes, sir. Because when it's time for that statement, we're going to see what you're really about. That is for sure. Hopefully this momentum might continue here, right here. We don't know yet, though, ladies and gentlemen. This could be your tops here, and they're just trying to fight that resistance level. So we're going to wait. We're going to wait. We're going to wait. So we're going to wait it out here. But I do see opportunities all over the board here. They got taken down. The market got taken down to support here yesterday. It looks like now they got brought up to resistance. Oh, wow. You see that? So we don't know if it's going to keep going here or will this be the top, ladies and gentlemen? And they just consolidate back into the lower range here that like we have been doing. We don't really know yet, but that is the topic of discussion right now. You know, that's the chatter on Wall Street. That's what everybody's talking about. What is going to happen tomorrow? What's going to go on? What's going on? Vice President Harris, he's right here, about to tell us something with the soccer team.
Please welcome back Vice President Kamala Harris, accompanied by current and former players from the United States Women's National Soccer Team, Kelly O'Hara, Margaret Purse, Julie Foudy, Brianna Scurry, and Cindy Parlow-Cone, who is also the current president of the United States Soccer Federation, and joining us virtually, Alex Morgan and Megan Rapinoe.
Welcome everyone to the White House. Welcome, welcome. As has been introduced, we are gathered together with really wonderful leaders. Obviously, you all have been champions in terms of your skill and your dominance in terms of women's soccer, but we are here today because you also have been leaders on an issue that affects most women and has affected most women in the workforce, and it's the issue of pay equity. So thank you for joining us at the White House for this important discussion, which really is going to center on your leadership, what you all have done, what you have accomplished, the challenges that you faced, both personally and professionally, in terms of getting us to this point where we have now seen extraordinary success because of your commitment to the issue and your willingness to be a voice for so many others on and off the field. So with that, I want to thank you all. And of course, we should mention that you have won 4 World Cup games and 4 Olympic golds. So absolutely. So Kelly, let's talk. I want to start with you. Because it's about being a player rep and the Players Association Union. And And we still see that there are issues throughout the workforce around women being underpaid. But can you talk a bit about the fight that you all had and the role of the Players Association in reaching the settlement?
For sure. I think a lot of people hear our fight for equal pay and they think compensation, which is definitely what it's about. But there are a lot of other things that we were fighting for. There was a lot of unequal treatment, and that came in the form of playing surfaces, travel standards, promotion and investment in the game. And Julie, we were actually talking before we got up here how far we've come even from when they were playing. And I don't know if you want to mention some things. Yeah, but all that is to say, and to answer your question about the Players Association, we were facing all these things, and I think that the Players Association, it's been around for generations, but we really reinvigorated it in 2017. And I think that dedicating time to setting it up in a way that we were able to achieve certain things allowed us to realize our collective voice and like the power of our unity. And I think without the Players Association, we wouldn't have been able to achieve what we've done in the past couple of years. And although we filed as individuals, not on behalf or with the Players Association, we were able to see it through because of that. And I'm really thankful that it did start so long ago and these generations have put in the work, but we took the steps to create it the way we needed it, and it allowed us to get it over the line.
And the Players Association, it's a union. Yes. It's a players union. Yeah. And so that meant that you wouldn't have to, even though you filed as individuals in terms of the lawsuit, that in terms of your advocacy and the fight for equal pay, you knew that you weren't alone. You all were in it together.
For sure. I think that feeling that unity and recognizing how powerful we were, I think was a big reason why we were able to keep fighting, because it was not easy.
And so can you describe what the fight was, and maybe even just talk about what it was before, right? Yeah. The strengthening of the Players Association and the kind of collective advocacy. What was it like before then?
Well, way back, Kelly and I were discussing, we were fighting for bagels, after training and having, everyone put in $5 so you can, you could get, bagels and cream cheese, or, hey, can we get a massage therapist, or, hey, can we stay at maybe a little bit nicer hotel? I mean, just the basics that you start to hear about, and it festers a little bit more, and, the little things become bigger things. And so the thing that makes me so proud is this goes back to the 90s of us, threatening to actually strike an Olympics and not play in an Olympics, and locking out because we felt like that was our only leverage we had. And to see them, and one of the things we were so cognizant of is, okay, we've got to teach the younger kids what this fight is, so that when we're gone, they're going to carry that baton. And so when we, the old bags as we call ourselves, see them take it and really take it to a whole new level. We were fighting for equitable pay. They're fighting for equal pay, as they should be. And it just warms your heart because it's not easy. It was incredibly courageous. And it took a ton of energy and time and focus. And they just were locked in on getting it done. And then you have a woman who's president of U.S. Soccer who can help them get it over the line. So it was a full circle moment for a lot of us, a proud moment.
So let's go to we were talking backstage about the inside-outside game, right? The advocacy from the outside. And then really most of the reforms and most of the advances that we've ever seen in terms of equality and the ongoing fight for equality has required the push from the outside, but it requires also allies at the very least on the inside, if not advocates on the inside also. So can you talk a little bit about what that experience was like for you as a former player, but then being the president, and what that meant in terms of the difficulties you must have experienced from the inside, understanding the push from the outside?
Yeah, for me, I feel like it has been over 2 decades of work. It started off, as Julia said, fighting for bagels between training sessions. And now this larger group of women through the last 2 decades are literally changing the world.
And for me, I'm also a coach, so to know that these young girls are now growing up and they can realize their dreams and they're going to be fairly compensated for that, I think that's why this is so important. It's not necessarily for the people sitting here today, but it's for the future of not only the future soccer players, but women in general. And I think that's why this is important. That's why leadership is important. And getting to your point is, I sat beside Jules and Bri when we were doing our CBA negotiations. And I don't think you can just sit on the outside and keep complaining unless you're willing to get inside and help create change. And so that is why I do what I do, because I think having people on the inside that understand the players and what it's like to be out on the field representing your country and what that means to you, I think is really important to create change. But as you said backstage, our work isn't done yet. We still have a lot of work to do, both in our sport and in our country and worldwide. In our sport, I know that I'm going to have willing partners in CONCACAF and FIFA to spread what we have done here to the rest of the world.
And you were just reelected president, right?
Yes.
Yes, you were. Fantastic. Do you mind sharing with us, without, you don't have to name names, but what were people in the inside saying about why this hadn't happened or where there was resistance? How were they justifying that in their own minds, much less for the best interest of the game and to your point, what you represent, which is the United States of America?
Yeah, I think people in my boardroom come at it from different perspectives, so not everyone thinks the same thing. I think the challenges from a U.S. soccer standpoint was that there were two separate contracts for the men and the women, because the women wanted guaranteed pay, the men were pay to play, and so trying to find equal with totally different structures of contracts was forever elusive, but that's why we're in CBA negotiations right now and trying to get to one structure so it's very clear that everything compensation-wise is equal. And then the other thing is the FIFA World Cup prize money is drastically different. The men's World Cup winner for the last World Cup got $38 million for winning it, whereas our women who won the World Cup only received $4 million from FIFA. So there are already built-in status quo differences that were systemic that we need to keep working to change.
What was maybe I'll go to Brianna. What was the inflection point? Like what started to turn the movement and bring it to the next level?
I think what's important to note, when you get on the U.S. Women's National Team, you have a dual mandate. The first is superb soccer. I mean, we have the expectation of winning everything. And so if you think about it from that point of view, in our day, we were expected to win World Cups and Olympic Games. And then in present day, these amazing women had the same expectation, and we were both able to do that. So every cycle, we've won either the Olympic Games or the World Cup. And so there's that part of it. And the second part is to fight and raise the bar higher. And so I think for me, I've continued to talk about equal pay, even though I don't play anymore. And Julie does it. Now Cindy's obviously back in the arena in a different position, fighting for that as well. But I think for me, when I read about the team, and I consider them my team still, even though I haven't played with most of them. We all, yeah. My sister, your team too. When I saw that my team was essentially sticking their necks out there like we did with the boycott in '95, basically putting our Olympic dreams on the line. For me, I wanted to be an Olympian since I was 8. So putting my name out there to potentially lose my opportunity was very, very difficult, but very, very powerful. And we knew we had to do it. And I think when I saw that they filed that lawsuit, I thought it was so brave, so incredibly brave. And it was the next evolution of the battle to be able to get U.S. Soccer to take us more seriously.
What was the risk that they took when they filed that lawsuit? Knowing it hadn't been done before, right?
Yeah.
What was the risk?
So when you file a lawsuit, in my opinion, you have your name on the dotted line of a legal document. And so there's that pressure and that connotation going along with that. And then to still have to try and win stuff, to go out there and play hard. all the time that to win stuff, to win a World Cup, to win gold medals. That's the expectation. Even though you have this high level of time and energy, as everybody can attest to, pouring into something else, it almost like diverts from the goal, which should only be to win, not to do all these other things. And so I think having your name on a legal document, there's all this extra effort and, you know, paying for lawyers and getting prepared and having maybe a potential trial or whatever it is, all that extra effort, I think, is the thing that's so different with the lawsuit versus maybe other ways to do it.
I think that's such an excellent point. As a general matter, when women are fighting for pay equity in any industry or in any employment setting, to require that the way that she will actually achieve parity in pay based on the value of work, to require that would take a lawsuit, the intervention of a court, the rule of law, means that she's got to do her job every day, whatever that job is and whatever that industry is, and deal with a lawsuit. And all that requires in terms of the time spent. But to your point, the vulnerability to put your name on a legal document and then put yourself in a court setting that is adversarial in nature, all because you want to get paid equal pay for equal work. And what that requires of that woman, beyond doing a good job, to your point, I think that's it's a subtle but incredibly important point. You were still striving for and achieving excellence in your job. And then it required superhuman excellence to endure litigation, to just get paid for the value of your work. Talk to me about the next generation and let's talk about that. We were talking backstage about how I shared, my mother had many sayings. One of them, she would say to me, Kamala, you may be the first to do many things, make sure you're not the last. And what I love about the conversation that we were happening, and then I'm going to bring Megan and Alex into this conversation, but I love how you all really do think about this in terms of the generational impact. Those who kind of had to go with the machete and go and try and knock things down to achieve fairness, and then the next generation that has come through really appreciating that and then carrying it through and continuing with that work. So why don't we talk a little bit about that?
100%. When you use the analogy of the machete, I was just thinking, I think that's so accurate. You guys have the machete, you have a sword, and now I feel like I have these like scissors that I'm like, all right, let's, they're sharp, but like, let's trim, like, let's get it done. I really do think that the true power of this team doesn't come from the fact that we're able to accomplish change, but we're able to embolden others to pursue change. It's so evident that this progress is the result of women across generations. And I think that's a lesson in possibility. It shows that when you pursue what is right, others will join you, and it will continue on past whatever you can imagine it's going to do. So yeah, I mean, I even think, I'm not the youngest player in camp. And even when I look younger than me, I'm like, yeah, they're going to be great on both sides of the coin, on the field and off the field. So I do agree the future is bright. And I'm really grateful to have had examples like this, not just seeing it on television, but then practicing with it every day, being able to call it. I'm talking to Pino after camp and see what's going on. It's incredible the culture that you guys have created, and I'm just so grateful to be a part of it.
I love that point. If we see it for what we should, which is that it's really a fight for something, not against something. And yes, about equal pay and equity, but also possibility, right? And encouraging people to see what is possible, even if it has never been. Megan, coming to you. Talk a little bit about where you think that there are lessons for women in other industries and professions based on the experience that you all have had. What worked? What didn't work? How can you advise others about where maybe there's some hard knocks, but where it was worth it because you saw some success? Oh.
It's
It's the theme of the last 2 years.
I mean,
Take two. Take
that
two.
just really, okay, I deserve that. I was gonna say, I'm not gonna pass up this opportunity, certainly the first time in my life and the first time ever, hopefully not the last, to just say, Madam Vice President, like, that's incredible. And although it doesn't have to specifically do with equal pay, I think it speaks to a changing landscape that we're all part of. And I think the thing that it's really settled with me is that our freedom and our liberation, our equality is tied up in each other in the moment, but also generationally. I mean, you're seeing on the stage right now, Madam Vice President, your mom, her famous quote about not being the last one, even though you're the first. When we think of Billie Jean King and Venus and Serena Williams and WNBA players, obviously my partner Sue Bird and Nneka Ogwumike, like all of these women are doing the same thing. And then even go wider. If I'm seeing myself in, union workers in Alabama and they're seeing themselves in us or our team, it's all kind of the same thing because we're all dealing with the same issues. So I think for us, the more we connect our stories, the more we literally connect with each other, the more that we can kind of draft off each other, I think the more successful that will be. And I know for us, our lawsuit, it doesn't capture every single player and it doesn't capture every single woman in all of America, but it is something and it's our little part. And I think when you start to string together the idea that all of our equality, I mean, frankly, across the entire spectrum of equality, but all of our liberation, all of our freedom, all of our worth is tied up in each other. Now we have a movement. Now we have 50% of the country all fighting for the same thing. And then, of course, you add, allies and advocates and people who believe and feel the same thing. And that's where I think the biggest impact can come because, as you say, the little knocks, I mean, everything's a knock. Like inequalities in the air that we breathe. And so it is difficult at times. And Kelly spoke to it. Being able to sign your name with 27 other people and being able to at times take a rest when you're exhausted, knowing that, other women or other players or other people in your union are having your back and doing that work, I think is essential because it is difficult work and it is long work and the game has to be long. So I think for all of us, we sort of know it on the team just intrinsically because we know that we come from a long line of fighters and women who fought for equality and fought for freedoms for us and fought to make things better each generation. I think that's our goal. And now really trying to tie it to a larger sort of society movement is what I think will have the most impact over the shortest amount of time.
Well, that's great. And that's right. And that's about the coalition. And I think the strength of coalition always is seeing the commonalities and then building and growing off of that in a way that empowers everybody. I think that's right. Alex, did you just get off the field?
I'm very underdressed. I literally ran in, my cleats are still on. So, yes.
I know that, and I'm so glad that because we weren't sure, and you hustled to get here, and I'm so glad. And I'm thinking, given the circumstances in which you are here, that it might be best to ask you, what are the analogies between the fight for equal pay and the fight to win a game?
Oh.
Like, what does it take? What does it take? Give me some analogies. Like, right? The rules of winning a game.
I mean, it takes everything. Honestly, I feel like it's everything. Like Pino said, sometimes you have some women stepping up and some have to take a back seat because they're exhausted. So it's everyone fighting for each other. It's working as a team. It's supporting each other. It's raising questions and knowing in your heart that you're doing the right thing, and it's leaning on each other. A fight for equal pay is a lot longer than a soccer game and a lot harder, but there's definitely some similarities to be had.
And good coaches, I imagine, help, right?
Definitely coaches, lawyers,
fair
publicists.
umpires, right? Referees, all that. Yeah.
Oh, it all plays into referees, judges, court decisions.
Yeah.
Yep, it all plays into it.
That was good on the fly, right? I knew there would be some. I mean, it's because also it really is about pacing yourself, for sure, and figuring out how do you define the win, right? And the score is certainly one. But I think that on this point, and to Megan's point, anything that's about a fight for equality, the win includes that you fought. That's part of defining the win, that you stood up for yourself, right? Even when the odds were against you, maybe it wasn't popular, because in these kinds of processes, we were talking about the fact of, I was in Selma last week, commemorating the 57th anniversary of the crossing of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, when those marchers, they tried 3 times to cross that bridge and were beaten back, shed blood on that bridge, but they didn't give up. And every time they went, they were inspiring other people to know it was possible. And that's, it's a similar thing, to have that kind of faith in yourself and your cause and to not give up. And you all have done that in a really extraordinary way. So thank you all very much. It's wonderful to watch. And I know many of us watched it from afar, saw the images of, the difference in terms of locker rooms and the equipment in terms of, and it's good to know that things are changing for the better. So thank you all very much for all of us who are here and all of us who are watching, and the folks you probably never meet who are going to benefit from the work that you all did. Thank you. Thank you guys.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you. Yay!
Thank you for having me at the Equal Pay Day Virtual Summit. I've spent a good portion of my career looking at disparities in economic opportunity, especially for women. As you all know, the average woman in the U.S. who works full-time, year-round, is paid only 83 cents for every dollar paid to a man. Even when we compare the gender gap across workers in similar occupations with comparable qualifications, there's still a gap of about 10%. These disparities in pay only widen for women of color. Why does this happen? Well, much of it is structural. As people progress in their careers, jobs can require longer hours and penalize individuals with caretaking responsibilities. This has a disproportionate effect on women, who often bear a larger share of the childcare burden. In turn, at higher rates than men, women have to leave the workforce, take on jobs with unpredictable schedules, and work fewer hours. These factors are relevant across the wage spectrum, including among the highest paid jobs in the labor market. Although women now enter professional schools at an almost equal rate to men, they're still substantially less likely.
Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me, women. Excuse me, ladies. Excuse me, ladies. But the market is closed. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, the market is closed. Wow, a lot of green there. The market closed really green there. That looks good. But you know what? It closed at resistance. So they put the question mark back on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Which way is it going to go tomorrow during the FOMC statement at 2 p.m., up or down? We're going to figure out this thing here tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. This is and was the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We've been here since 9:30 a.m. Oh, man, let me get a horn. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, man, it's going to get very interesting tomorrow. Make sure you tune in. We got the first rate hike hitting the market tomorrow, guys. It's a very important day tomorrow. We got Jerome Powell here. You better have your Powell cards here. You better get your Powell puts ready. You better get your Powell calls ready. ladies and gentlemen, is going up or down tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to figure this direction out here. The fight is might about to end here, or either they're going to just take it the way they want to take it and interpret it how they want to interpret it. And we're going to see a different movement here in the market, ladies and gentlemen. So be ready for that. But that's it, man. It's a wrap. We're going to close it here, man. There's really no earnings either today. So, well, there is, but there's none on my list that I would play. So I'm not even going to pull it up. We'll see tomorrow what change here, you guys. But that's it, man. That's a wrap. We about to close it up here. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man. This is and was, like I said, the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Shout out to the Discord. Shout out to the trading community. Shout out to the Wealth Group. Shout out to LCAOD, man. Shout out to everybody in the comments, man. Shout out to your mama, your daddy. Shout out to everybody, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace out. LCAOD.